All right, everybody, welcome to Worcestery Council Theater 3000. We are back, bitches.
We're back at last, finally.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
It has been a while.
A minute.
Yeah,
it is. It's wonderful to be here with you guys. Bill Shaner, Brendan Melican. I missed you guys very, very much.
Likewise.
I miss you too, man. I missed your voice.
I missed your voice too.
So soothing.
It feels so nice to be back. Hold on, I'm telling everyone online to come get in here and bully the mayor with us.
Get in here.
Gotta bully the mayor, folks.
Shut up. You think
the mayor's been giving us so many reasons to bully him lately.
He's being a real,
you got to really turn it on.
Being a real nerd.
Being a real nerd.
Do we think that he bumped up the meeting by 30 minutes to avoid people calling in during public participation?
Like the time was probably set, like, back when they set the schedule, and the guys was definitely, it's summer, so let's try to get things going earlier. But if that was the case, like, it just started at like 4 or something, like make a noticeable change
and make it
Don't change it just enough that like people will be calling in for public comment, like as public comment is ending. Though I don't think it's going to be ending at a half hour tonight. I think tonight's going to be a long public comment session off the top. And it's going to be a lot of people that are objectively terrible. And I am sort of excited for that. I think we're definitely going to see that fucking dipshit from the Mass Families Institute, which is a noted hate group, anti-LGBT hate group that likes to comment on Worcester stuff whenever it comes to the to the arena of family values. So we're gonna see that. We're gonna see a lot of those sort of people, same sort of people that heckle women going into Planned Parenthood every week.
Yeah,
have been since the 80s.
Well, before we get too far into it, let's remind everybody, as always, we are brought to you by Crafty Kombucha. We have, that's what we've been doing in our time off. Bill brought cases and cases of Crafty Kombucha to Europe. And
I smuggled them. Yeah,
spread the gospel. Yeah. You definitely cannot bring those, and he did.
No.
So we're very proud of that. So yeah, if your country doesn't sell it, then just book High Command on a tour, and Bill will go on the road with them, and you'll be covered. It'll be great.
Yeah. Oh, also, I meant to update you guys on my search for Ed Augustus, who was allegedly in Europe at the same time I was. But
when we didn't
yeah,
hear.
Right. Yeah, he tied me up and he threw me into the canal in Copenhagen. But no Ed Augustus sightings, and I couldn't figure out how to get cell phone data that actually worked. So I was pretty much off the grid for the entire time, which was very nice. Yeah. I got to just enjoy the experience without any sort of in the moment impulse to share it with anyone, which was kind of great.
Actually works. That's actually the safest option too, because somebody from Worcester did run into Ed Augustus in Europe.
Mark Orenstein, yeah.
And really? I didn't hear about that.
Well, you were off the grid. And he looked I'm gonna say it. He looked fucking shredded. So he was probably ready for you. He was gonna tear you.
Dang.
Yeah.
There's a picture.
There is, yeah. Was it Paris or Rome? I can't remember which of the two.
I thought it was Rome, but that I might be just making that up.
It's just a big landmass that I'm not intimately familiar with because
it was a romantic state. That's all I knew.
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't include Europe into the nifty 50, so I really don't. I'm not good with that geography.
I really took Ed for more of a Berlin kind of guy. Like I thought he might have gotten into some leather stuff.
Isn't it great that Mike Goodwin said that we can finally, break Goodwin's law like on a regular basis now, and just like do the Nazi thing whenever the hell we want to? I think that's it's a nice time to be alive. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would also like to point out too, just in regards to Colin, that as a parent, family values are no way to raise a child. Like if you're sticking to the traditional family values, you're just gonna have some fucked up kids. They're gonna be in therapy more than regular people should be in therapy.
The only family values you should care about is the tour from the late '90s, featuring Limp Bizkit and Korn and all the best bands.
Hell yeah, all the best bands ever that ever existed. But
so we but obviously we have there's two items on the agenda tonight that Chu Nguyen is kind of promoting, put out there, kind of connected to the problem pregnancy centers, the crisis pregnancy centers in Worcester. The big one right across the street from Planned Parenthood. It's a scam. It's it's predatory. We all know this. So there are two orders on tonight. I think it's 12C and 13A.
12C is an ordinance or an order to request a sort of ordinance similar to that in Cambridge and Somerville that puts some restriction on how these they're called crisis pregnancy centers can operate. And then 13A is just a resolution to reaffirm the city's commitment to bodily autonomy and reproductive rights. I expect that either Joe Petty or Donna Colorio will hold both of these tonight.
I figure.
And if Joe Petty doesn't say who held it, then that means he held it. If Joe Petty says that Donna Colorio held it, then Donna Colorio held it. But either way, I'm not anticipating that they're actually going to take these up, which is a real shame if it happens. If I'm right, hope I'm wrong. But then this gets pushed out to August. The next meeting's in the middle of August. So it's not just holding it a week this time. It's holding it for a month.
Yeah.
And that's not good.
I
hope I'm wrong.
I love that the folks that painted the Pleasant Street spot got high enough on the building that the cleaning crews couldn't get up there. So there's one big blue paint splatter that's up on their shingles that is just going nowhere. That's fucking assholes.
Yeah, I know.
And yeah, definitely. I mean, if they don't hold the items, if they are on the agenda, and even if they're not, I mean, I think people should call in and at least try and speak on them.
I think that it's worth it to try to at least balance out or drown out the
because they're
family values crowd.
They're going to there's going to be, it's not going to be people from Worcester, it's going to be people from wherever the fuck. They're going to rally their troops.
But I have been hard at work for basically since the building got tagged. Did an extremely deep dive into the annals of Worcester history and 5,000 words into a history of problem pregnancy. And I will say that when you talk about the anti-abortion loons around here, it very much is Worcester. It's not like West Brookfield or anything like that. Like the Worcester roots, anti-abortion and conservative family values run very, very deep in Worcester, and that's sort of something I've been able to prove with this reporting. I'm hoping that it comes out on Sunday. I'm almost done, but I don't know. If it's not ready yet, it's not ready yet.
Well, it's going to be held for a month, so it'll still be in the news.
Yeah, I'm really shooting for putting like the last nail in the coffin that this is a place that should be at all tolerated. Like its existence really has been tolerated much too much, and it shouldn't at all, especially now with the way things are moving on the federal level. We really shouldn't be taking any sort of chances with this shit.
Yeah, it's one thing to ignore it when things are safe, but they're not. So we should be.
And oddly, it never really has been around here. That's the weird part too. Is that the Boston Planned Parenthood gets a lot more attention because it's in Boston, but the Worcester location has always been a target for activists. And yeah, I mean, going back, I don't know if you guys remember going back to when we had like the 3-point line encircling the building before the SJC shot down the prohibition on protesting within 20 feet, I think it was, of the building. There's just always been this like air of bullshit surrounding that particular facility. But again, it's the Boston facility that gets the majority of attention and threats. But
yeah,
right, yeah. I mean, like the back in the 80s, like there was so much legal wrangling to even create that much of a barrier between problem pregnancy and Planned Parenthood. Problem pregnancy has followed around Planned Parenthood in Worcester in the most antagonistic way it legally can since Planned Parenthood came to Worcester in 1982. And it was, let's just say, it wasn't just, far-right Christian conservative Republicans that were setting these legal precedents for problem pregnancy. It was very much people involved in sort of what you might call the inner circle of Worcester politics at the time, though it's since like really moved that way to be like, hard right.
But I mean,
theocrats.
On a national scale, like our current president was anti-abortion.
Yeah, I mean that's the congressman problem in Massachusetts, right? We've always tolerated a strain of relatively socially conservative Catholic politicians that was their line in the sand, and we just kind of ignored them because they were good on 90% of everything else. But body autonomy was not the good thing, and it didn't come up a lot in Massachusetts unless there was protests or threats, and law enforcement dealt with that.
Right. Yeah. It's I'm super excited. I think that it's going to engender a better conversation about this place than what we're having right now, which is people who know how fucked up it is are like, why does this exist and how does it continue to exist? And then everyone else is just like, I mean, what can you do? They just you can't tell people not to buy property and not to open a business there, So, but it really the conversation should be much more involved than it is on that issue.
But in a weird way, too, though, we can do that, right? Because that's exactly what we did with all the bullshit con artist, grifter COVID testing sites that were popping up around the state, right? Like,
true. That is actually an analog I hadn't thought of.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. If we're talking healthcare, there has to be parity there, and you just don't let like the medicine man show up because they can buy real estate and start like pulling chicken livers out of terminal cancer patients, right? Like you just can't allow that to happen. But in this one case, because we didn't want to upset the diocese, it's exactly what we did.
Mm-hmm. And the diocese gives problem pregnancy like a pretty good amount of money. That's a huge reason why they're allowed to continue operating. And that's something I didn't know. I think that's super fucked up. Like every year the diocese, through a fund that was created in the old St. Vincent before it got bought by like corporate healthcare, there was like a fund that in every year out of that fund, I don't know if the fund is dried up or whatever, but as recently as 2016, problem pregnancy gets $1,000 from the church through the St. Vincent Fund for ultrasound testing, which is
which, if you're reading the comments, you'll find out that they'll be happy to identify your IUD for you with those ultrasounds. So, money well spent. Bishop. Way to go.
Yeah. Yep. Great.
You just stick to drinking and driving, you asshole.
Right.
It's very similar to there's a fun conversation on Facebook between some people we all know this week about there's a skate park down on James Street now that's called the Vessel. It's a free skate park run by evangelists. It's a Christian skate park, and you can go in there for free, and you don't have to join in. And that they're completely 100% open about the fact they're a Christian organization. Whatever, that's totally fine. But to say that that's not like, to say that just because someone's open about what their motives are, that they're still not they're not doing predatory things, like, sure, that they're not like bringing marginalized kids in there and like isolating them and then picking them off one by one like, is not part of their plan, and that's the same people that are going to defend the problem pregnancy are going to say like, well, they're pretty upfront about where their money comes from and all that, but like, yeah, but that's not really true, and two, even when they're open about it, they still are hoping to hit the margins. They're hoping to pick people off the margins, and that's predatory, because people that are at the margins are the people that are most in need of actual care and not to be fucking like bamboozled. Like,
it's the people that are most what's the word, like the most like vulnerable to being bamboozled are the ones that are most in need of actual medical care. Like it's kind of like the way it works is just like, it's just so predatory, and it has been since the fucking inception of it.
I mean,
at the end of the day, it's people who think
the Christ Air is one of the coolest skateboard tricks of all time. So there's a history. Jesus was a skateboarder. He had like 500 skateboards. Heaven is a half pipe.
Actually, the not to like talk about this the entire time, but when Planned Parenthood opened, it was on the 6th floor of an office building on Main Street, and Problem Pregnancy opened their office on the same floor and like formed a gauntlet in the hallway. For people who were going to get abortions, had to like walk through people on both sides of the hallway, just like heckling them. But that was quickly put to bed. They were only able to do that for about a year. Still, it's so transparently fucked up, and it's just like, it just goes to show that like we are not like some bulwark against like encroaching theocratic rule in the United States. Like there's a lot of people here that are like hooting and hollering for it and have been for a long time, and we need to recognize that, especially considering that like family values that are less settled, like trans rights issues, are they're gonna roll out the same fucking tactics for that shit once they find a way to. So we got to know who these people are, and be ready to come correct. But that being the biggest issue of the meeting, there are some more interesting things that I think are worth talking about. There's a really fascinating report on the poop thing. The DPW finally released like a sort of explanation of how the Lake Ave pumping station just flooded Quincy with shit for 2 whole days. And the conclusion is that they just should have moved their computer system up to the 2nd floor so that when poop overflows, it doesn't also short the computer system that is supposed to alert people to there being an overflow so they can fix it. So that apparently was not something they had thought about, despite the fact that this has happened before like 4 times.
The amazing thing is that somehow this report is a diversion for the story that we just released another couple gallons of shit into the Blackstone River. So the report is cover for the other shit. It's
right. They were like, "Ooh, we got to get this report out about Lake Ave," so they don't think about the other 900,000 gallons of shit slowly making its way towards Providence. I didn't get on the urban forestry board, so my saga of trying to be involved in City Hall has come to an end. I was passed over for like a environmental scientist that is
City
a professor
council
at BU.
meeting. We have a
committee
meeting down
someone
the
who's
hall.
like almost as
they'll be
qualified
coming
as
in
I
in a few
am.
minutes, but, So I figure
That's
we'll get
kind of-
going anyways. And
You were robbed.
So
we
let's,
can all say that.
Yeah, I was
we are
robbed of
going to
chips.
stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the
It's
Star Spangled
collusion.
Banner.
Good Lord.
Aye. What?
I'm just gonna leave this comment up during the Pledge of Allegiance because I think it's fitting.
Yeah. That is in my story. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's in my story, depending on whether or not Maine South Mom wants it to be, and I have a note to ask her before that happens. But you don't have to answer right now. Don't worry about that. Oh, can we mute this, please? God damn.
It burns.
Yeah, Mo,
camera angle?
I didn't deserve to be taken seriously for either of the roles that I applied for, to be honest, but it was a funny thing to do on the internet for a while.
You were enthusiastic, and I think that counts for something.
Right, yeah.
They were not going to find a more committed person to staying on the tree committee as a bit.
Yeah.
Commitment is commitment.
I was going to explore the authoritarian boundaries of a tree committee. I was really going to see
Bill Sheener, the tree lord.
how dictatorial I could be with that amount of power. It wasn't going to be a lot, but it could have been something, you know. Yeah. And I also told the what's it called, the Citizens Advisory Committee, that I would consider stealing trees from Holden and replanting them in Worcester.
Yeah.
And they like that. I got a chuckle out of that, but you know,
You should have just gone with cuttings. Cuttings would have been
yeah.
Very, very happy to see that the television screen in the building has permanently made its way over to Gary, to George Russell Inception.
Oh geez, I'm forgetting her name now, but the person that probably shouldn't even say it on the show, but the person that does these meetings for cable access has promised me to really explore some camera angles and try to get some new and interesting stuff using that TV, because
we have
George Russell.
Right in the front row, Colin.
Should we talk about maybe donating some props that they can just start leaving around the room?
Over the years,
That's a great
during
idea.
COVID, you were helpful in COVID too. So thank you.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Over the course of your time on,
I have a
the
porcelain
board, you have
flamingo.
done
I'd be
so
happy
much
to
to
donate.
grow our Greater Worcester Community Foundation. You have given freely of
We
your
should just
personal time
put
and
that
talents to increase
instead
the
of Don
importance of your
Florio, just
organization
put that
and
right in
improve
your
your
shape.
reputation, our reputation across the Commonwealth. You have repeatedly stepped up to answer the call when your organization needed you the most.
Very true.
Very
For
much.
success and for advocating the good work of the GWCF
Sex ed
across our
and
city,
problem
it's
pregnancy
fitting that I present you
are very
with
much
the
the
city
same
with
issue.
its highest honor. It's my
when you
pleasure to
look
present
at
you
it
the key to the city of Worcester and recognize your 12 years
a
service
lot
on the
of
board of the Greater
mention of
Worcester
Planned
Community Foundation
Parenthood.
for years
Yep.
as the chief executive officer of that organization.
In the records I found, they were very concerned about Planned Parenthood's involvement.
Wait a second, Brendan.
I thought you hit the applause button.
We now know that Brendan is a sign stealer. Joe Petty's been having some issues.
This sign was donated to me. I didn't steal this sign. It was donated to me by a thief.
I almost tweeted this today, and I'm going to run it by you guys first to see if I should. Joe Petty's been having big problems with people stealing his signs, and it's like, hey, pal, you're the ones that invited the Red Sox to town. Is that good?
Oh, ho, ho.
Good tweet.
You know who stole them was Chris Sale. He just used him to have a little fucking hissy.
TV with him.
He just smashed him. They're all in the locker room. So
Husband Howard's in the audience.
Oh,
Sorority
look, we got
sisters
another
in the
guest
audience,
coming
too.
on.
So welcome to Worcester, everyone, and
One
thank
of
you
the
for being here
best,
tonight.
our
Thank
best
you.
guests of all time. Yenni's here.
what's up,
How you
Yenni?
We can't
Is our
hear
boy
you.
Slatkin the only one wearing a mask tonight?
Okay, we have approved the minutes of June 14th and June 21st of 2022.
Probably. It is
All in
interesting that
favor?
they reinstated the
Opposed?
mask
So
mandate,
ordered.
but apparently not for the city
I think
councilors.
Council Rivera is on a virtual, so we might have to do everything on roll call.
She's here.
Oh, she's here?
I think at a certain point, you just got I can concede that we
favor,
lost.
opposed, so
COVID
voted.
won. We lost. It's never, we just
Public participation.
took a big
So we have
fat
a number
L
of
as a
people
society.
online. We have
Just
some
hasn't
people
been the
here
same
in
since
audience.
Vietnam.
So try to have about 2 minutes, and so I'm going to keep that time. So you get 2 minutes to speak. And if you have anything on the agenda, this is your time right now. Public.
Oh, you're right. It
was
was an
2 minutes
advisory.
on the agenda. So this is your
But
name,
still,
city of residence, and item number that you're going to be speaking on.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Kelly Wilcox. I serve as the Executive Director for Clearway Clinic here on Shrewsbury Street in Worcester.
Go back to
We
correction.
have been serving the City of Worcester for 22 years.
Yenni, we can't hear you.
We've served over 10,000 women and children in this wonderful city. We are a state licensed medical clinic. We have a team of board certified doctors, nurses, and patient care advocates that provide free health care and other non-medical services to our community. We do not provide or perform abortion. Patients, however,
Can hear you now,
must
Yenni.
sign
Can you hear me
an
now?
authorization before they come to us for services that where it's clearly understood they are not coming to us for abortion services. We tell them on the phone that, and I've given for the record copies of our marketing ads that clearly state right on them, stamped across the top, we do not provide abortions or abortion referrals. We strive to provide long-term relationships with our patients and clients, and we have more than a 44% referral rate.
A lot of people think
for our
living with
patients.
something
We're very
means
proud about our patients'
ignoring it
satisfaction.
completely.
Yeah.
Women come to us for abundance
And
of
not,
free services,
adjusting. Yeah.
pregnancy services, abortion, post-abortion care, that is, abortion pill reversal treatment, prenatal health classes, baby goods, diapers.
She does like barking at people.
etc. We served over 600 families last year with free medical care.
Could you wrap up your
So
comments?
the
Yes.
Economic
I'd
Development
like to
Committee
encourage
meeting was
you
right
all to
before
come
this.
visit us.
They
We're just around
passed
the corner so that
the
you can
rental
learn more
registry
about the
to
way
go
we're
back to the
serving
city
your
council.
citizens in Worcester.
It
Thank
was
you
a
so much.
2-3
Thank
vote
you.
with King only voting no because he
Next
wants to
speaker is
see
your
the
name, city
wording
residence, and item
change
number.
for owner-occupied units
Yes,
before
Laura
saying yes
Hazard,
to it,
City of
which
Worcester. I'm
completely
speaking on
understandable, wanting to see what the
12D,
changed words are.
requesting the city
And
manager,
inclusionary
work
zoning
with
was a
representatives from the
information
city,
dump,
with local
and it was
unions
passed
to develop a
because it was
pipeline
just
to help
information was filed.
immigrants to
Interesting.
be
So
able to get
it's going to
licenses,
be going to the chief development
further
officer
trade
for them to
through
write
local
a
unions.
ordinance.
But I would like
This
to
was
Oh,
basically
okay.
like
So
search packet
an opportunity. I
of
would
all
like
of the
it to
different
be
options
an
that could be
equal
included in it.
opportunity so that
Just for everyone that's
like,
trying to put
yeah,
names
so like
to
this is what it
faces.
could look like.
as much right or
Yeah,
feel like
so
looking at-
inclusionary zoning is making sure that there is affordable housing.
often people
Also
come
brought
here
up was making
and
sure
it's
that
very
there's
difficult for
disability
them to
accessible
get a
housing
license,
as well
and
as
they're always
units
low
with
man
enough
on the
bedrooms
totem
for
pole.
larger families.
And it's very
Was one that
difficult
I
by the
added
way
into the
to support
discussion,
a family
but yeah.
when you're just a gopher. When you already
For anyone
have
who's trying to put
security
names to
when you
faces,
arrive
that's
on the
Dr.
scene in
Manera
this
is the new
country.
superintendent
So
in the
I would
first
like to
row
see them
or
have
second
an
row
equal
behind the woman with
opportunity
the headband on.
to get a license.
Right.
Thank you.
Purple
Yes.
sash.
Thank you. Next speaker is your name and city of residence. Go ahead, ma'am. You can come up. Oh.
Oh, really? Cool.
Is your name and city of
It
residence,
is interesting that
item
the Clearway person
Well,
tried
my
to
name is
obviously
Lynn
distance
Proto.
themselves from problem
I've lived in
pregnancy.
the city of Worcester
Like,
all of my
kind of
life.
talking about
I
like
am
what problem
here to
pregnancy
speak about
does.
13A
Like, we don't
and
do that.
13B. It is in reference to the suggestion by Councilor Nugent that the city council should declare the city of Worcester a sanctuary.
Not necessarily
for
unified
abortion
front
rights,
on
as
that
well
one.
as asking the city council to affirm its stance of opposition to the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe versus Wade. The position as written by Councilor Nugent is very strong, and as a Worcester citizen, I do not feel that it represents me or many other Worcester citizens that I know. I question if any dedicated polling of Worcester residents has been taken to see if this proposal is truly representative of the city of Worcester, or rather more directed by a few individuals. At this time, Governor Baker has signed an executive order allowing abortion, in some cases
I'll wait till they do
beyond
the
24 weeks, including
wait till they switch to
16
the
and
public
17-year-olds
the
without
phone comments,
parental
but
permission. This also
I think we need
includes
to call in and
protection for
state forcefully how we
out-of-state
feel.
patients. Therefore, abortion is legal in
Yeah, I'm definitely calling in.
I ask the council to consider why are these articles that
Yeah,
are
that'd
being
be nice.
proposed by 2 New Gen even necessary. I
I wonder if
ask
Betty's
the
going to put a
council to
time
be
limit.
vigilant as elected officials.
Oh, and
ensure
also
that
nobody caught that he
the opinion
announced
of
any
the
holds off the
citizens
bat,
of
right? I did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, he didn't mention any.
A lot of what's on the agenda is very procedural, like send it to here, send it to there. So
Hi.
Yeah,
I guess it makes sense that
My
they're
name
not
is
holding
Sometimes
stuff.
he mumbles right through
I'm a
that.
resident of Worcester. I went to college here. I've grown up around here.
Yeah, right.
I'm speaking on behalf of 12C.
It's possible that Betty will try to do like
I'm
no
here with
comment, just
Clearway
press
Clinic. So Clearway Clinic has been an absolute blessing in my world and in the lives of so many women that I know. They have highly trained staff, and they offer comprehensive pregnancy and health information, free ultrasounds, and tangible support for women facing pregnancies that are perhaps unplanned or crisis situations for them. They serve with love and kindness and compassion, and out of moral conviction, they do not offer abortion. And that serves a unique person and a unique space in Worcester. Women that find themselves grieving their decision after having an abortion. So for me, several years before meeting the staff, I had undergone an abortion procedure at Planned Parenthood.
One of these.
In Worcester. In the aftermath of that, I was feeling heartbroken and remorseful, and I was at a loss as to how to move forward in my life. I contemplated ending my life because I couldn't see a way to move forward. I found myself asking questions like, how do I grieve that loss? I chose this. Am I allowed to experience grief? How do I honor that life? And I know for certain that I am not the only woman to arrive at this place.
She's making a much better argument for legalizing MDMA on the federal level than advocating for Christian fascism.
Experiences, and you find a way to heal, truly heal from that. So if they don't exist, because an ordinance would effectively shut them down, because morally they don't believe in offering abortion services. Who will serve people who find themselves, women who find themselves in that space of being
Can offer
remorseful?
referrals.
I
Someone's
see
asking
them
about
as
abortion.
invaluable, and I am so grateful that they exist and that they offer post-abortion trauma healing courses. My husband and now my 2 girls are also eternally grateful that I found them. Thank you.
I mean, why are they? What? They're not unique in that. Like, if like that's an awful situation to find yourself in. But they don't. You don't need to have Clearview Clinic to do that.
Like I said, my name is Corinne Kimball. I'm a
therapy
single mother of
services,
2, and before having
any
my 2
other number
beautiful
of medical
children,
services
I
in the
had an
state.
abortion at
Clearway Clinic is not.
I received my
Is not the
abortion
only place
at
that you can
Planned
receive
Parenthood in
help from
Boston,
that. It maybe is the
like
worst
many
place you
women,
can receive
I thought
help
my
from.
abortion was the only way to continue my career.
But if you're really looking for bad advice, there's lots of churches that'll be happy to talk you through family planning and whatnot.
I became extremely depressed and suicidal. I would call the hotlines Planned Parenthood provided. I would seek out 4 different therapists, but no one seemed to understand how I needed to deal with my pain. So like any millennial, I turned to social media and I shared my story, and it was shocking to see how many women felt the same way I did about their abortions. I'm not talking about the pro-life versus pro-choice debate. I'm talking about helping women of all ages that desperately need it mentally after having an abortion. I was told by a friend of mine to check out Clearway Clinic in Worcester. I Googled them and I found out they did post-abortion counseling. I made my appointment and I went to the counseling. When I arrived, I wasn't the only one. And I was super shocked by that again. Sorry. I was alongside a group of women who also had gone through the same trauma, and I could finally breathe and I could heal. I realize not all women mourn their abortion, and Massachusetts is a pro-choice state with many places to receive an abortion. But Massachusetts needs to realize some women here do regret their abortions and do need a hand to hold after. And Clearway Clinic was a place for me to get help. And I know many women that can benefit from Clearway as well. Please do not take their business away. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we need you to get up here and rehash your past trauma in public so that we can justify ourselves. It's like it's
I have a different approach here. We're always hearing, the my body, my.
Oh, you do?
I heard something, and I don't know if there are any fact checkers here that can fact check what I'm about to say.
Oh my God, that should say USA. Fuck yeah, dude. What an asshole. This guy rocks.
Have you been vaccinated? My body, my choice.
Fuck off, dude.
Hey,
can you get him to an open mic?
Yeah.
Look at him. He's like, got him. I got him, baby.
Every time somebody says that, just like, which abortion have you seen that's contagious?
Many years I suffered with depression,
I
anxiety.
haven't seen one.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that applies.
No self-worth.
Oh, wait. This is Monterez. Hold on. Is it? No, wait.
About 2 years ago, I heard about Clearway. And through Clearway, I was able to get my life back. I could feel joy and peace and forgiveness. It's an incredible program that offers even women of my age that had abortions many, many years ago.
It's not. Yeah, all they're saying is that
I have 2 children.
they need post-abortion therapy, and I think, frankly, great. I'm fully on board with you getting all the support you need.
I think it's extremely important to keep.
Why does this place need to
alive,
do everything else it does? If that's, I don't even
helping
truly
women
understand what
with
Clearway.
I did better that it did not come from
I don't think there's any
an
woman
organization
who wants to have an abortion. I think women who are scared and frightened and they don't have the resources.
Yeah, I don't know much about Clearway. I've chose to focus on problem pregnancy because
there is a way for them.
There's an obvious ideological bent there, and I really don't know what
my story. It was a godsend for me, and I know it's been.
I've definitely seen the folks that protest across the street from Planned Parenthood go over to problem pregnancy, hang out in there, come back out, go back in, come back out. Like, and they're the ones that have the like signs on them with like dead fetuses and stuff.
I notice that they tend to do that when I drive back and forth with my motorcycle, red bombing them constantly. They usually are going inside to protect their ears. Yeah.
If I can speak, my name is Rachel Utzig, and
it's
I'm
inarguable.
Fully, Rachel. Take your time.
Sorry. I'm in favor of 12C. I think it's very important that Thu Nguyen has put this up. I really don't want to contradict anyone's stories that they've told today,
Ida.
because all of them seem
Go her.
incredibly personal. It's a journey and a decision for a person that I couldn't possibly interfere in, but I don't. I'm for 12C, and I think it represents my values, and I'm glad that this has been put up, and I would just ask the people who have spoken previously on 12C to reflect on what's actually written here and what 12C is a proposal for, because it seems like people have an impression that 12C would eliminate Clearway or other crisis pregnancy center services, when I don't think that's written in this proposal.
She's right. It's not.
No.
Sorry. It simply says that facilities such as this need to be a bit more clear about their advertising, and something, a clinic that promises or implies that it's going to have abortion services for women and people who need it, and then does not provide that, is misleading. And I think that a facility that does provide abortion should exist with
the services that Clearway seems to provide. I don't want this to be. Sorry. It just I don't think that this ought to threaten or challenge Clearway. I don't see why Clearway would feel. I'm not trying to single them out. I
Look
mean,
at these
crisis
dramatic
pregnancy
fades.
centers.
This is
Sorry,
new
but
camera work
I
we're
don't
getting
see
here.
why
This is
these
incredible.
centers would feel threatened by needing to revise their advertising or provide referrals.
Yeah, we
to
were getting
abortion
Zoom-ins at the economic
services.
development
If you want to
meeting.
provide abortion services, you
Like,
don't need
it was
to,
like Zoom
but as
pan
someone who is
stuff.
seeking
I
that,
was like,
they should
oh,
be able to find
that's
that
getting
here in
fancy
Worcester.
camera work.
I want everyone to please reread the proposal and consider that while your story is very real and very valid, that other people are going through a different journey and coming to a different conclusion.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Hi, Marcy Ostro, 12C and 13A.
Ugh.
So I am a Worcester resident. My husband and I have raised 5 children here. 4 of
Yeah,
whom
was-
they're all adults,
So-
most of whom
This is soon to be
still live in the
Ricky's
city,
mother-in-law.
their families in the city and vote in the city. So I'm speaking
For her
on
to
behalf of
do
my
to stick
family
with
block,
that,
as well as
despite
on behalf of the Jane Fund of Central Massachusetts. And we are
it
a
obviously-
not-for-profit abortion fund. We've been working for the last 30 years to make sure that all people can have the money they need to access abortion care. And we're here and we're doing the work. So I'm speaking in support of the 2 items about reproductive equity that Councillor Nguyen has sponsored. Item 12C is the proposed ordinance preventing crisis pregnancy centers, or as I call them, fake health clinics, their false advertising and manipulative treatment of pregnant people, and it is long overdue. It is time to reveal their true intent, which is to restrict reproductive options through misinformation and deception. As for 13A, the council also must affirm reproductive equity, as well as support state and federal codification of abortion and other reproductive rights. In spite of the protections the Roe Act currently gives people in Massachusetts, we know that support for reproductive rights is not universal in the states, and anti-abortion activists are already hard at work hoping to eliminate access to abortion care here, as they have in so much of the rest of the country. So read my t-shirt. It says, the Jane Fund of Central Massachusetts, Worcester shows up for abortion access. So let's do it.
Thank you.
Good job, Naomi's mom.
Did your name, city of residence, and the item number you're here for?
I don't see
absolutely.
Wolfpaw
My
there.
name is Eric Stratton. I'm a resident of the city of Worcester. I'm here to support 12C as well as 13A and to ask for some additional information for 7A. For 12A, I'm happily married. I have a young daughter. I'm expecting a second one in about a month.
Okay.
I
That
think
much?
it's essential that we provide factual
Sorry,
information
folks. Okay.
to people who are seeking reproductive care. These clinics, and again, I will say, while I recognize the need for mental health care, that is not what these resolutions are about. The catch is that I think that these are important, that for people who are seeking reproductive health care, that they receive factually and medically accurate information. And that, as the previous speaker mentioned, these clinics very often provide factually inaccurate information. They do not necessarily have medical providers on staff. The state goes so far as to provide warnings from the state attorney's office addressing these particular issues. They have people who wear white coats when they are not medical professionals, and they are not qualified to provide this information. Their website states that they are there to
I think that lady
confirm
that works at Clearview wears a white coat.
which I find
I reckon
interesting
that she
given the
does.
fact that they may
Probably.
not have authorized technicians
I mean,
to do so.
it-
So again,
it's
I
kind
think
of
it's important
standard
that
in those
when you look at this
places.
resolution,
Like their photos on their
you see
websites
that
even
you are
have
trying
it.
to provide factually and medically accurate information. The 4 principles of biomedical ethics are justice, autonomy, non-maleficence, and beneficence. And in my opinion, these facilities work to go against all of these.
Big words.
They are
Yeah,
Those
intentionally
10-cent words.
Those are
lying,
are
lying and providing
stumbleable
misinformation
words.
that can affect a person's decision to choose to have an abortion. They are not pro-life. They are anti-choice. Thank you. Oh, and I'm sorry, regarding 7A, that is regarding an electrical conduit on Newton Ave that abuts my property. I received information on that only on Friday. The schematics that they actually provide are, when you download the attachment, you can't actually read them. The schematics, the numbers and such, the quality is too low. So I'd appreciate if it could be delayed so we could get additional information from National Grid regarding those conduits.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yep.
That Eric
Where did
Stratton.
you go?
Anything else? We're going to open it up to
Ooh,
the names, the residents, the item number on the agenda.
Mia McDonald, City of Worcester. When I was 21, I was single. I was in school. I was pregnant, and I was pro-choice, but I wanted to keep my baby. I had chosen to keep him. My family wanted me to get an abortion, and they pressured me to get an abortion, and I felt very alone. So I visited Problem Pregnancy. I knew that they did not provide abortion services. They made it very clear when I looked for information on them. I was not looking for an abortion. I was looking for resources. They provided me every resource I can imagine, access to
But here's the
healthcare,
thing. You went in there not looking for an abortion.
Right.
Housing options. They gave me the confidence that I knew I could keep my baby. And sorry.
It's okay.
They took the stigma out of handouts. My parents are card-carrying Democrats, but
Planned Parenthood does not have any stigma that they give, like, put on you.
So they don't force you to get an abortion. Planned Parenthood has resources for a million other things as well.
Because of my relationship with them, I had the confidence and I kept the baby.
And also, this isn't saying that Problem Pregnancy can't provide any of these things. They're saying that they have to
and it's because of Problem Pregnancy and their support.
make referrals. If you ask for an abortion, they have to tell you where to go. That's it.
When Clearway came on the scene, I jumped right
They want to do that. If they're willing to do that, then they can keep doing whatever the fuck else they want.
They provide support to women and children who are our most vulnerable population, and to remove any sort of supports for women and families and children in this city when you know there's so many of us.
We've
that
gone
need
from
it.
great arguments for legalizing MDMA to great arguments for expanded access to gynecology and obstetrics. There's literally nothing that's being discussed here that doesn't fit squarely into traditional healthcare.
Out of business
Universal
hours.
healthcare.
They're very
This is
yeah,
all,
if we
these are
lived in a
all-
civilized country.
Two crisis pregnancy centers provide nothing but positive support for this community, and they do not provide abortion. And that is their deeply held religious belief. And that is mine too now. I'm now pro-life. I moved over because I felt the life inside me. And they will never provide abortion services, but they do provide so much support to the women and children of this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you went in there with completely clear eyes about what they do and do not provide and got support. What about the person that walks in there that isn't sure? That doesn't know.
Hey, human
that is
rain
looking for
delay.
you.
My name is Greg Degamage, and I'm a citizen residing here in the city of Worcester. And I just want to thank the chief of the Department of Police and the manager of the administration for providing a report on the investigative staff. That kind of report for the local investigative staff presents other kind of questions different from the other parts of the police department. Save that for another day. But the point I want to, a couple of points I want to draw upon the themes in that report is the level and breadth of the partnerships that the Worcester Police Department are involved with, the arts and music program, the final notice, many of these for underserved youth.
I'm mentioning the charts.
Kind of partnership that
I can't avoid mentioning the charts in that report.
And he notes that there are 5.
Have you seen the stuff about the charts?
Offices
No.
assigned to.
There's a pie graph on page 13
and,
that both
any
uses
kind
the
of
wrong
partnership
information
takes a
and
lot of
is
work.
basically
But
the
as a
wrong way to
citizen,
present the data.
I feel real good that
Sick.
When there are issues, when something comes up.
Yeah, they put 24 arrests
that,
instead of 124 arrests under the gang units pie chart.
Call up the agencies at these by
To make
first
the
name,
graph.
and when there's an issue that they need to collaborate on, They can check their egos off at the door and get the job done. Many, you have to realize that many of these agencies have different, have multiple and dual missions. Also, they also bump up against each other sometime. But it's just great to know that the Worcester Police Department can effectively, efficiently, and ethically
Who's paying
navigate
this guy?
across the criminal
The
justice
Worcester Police.
system.
Entirely
to make our
interests.
system safer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. What's your name, city residence, and item number?
My name is Patrick McDonald. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm here for 12C.
Put some fucking pants
My
on.
wife just spoke a minute ago, so I'm not going to rehash our story too much. But needless to say, I oppose 12C. And I think that it is especially egregious that it comes on the heels of political violence directed against both of the crisis pregnancy centers.
Political violence.
12C forward.
Political violence.
Political violence is acceptable as long as it is in service to the right kind of ideology. And I encourage you all to take a stand against violence of all kinds and stop it where it stands. Both of those clinics were vandalized.
Also, these
now come and say
companies, why can't any of these organizations find people that aren't like
doing their job
in the tank for the religious aspect of it? Like,
thank you.
Because that's all there is support of it.
Exactly. It looks like it's a motorcycle company, I think, which
We're going to go to online.
frankly makes him a psycho.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to start with the Zoom platform. For the folks that have raised their hands, the first speaker I can identify is Ashley Rogers. I'm going to try to mute Ashley now.
I'm sure they do.
Ashley, you should,
I've unmuted the resident.
I apologize for not having this committed to memory yet, but while we're talking political violence, since 1977, 11 murders, 42 bombings, 196 arsons, 491 assaults committed against providers and patients of abortion service providers.
12C
So,
related
fuck
to
you.
deceptive practices
Brendan,
of
paint
so-called
though.
pregnancy centers
Broken
like
window.
Problem Pregnancy. These businesses do a lot of harm to people seeking any kind of reproductive care in this city. But I also think there are a lot more details needed on what this ordinance actually does, how it will be enforced, whether it's a ban on these businesses or just a requirement that they provide referrals to places that do provide that care. And how, if it's the latter, the city will actually make sure that these businesses do that and it will actually provide these referrals. On 13A, I also want to say that more than affirming their stance or urging officials that this council must actually put the right to an abortion and reproductive care into written law in Worcester. We need real action, and we've seen how easily this right is overturned when it's not a law. We need comprehensive, fully funded healthcare and sex education for all on the city, state, and national level, funded by a tax on the wealthiest individuals and businesses, so low-income people in need of reproductive care aren't drawn to deceptive or substandard care as a matter of cost. And I think we need fully funded municipal structures to support people with housing, legal, travel, and healthcare aid who are fleeing more restrictive states to access this life-saving care. I support these demands as a member of the Independent Socialist Group, and you can learn more about us at independentsocialistgroup.org. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker I can identify is Bryan Alfred. I'm going to try to unmute.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is Bronwyn Alfred. I live in Worcester, and I'm just calling in support of Order 12C and Resolution 13A. I'll try to be quick.
Everyone keeps disappearing.
Review ordinance language in other cities, and I do
How's your dog
support
doing?
the goal of that review. Once we can see what's actually written, writing and adopting a similar ordinance for Worcester. That any center purporting to provide services primarily to pregnant people, directly provide abortions or provide referrals for abortions and emergency contraception. Other people have spoken on this already. Abortion is an essential part of healthcare, and purporting to provide pregnancy services but refusing to include this essential piece is bad practice at best. Similarly, my support for Resolution 13A, that the declaration of Worcester as an abortion rights sanctuary city, and that the city will not cooperate in any investigation by out-of-state law enforcement in the prosecution of people involved in obtaining abortions here. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker identifies Benjamin Desroches. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thanks. My name is Benjamin Desroches. I'm a 5-year resident of Worcester and a member of the Independent Socialist Group. I'm speaking about item 12C as before me relating to the deceptive advertising practices of limited pregnancy centers and their treatment of people seeking abortions and any reproductive care in our city. This is recognized by the Office of the State Attorney General.
Nope, you sounded great. Came through just fine.
Institutions that serve as a roadblock to abortion care. And the establishment in Worcester.
Yeah, it was a good one. I do feel like things end up getting discredited a little bit when folks from the ISG mention the fact that they are part of the ISG. It tends to make a lot of the more conservative people on the city council basically just completely dismiss the statement that is being made. And I would strongly recommend that the ISG stop doing that. Yeah.
Law, full abortion rights and reproductive equality for all.
Especially the giving the web address at the end of it. It's just
Legal action must be taken to support all people in need of abortion and reproductive care. Immediately, the right to an abortion and reproductive care must be written into law.
Yeah, and the DSA group does do similar with stating it. I just
need comprehensive.
I realize, yeah, that it is years of scare tactics and stuff like that, but you still need to deal with people's perception where they are, not try and change it through statements to the city council where you only have 2 minutes.
Structures of travel, healthcare, housing, and legal aid to support people fleeing these more restrictive states to access this life-saving care. I support these demands as a member of the Independent Socialist Group, and you can learn more about us at independentsocialistgroup.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
Like giving the web address is just
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
kind of obnoxious, to be honest.
I'm trying to meet the resident now.
It seems like a recruitment tactic rather than actually giving a statement. And
hello, my name is Sarah Boda. I live in Worcester. I am calling in to support 12C and 13A. As a nurse who has cared for patients that are going through abortion, I have a lot of experience with people who have come across the deceptive practices of these clinics. And a lot of these people in support of the clinics are saying that there is no deception, that people are told exactly what, that abortion.
I think that's just it, Main South Mom. It's unfortunately it ends up diminishing the valid points that are made. I think in the eyes of a lot of people who are listening, if the punctuation mark is about the organization making the statement, not the position that's being spoken on.
They're ushered right in, given an ultrasound. They think they're at their appointment, and
sorry about that, guys. I think this might be better.
Basically,
yeah, we can hear you.
Information about the risks of abortion.
Your lips are all sorts of timed up with your mouths, and their sound is great.
They meant to go. And,
well, awesome. I'm using my phone, so.
And deceptive.
I'm glad his lips are timed up with his mouth.
There are a number of things that raise flags. So these are their advertisements.
That's what she said.
They're advertising themselves through these websites.
Yeah, the only problem is I can't really read the comments,
like in their facts,
which stinks. But it's better than not being able to participate at all. So,
can I get an abortion? There's no discussion about emergency contraception during their facts explainer about that. They basically say wait until a pregnancy test would show positive. They say, do I need an abortion? Well, you may not need an abortion because you may miscarry, because 1 in 5 pregnancies ends naturally. This is
seems like it's pretty split before I logged off between for and against on 12C, right?
Yeah, the call-ins have been mostly for.
Okay.
Yeah. So thankfully there's that. I really like this person's testimony because she has actual experience with problem pregnancy and their deception. So
right. And it seems like problem pregnancy didn't really make that big of a showing. It was mostly Clearway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because problem pregnancy, to my mind, seems to be the more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually looking at their website right now, Bill, and I mean, they have a whole tab on the top bar of their website that's titled abortion, and the first menu selection is free abortion consultation.
Hello, do you have a connection?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, that's obviously deceptive.
My name is Philip DeCarmo.
Yeah, I mean,
under 12C. Please, Worcester, oppose this. This is a ridiculous effort by Council Nguyen. We cannot allow our council to waste the city's time and resources on non-city related issues, regardless of what each of us
Who is
feel
this?
about abortion or the recent Supreme Court decision.
I missed the name.
The city of Worcester.
I have a feeling the voice sounds familiar to me. I have a feeling it might be your boy from the family focus group
free
there.
speech, etc.
Mhm.
I urge our council to move on
Maybe
and
not,
work
though.
on,
Oh.
on the city
Oh, okay.
issues they were put there for. Don't get the taxpayers involved in lawsuits we can't afford to pay for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr.
This
Mayor.
is City of Worship. That's awesome.
Judy, we'll try to meet the
Worshipster.
Judy, you're muted.
My name is Judith Cross. I'm a practicing attorney in the Springfield area, but I'm also a board member of Clearway Clinic. But my comments are limited to the potential constitutional legal issues which you're facing with the type of ordinance that is included in your order.
My contents are limited to, I'm going to sue you if you do this.
Is the NIFLA versus Becerra case. It's a Supreme Court case, and the issues are almost identical types of issues that are discussed.
Wow,
in that case.
whoever just booted up a Mac, that like brought me back to like the early 90s.
You have
Yeah, that was me.
ordinances, the ordinances you're relying on in Somerville and Cambridge and East Hampton.
I was letting my sweet baby
are
rest.
singling out only pro-life pregnancy centers, and they're targeting pro-life opinions. Under the NIFLA case, that is considered viewpoint discrimination and content-based discrimination, because you are further telling them they will be punished if they don't do or say certain things. It's not just deceptive advertising. If you look at the prohibited conduct, it's not just deceptive advertising. It also affects their statements, their internet, anything that they produce, their flyers. All of that is to be regulated, but
Exactly.
the Supreme Court's issue in NIFLA.
That's what we
is that
want.
it does not apply to abortion providing centers who may do the very same things except they provide abortions. So under NIFLA, these types of statutes are considered presumptively unconstitutional. So they're subjected to a strict scrutiny test. And I would suggest that you cannot, with the way that these ordinances are written and what you seem to be proposing,
Precisely.
you're not going to meet the test of a compelling state interest or that they be narrowly tailored. In fact, the only reason why they're narrowly tailored is because you're just targeting pro-life centers. So if deceptive advertising is the issue, well, we have it already solved in Massachusetts. We have Mass General Laws, Chapter 93A. It's our consumer protection statute. Tens of thousands of regulations under that describe exactly what constitutes deceptive advertising.
Can you wrap up your comments,
practices.
please?
And
Problem Pregnancy lost a consumer protection lawsuit against Planned Parenthood in the 80s.
You really,
Fun fact.
you really need to rethink this, because what you're saying
That should get brought up by someone. I don't have time in my comments to add that.
In the NIFLA versus Becerra in the state of California
Thank you.
case.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker identifies Courtney. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Courtney. Go ahead. What's your name and city
Hi,
residence?
My name is Courtney. I'm a resident in Worcester. I've been a resident my whole life. I'm 25 years old. I'm a healthcare worker, and I have worked at Planned Parenthood, but I have also received help from Clearway Clinic and Problem Pregnancy. Working at Planned Parenthood in 2020, I also had my own abortion, where the argument here is deception and clinics deceiving people, and I was deceived in 2020 by Planned Parenthood. we aren't told how abortion could affect you or what the outcome could be after or anything like that. We're told it's going to empower us and we will feel free after. I woke up out of anesthesia begging them not to do it and begging for my baby back and being told that that was a normal wake up and when was my ride coming so I could go home. After this, let me fast forward. In 2020, for my first ultrasound, I got it done at Clearway Clinic. I got it done at Clearway Clinic and I still had the choice and the right to get my abortion done, and I did do it. After fast forwarding, I reached out to Planned Parenthood for help after I quit my job because I could no longer handle working there due to not being told the ins and outs of everything. And I went to Clearway Clinic for help and they offered me post-abortive services. I don't believe neither here nor there. I don't believe you can call Clearway Clinic and problem pregnancy deceptive without calling the other deceptive. I've worked there, I've been a patient on the table, and I've also been a woman who needed help as a single mother, and I've also had all my kids' ultrasounds at both. So I don't believe that this is right, and I don't believe that this should pass as somebody who has worked in the clinic of Planned Parenthood. My first day, I was signing witness consent forms to a procedure I did not witness. I, as a CMA, could sit there, do
That's
an
not
8-hour
what being a
test,
witness
and go
to
and
a
get a woman's
signature
ultrasound.
actually means.
I'm not certified for that.
Yeah, that was a weird comment.
They weren't asking you to notarize shit, lady. Come on.
So maybe the next speaker is Emmett Carner. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Hello.
Oh boy.
So my name is Emmett Carner. I live in Northborough Street in.
How is this so loud?
In Worcester, and I'm in support of items 12C and 13A.
I'm really glad that you solved the echo very quickly.
Cancer biology, so healthcare is a field
Yeah.
that I'm very much interested in, and I want justice for all patients who give there that need it. Places like problem pregnancy and other crisis pregnancy centers that do not offer abortion do not have the sole agenda to address the needs of pregnant people. They purposefully have names that can be mistook as Planned Parenthood. They intentionally have their locations across from Planned Parenthood in order to deceive people from going to Planned Parenthood. These are not places that always have the best interests of patients at heart. They have ulterior motives. And I understand that with the American healthcare system as it is, this isn't the time to start destroying infrastructure for healthcare. But forcing these places or mandating these places to provide standard of care healthcare procedures like abortion for people who have pregnancies, if the patients choose, is right. It's not restricting them in any way. We don't let pediatricians refuse to give children required shots because they have religious feelings against them. We do not let cancer centers just not offer referrals for chemotherapy. These places need to have the best interest of patients at heart, and I believe requiring them to have to offer abortion referrals is part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The phone number is 774-312-4205. I'm going to try to unmute you now. If you can press *6 to be unmuted from the phone.
Weird that it went to numbers before it finished the letters. Unless they're skipping.
Yeah,
me.
I don't know.
I just realized, I was on hold to call in, and then I just realized that they're gonna read my phone number out, and I'm not willing to dox myself.
You're right. Yeah.
I can't be doing that. I got a lot of enemies in this city.
They're only supposed to read out part of it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I was like, I'm good. And then he started reading off my
of
number.
the city of Worcester, and I am just calling to voice my support for agenda items 12C and
There we go.
13A. And I want to echo everyone
That's
else who
great
spoke
news.
in support of these agenda items.
Yeah, that's great.
I do believe that crisis pregnancy centers, such as Problem Pregnancy and Clearway
Yeah, that's.
Clinic,
I
while they
mean,
do provide some services
100%
that have
the reason
obviously
why
helped
I
some
will not
people.
make a comment
They are
that way.
incredibly deceptive. Looking at Clearway Clinic's website just now, there is far more information about the risks of abortion, but there is
Not really an option for me
surprisingly
right now, Brad,
zero
but you're
information
right.
about the risks of pregnancy and childbirth, both of which are medical conditions that come with an incredible amount of risk, including high maternal mortality rates in the United States and many other countries. So, you know, I think it's fine to want to
Specifically here in
provide
Worcester,
information to
our
help people make
infant
informed
mortality
decisions,
rate
but this is
rivals
clearly
that of most
biased
developing
information
nations.
that is trying to scare people
Yeah,
away
it's really bad.
from make the choice to have an abortion should they choose to have one.
That is slightly inflated by us having the regional NICU center.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do
Sure.
see I think the
Right,
Just
yeah.
as a contextual
Let me try that again.
frame for that statement. But yeah, it is high. It is way too high.
Can somebody tell Nico to stop putting people's full fucking phone numbers on online?
Yeah, it's very strange that they do that. They can just say ending and.
Or can somebody read Nico's full phone number online?
People's rights to
That's,
voice their
that, I'm also okay with that.
In regards to the organizations of Problem Pregnancy and Clearview, I truly feel that if they must offer abortion choices, then Planned Parenthood needs to offer the services of Problem Pregnancy as well.
What the fuck?
It's Kathy Roy. She didn't think this through. She's just.
Oh, this is Kathy Roy. Okay.
To
Yeah.
have their children with services. This isn't the equivalent of telling Burger King they must offer Kentucky Fried Chicken.
That is true that Kathy's.
Love and help to the
Oh my
things that
God.
like
Goodness,
mothers
lady.
and their babies. I urge all city councilors to vote no on this item to protect the First Amendment first and foremost and the rights of those who believe in life versus abortion. They help these girls, they help these women, and I've heard a lot
God.
of things.
What a horrible spokeswoman for the movement.
Terrible.
Abortions are like Burger King.
I don't agree with that. They're one
And I like McDonald's.
and I can't thank you enough.
Wow. I hate this whole earth.
Don't you ever speak ill of long boys when Bill's around.
Back to
Hello,
letters,
yes.
at least.
This is Brittany Reuter, and I'm a Worcester resident. And I'd like to support 12C and 13A. I agree with the points raised by others who have spoken in favor of these 2 points. And something I wanted to add is that some of the perceived benefits of crisis pregnancy centers that have been shared are not exclusive to them. For example, people can receive counseling from licensed mental health care providers. They don't need to rely on a crisis pregnancy center for
This
that.
is the call. This is the
These
call.
clinics are misleading and therefore they infringe on a person's reproductive rights. They're focused on emotionally manipulating pregnant people, which is incredibly demeaning and terribly sexist. I understand intimately that someone may regret an abortion, and I just express sympathy to people that have shared that experience tonight. However, regret over an abortion that someone's had doesn't give them the right to infringe on the rights of others. So in conclusion, I'd just like to reiterate my support for 12C and 13A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, forgive my ignorance, but if you, this is a question, this is not trying to prove a point. If you walked into Planned Parenthood and said,
Hello.
I'm pregnant, I
My
don't
name's
want to
Emily
abort my
Ritterhouse.
baby,
I'm
but
a
I don't know what
resident
to
of
do with it.
Worcester. I'm speaking in support
They'll refer you
today
to
of
services.
12C.
Am I not? Am I? Is
Well,
that?
they'll offer
Predatory
services.
Anti-abortion
They
services
do
are
cover
harmful.
soup
do
to
all the
nuts
things.
pregnancy
Yeah.
care.
I'm
So they
also
do
in
all the
support of
things that
13.
Problem Pregnancy
They do
does.
all the things.
They just don't do birth.
Yes. Yeah.
Mayor, the next speaker.
Right.
Yenni Desroches, and we're trying to mute the resident now.
Here we go. Here we go. You're not muted on there.
She muted on both.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I hear you?
Your name and the, can you hear this?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. Use your name and
cool.
item number.
Yep. So I'm Yenni Desroches. I'm speaking on a couple of different items. Item 10.6 A and B, I'm really glad this is on here, but concerned that it took so long to get it, especially now that we've had another failure. I would really like to know how the city plans to get out the information about the notification system, and hope that it can go out via the Alert Worcester system, at least to inform people that it exists. In terms of 10.11B, this is more a nitpicking thing, but I'm really disappointed in the quality of the data reporting in terms of graphical representation. There's a pie chart for the gang unit on page 13.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about
the
this.
numbers to create the graph, and the graph is a pie graph is the wrong way to present this information. The data presentation is a extremely important part.
I would love
of
nothing
how
more
people
to see
absorb
the
and
eye
tense
rolls
data
from the
like
counselors
this,
right now,
and this isn't
because
limited
Oh,
to
I
this is
know.
all just totally over their fucking
citywide
head.
issue.
What do you mean it's the wrong
Yeah.
kind of graph?
Item 10.41, it's kind of a tangential comment, but I'd love to know if Worcester will have a 988 national number call-in center, because people who are out in Framingham and Springfield might not have necessarily the best options for people who are in Worcester. And I'd like to conclude with the most important topic on the agenda that I see tonight, 12C and 13A. I wholeheartedly support requiring any facility
Well
dealing
done,
with
Jack.
pregnant people to be inclusive of abortion options.
It's a good joke he's ever made.
If not in-house, at least referrals and accurate data and information based information provided to pregnant people, not scare tactics and attempting to dupe people into forced births. Also, from earlier speakers who spoke about regretting their abortions, I completely and utterly hope that you are able to find peace within yourself with what has gone on in your life, but that is not, that was your personal choice, and seeking therapy should be sought for any issue. Anytime that an adoption is discussed, anytime an abortion is discussed, any pregnancies, there are reasons to seek therapy for all of that. And the crisis centers are not necessarily the only place you can do that either. Problem Pregnancy has directly on their website abortion consultation. That is deceptive. Yep. We're not requiring people to provide abortions, but we should require them to not be deceptive. Also, could we stop reading out everyone's full phone numbers? But thank you very much. Have a nice night.
I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Okay.
Nailed it.
Hello?
Thank you for saying all that you said.
And see if that works.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Victoria M. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
How's
Hello?
Hey, Victoria.
Quite a call.
Sorry, I
Yenni.
was having audio issues. Hi.
No, hey.
My name is Victoria
That was great.
Massimino.
Yeah.
I live in Milford,
That was
Massachusetts, and
an
I
incredible
am
call.
speaking
An
to
incredible
oppose
spike at the end of it.
12C. I'll just keep it
Yeah, that
very
was
brief. I was
fitting
a
all of that
pregnant
in. I had to
girl for
like
20 years.
hesitate on half my
20 years
sentences,
ago,
being like, "Oh wait, I don't have time for that."
At Planned Parenthood, and it wasn't until this year, after having spoken to a friend.
God, the cops, we have detectives report. It's just stunning, though.
Them,
It's like
reached out to them, found them
so
to be
bad.
incredibly
who asked for that also? Like,
never felt
what is that
I think
for?
it's one of their like annual
but I
report
found them to be
things,
incredibly essential and
or at least that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
priceless in
So
the
just
care that I needed.
for what it's
And
worth,
I
you're
know
looking
that
at the
they
Clearway
offer
Clinic
multiple
website. If
services
you
and
go to their
multiple,
frequently asked question section,
for
they have a
women
Planned Parenthood
wherever they
versus
are, and I
Clearway
just
tab.
would say that,
And the opening
Oh, they
statement,
do.
I found them
the
to
opening
be,
statement is if
just
you are planning or considering your pregnancy termination, Clearway
I'm
Clinic
at
is your
loss for
best
words,
next
but
step
I
instead
was
of
helped
Planned
by
Parenthood.
them.
There are
I
4
was
good
loved
reasons
by
why,
them,
and then it lists those
and
4 terrible
I
reasons.
do believe that
But yeah, I mean, they're
Clearway
doing the
has
same
the
thing. It's like it's
women's
the
That's so
ultimate
fucked
bait
up.
and switch,
So
and
destructive.
I would ask
these
you
people
to
should
vote
catch bricks.
against 12C. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name and city residence.
My name is Amanda Shearstone. I live in Worcester, Massachusetts, and I'm talking on behalf of 17A. So the planning board had kicked it back to
My
the city
experience with
council.
Planned
It's
Parenthood abortion seat
about, allowing
stuff.
chickens in Worcester.
I
So the
was out in
planning board
Western
had kicked it
Mass,
back to
and
city
as I was
council, and
going
I
in
didn't
for just
realize I
general
couldn't add on to
gynecological
it.
care because I hadn't
So I
had my
didn't
yearly
know
appointment.
the best
a
process
woman
to go
was
forward,
walking
it
in who
either to
was sobbing
withdraw
her eyes
or
out
if you
with
would
her
let me,
mother,
I have
being
3
attacked by
pages of
both
signatures
of
in
us were attacked
support,
by the people who were
and then I
standing outside.
also
At this time, they
have
still had that 30-foot
an
distance thing.
ordinance, mock-up ordinance that the city of
And
Worcester could
while we were in
use.
the waiting room, I overheard
submit
them
that
talking
to
about
an
the
Economic
fact that
Development Committee.
her husband
Okay.
had just
For
been
hearing.
killed in action in
So
Iraq,
you can submit that to
and
clerk.
she was there
You can
because
Mr.
the
Mayor, but I think
baby
the
was
planning
not
board
viable.
recommendation was not to move the
Jesus
petition
And she
Christ.
was like
So I think-
having
I
to
think
get an
didn't the
abortion to
planning
save
board
her
recommend
life.
that you refile the petition
And
with the city clerk's office
as we're
to send back to the
exiting
planning
the
board?
building, those people
They
are attacking
did,
her
but
again,
so
and I could not
what's
stand
on
it. I
tonight
just
is
started
my
screaming
petition
back
that
at
I
them,
did
being
back
like,
in
"This is how you
April.
treat someone
Correct. I think
who's
the
dealing with
recommendation
this
of the planning
problem."
board was to file
And
the
I kind of
petition back in
gave the
April,
information,
correct?
but they thanked me
Yes,
afterwards.
so I
So
filed
I
it, it
didn't
went to the
feel
planning
too
board,
bad
and
that I
then they
kind of
said
outed
to
her situation
refile,
to
but for
the
some reason it's
protesters.
back
But
in
Yeah.
like,
God, that's just so
the
funny.
older women who were out there did shut up a bit, but the men who were out there were
Amanda and I
just
talked about this
continuing
today.
to
I believe the
like
planning board
attack and
kicked it
scream
back
at us.
because,
It was
there was
disgusting.
an ordinance attached to it or language.
Yes.
So after all of that
if you're amenable to
incredible
it, you could
testimony,
withdraw the
we are
opposition
now
and
back
then
to the bike
refile
shedding
petition with your
component
signature
of
as
the
well
Worcester
as
City
the
Council, where we're discussing backyard chickens.
We're going to send it to ED so you can come in.
We'll
for
spend the next
rest of
hour
should go.
just working on
Economic
backyard
Development
chickens,
Committee.
and
And if you want to file
that'll
some
solve
petition in,
everything.
you're more than welcome. So, so we'll give that to ED.
Oh no, they were just responding to this
We can do
one.
both, but technically it should go to ED.
This one
anyways.
person
Okay.
talking about chickens.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But yeah, we're gonna talk about chickens for fucking ever. He's not gonna take this out of order like he does for the cops shit.
I think chickens is actually going to be referred to a committee.
To the council.
So it might get discussed
the way that the
because
petition
it's
was
getting
written.
referred
I
to
don't think we
committee,
can do anything with that.
where they do the
They
whole
will
like,
ask
I'm going to rant about this for my entire time allotment, but it's going to get referred anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the Gary Rosen special. Oh boy. But why are they doing this in response to a
General laws
public
require two
comment?
hearings on a proposed zoning amendment, so it should go to the committee, a committee.
It's really breaking with their overall policy of just ignoring everyone.
To amend it. to
But for
bring it into
chickens.
compliance with
Yes.
what the planning board thought, it can be
Oh
done in
my
committee,
God.
come back to the council.
Wait, how many days has it been
Final
since I
role of
brought up the
council is
dogs
to either
thing?
adopt,
Oh, I don't. You might be at the
Find that
90-day
out.
thing. Yeah, you might be
'Cause I
there.
think that might be hitting statute of limitation
Yeah.
on when they're supposed to get that report back.
proper format.
We can do that. So, okay, our
Yeah.
next-
Also, remember two's order about cooling centers and warming centers and how well that went over.
Worcester resident,
And-
12C.
yeah, it's
I've
just
been
not
hearing
gonna
a
happen.
lot of negative commentary about Clearway, and I just wanted to affirm the work that they do.
I really wish I had time in my thing to
And
comment
we
on
live in such a diverse
the cooling
community
center
here.
thing.
There's all sorts of different
Yeah.
viewpoints
Even though it's not on the
issue of
agenda.
abortion, and
Like
we
I would have
understand that there's
shoehorned it in there if I had
disagreements.
time.
But to force down on the women that run Clearway and so many others a certain viewpoint seems like it would be unconstitutional, but it also seems like
shut the
it's,
fuck
it's
up.
by definition bigotry to not allow somebody to have a different viewpoint. Really rubs me the wrong way. We can disagree in this forum, and that's awesome. That's what we get to do. We cherish that. But to actually say you can't have that viewpoint, you can't provide compassionate care unless you subscribe to my ideology, that seems like a big
No,
misstep.
we're
for
just
the
asking
city
you
and
to
for our
not be
society at
deceptive.
large. Clearway's up front with what it offers.
No, they're not.
and what it doesn't offer. They love everybody that walks through those doors, whether they stay on as patients or they step away and they book an appointment at a Planned Parenthood or some other provider that offers an abortion. They say right up front, we don't offer this, but we will love you anyway. And I think that is honorable. I think that is
Brendan
incredible.
literally just proved
and
that they
it should be
don't do
protected.
that they are
These
actually
women
very
have a
deceptive.
sincerely held religious, moral, personal belief that we can't.
This
be in the
guy's just
abortion
like, my
business.
wife's
And I
upset.
think that's
Can you
fair.
stop upsetting my wife?
I think that in this society, you're allowed to have that viewpoint, but to turn around and say, yeah, but you can't have that viewpoint. You must subscribe to mine. That's where we cross a line. And when I read these ordinances in the direction of this conversation, that I feel like we're
It's
crossing
not an
that line
ordinance.
by quite a bit.
It's
I'm
a
not even
request
talking about
for an ordinance.
abortion as an issue. I'm talking about bigotry, and I'm talking about how do we structure a society where a lot of us where we can thrive, even though we have difference of opinion, different viewpoints. So I just want to.
You came to the right place for society structuring, bud.
Article, because
Worcester
I think
City
it
Council.
really steps over that line. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Oh boy, fucking A.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker I can identify is Western Mass GOP Patriots PAC.
Oh, good. Oh, good. This will be a good one.
Dear Lord, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, you should name and city of residence.
Yeah, this is Chris. I'm chairman of Western Massachusetts GOP Patriots Political Action Committee. I live in Western Massachusetts.
What's your city? I'm sorry.
We'll say Northampton.
Okay, what's your full name?
He's just lying.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm from, we'll say Northampton.
In opposition to 12C, I mean, the primary responsibility of the Worcester City Council is to avoid unnecessary litigation. I mean,
Clearly, you have not been paying attention, Chris.
Not in Worcester, baby. We love unnecessary litigation.
Religious-based organizations around the country that would salivate at the opportunity to litigate you guys if you punish this Clearway Clinic. I think it's 12C you're talking about. And you have to consider that it's a lawsuit that you won't win. You had a previous speaker, the lady who was a lawyer who cited Supreme Court case law. You need to really take a breath, take a step back.
Yeah, actually, we don't,
realize
Chris.
this is discriminatory on its face. It's prima facie discrimination. You know, there's plenty of abortion.
Ooh, where'd you learn that word, Chris?
Nobody's bothering them, but the city council is considering this that is bothering a different organization. It has a different viewpoint. And the previous speaker, the gentleman, was spot on. It's discrimination in every way. You're going to get sued. Just put this to bed, get rid of it, and save your taxpayers the cost of a lawsuit that you're going to lose. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So we're up in our time. We have a few more people. So we'll go for another 10 or 15 minutes and see where we are. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Michael King. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Oh, this is him.
My name is Michael King from Massachusetts Family Institute in Wakefield, Massachusetts. There is nearly an identical law in Connecticut that is currently the subject of a federal lawsuit as a violation of free speech. This is being represented by a very large and successful organization called Alliance Defending Freedom. Allied attorneys of ADF are watching closely what Worcester and East Hampton and Northampton and Cambridge and Somerville are doing. We're especially watching East Hampton and Worcester because pregnancy care centers already exist in those cities. The new Connecticut state statute is based on a 2011 ordinance passed by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, which was upheld by the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals and allowed to stand by the U.S. Supreme Court, which declined to hear an appeal in June.
I was really confused seeing that the live chat is empty, so I went over to Facebook and it really is empty.
Every time I hear this guy's voice, all I can imagine is an open hand slap with a palm full of mayonnaise. That's I just want to start carrying around a big jar of Hellmann's just to unload on this guy's eardrum.
I've got a low-grade grumble coming from my dog wanting to take her outside, so I'll be right back.
Where? Oh, God.
Okay, our next speaker.
Great. That's awesome.
Well done.
Keep it moving.
David Webb is one of Worcester's finest characters. I suggest we listen to this one.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. David Webb's awesome.
My name is David Webb, and I'm a small business owner and resident in Worcester, and I'm calling in support of Councilor Wynn's bills 12C and 13A. It's asking us as a city to acknowledge that reproductive rights are human rights, something that wasn't in question for my entire adult life, but now needs to be defended. And now we as a city are asking for being called upon to defend it. And I'd like to think that I can rely on my city to stand up for basic human rights. I say basic human rights because we should think about who these rights are actually for, who actually benefits from having these rights, and recognize when it doesn't matter to us, our voice shouldn't be used. And I'm pointing out how many different voices we've heard using threats of legal violence, deflection tactics. We have heard everything from church-funded legal battles to Anyways, lastly, and I don't care whether they make people feel loved or still offer some compassionate services, but in regards to whether or not they're deceptive, if you Google, and I ask everyone to do this right now, because it's not just me, and we can all verify this, everyone in the city should. If you Google abortion Worcester, you will see that Clearway Clinic is the first ad that comes up, and both Clearway and Problem Pregnancy both come up in the first few local results. Never mind that they open across the street. This is 2022. They're in the same search results. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Well done, David.
That's a really, really good point, and something I hadn't considered.
Because they're buying advertisement. They're buying ad space
Right.
to work up their
Your name
rankings.
and city residence?
Thank you. My name is Juliet Feibel. I'm a resident of Worcester.
I like Julia.
I am calling in strong support of 12C and 13A. For 12C, I second everything said by Marcy Astro of the Jane Fund and the registered nurse who spoke previously about her experience providing care to pregnant people deceived by the center's practices. As for the speakers throwing around a lot of case law and legalese, they seem to have lost the thread. It's not about what these centers do, it's what they pretend they do. The city council does not seem to mind engaging in lawsuit risk. So if you're going to take any risk, do so by regulating businesses engaging in deception and causing harm. 13A, I strongly urge this council to affirm reproductive equity. Abortion is healthcare. The people who seek it here and provide it here must be protected. The city has a long tradition of being on the right side of history, and I urge you to claim that place now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Sarah Cleveland. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Hi, my name's Sarah Cleveland. I'm a resident of Worcester off Belmont, and I'm a PhD candidate in the biomedical sciences at UMass Chan and have a vested interest in healthcare, medicine, science. And I'm speaking in support of 12C and 13A. Problem pregnancy has a noted history of trying to deter women who come to their clinics seeking medical advice. This is especially harmful, seeing as these women are extremely vulnerable in this position, despite the fact that it is often said that problem pregnancy will present a neutral and informed choice. Based on the information that I have heard here today, in concert with the information that has been shared with me about this organization, it is clear to me that this is the opposite of their claimed intention. Preventing women from getting an abortion on the basis of things like an ultrasound in early pregnancy will help you determine if you're more likely to naturally miscarry is misinformation and incorrect. Requiring it practice with a name and a mission statement that embodies an informed choice, that means including risks to pregnancy along with the risk to abortion or risks to abortion. Holding clinics to their word is not unjust. It is the definition of just. I am not against problem pregnancy providing a utility to the people that it serves, but manipulation of patients to serve a practice's desired outcome, in my opinion, is wrong. I don't believe you have to provide abortion care. I don't believe that you have to be pro-choice, but I do believe that you have to respect the right of others in making a choice that is protected by the law in the state of Massachusetts. But you can't scare someone out of their choice as their right in the state of Massachusetts. Having a different viewpoint is absolutely fine, but having a different viewpoint means that people can have the right to choose. It invokes the right to have the choice. Your freedom is not compromised by somebody else lawfully deciding to get an abortion. Thank you.
We have 6 more people with their hands up. We're going to end it after that.
Well done.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Krithi Gopalan. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
we can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, hi. My name is Krithi Gopalan. I'm a resident of Worcester and a medical student at UMass Chan. I'm speaking in support of 12C and 13A. I would first like to state that abortion is healthcare. As a medical student, I believe in a person's right to make their own healthcare choices, and that Worcester should make every effort to support this right. We should be working to improve the resources that we currently have that support the right to choose. Misinformation by crisis pregnancy centers can be deadly, and it is of the utmost importance to ensure that every patient has all the facts and information they need to make the right decision for themselves. We've heard many emotional stories about how crisis pregnancy centers have supposedly benefited people, and I'm empathetic to these situations, but these stories could have still come true at a medically reputable clinic. The key difference is that it would have been an informed choice, as medically reputable clinics provide all of the relevant facts about a patient's options. Lastly, we should take into account scientific evidence and studies that investigate outcomes of people who visit crisis pregnancy
I don't know. I think it's more like
versus
Burger King and
medical
McDonald's.
clinics. There are many studies showing that crisis pregnancy centers are deceptive. If we are able to expand access to clinics that provide factually accurate information about abortion and pregnancy, people will have the ability to choose for themselves based on their own beliefs, and this choice will not be taken away from anyone. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Our next speaker.
Next speaker is Rosie Cobb. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Can you please state your name and city of residence and the item you're calling about?
My name is Rosie Cobb. I'm a resident of Worcester. I want to voice my support for 12C and 13A.
Hey.
I want to thank many of the previous speakers
Did I miss anything
and voice
fun?
my agreement with concerns about misleading information
Nope.
provided to pregnant people at these clinics.
More of the same.
If
Yeah,
they
just
are to have the person's
it's
best
definitely been tacking more towards people in support of
medically
the
accurate,
order
true, and
than against
non-manipulative
lately.
information. I'm also quite uncomfortable with the callers from outside of Worcester who have called in to fearmonger with threats of litigation. Abortion is
Yeah.
healthcare. It's not unreasonable to protect our neighbors by requiring institutions in our city to tell the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Chanel Salsi. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Oh, God.
Well, I might as well get my sign out again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to call in and share that I'm against the 12C. And
we're against you being on the
I've
city
listened
council, so shut the
tonight
fuck
to a
up, get
lot
out of here.
People speak, and everyone that is in favor of 12C continuously points out medical rights and medical accuracy. And I just, you can't deny there's a deeper moral conviction that goes along with abortion.
Yeah, I
And,
can deny that. Just did.
A person such as myself, I had my
I
son
can
at
totally
14
say that
years
there's a
old.
morality
I
issue
didn't have
involved.
any,
It is immoral to dupe
religious upbringing
people.
in my household. And I still felt a deep moral conviction to the life that was inside of me. And I didn't find anyone in my neighborhood, in my household, or around me that supported that. There was only support for abortion. And I believe that it's absolutely imperative that places like Clearway and Problem Pregnancy exist and are allowed to operate under the beliefs that they have, because there are many people out there who are looking and searching, young women who are looking and searching for a place that allows them to have those beliefs, who understand how they feel and empathizes with that. So this isn't just simply a medical issue. There are deep moral convictions that go along with this decision as well. And I think that the opposing side seems to forget that often. So thank you for your time.
No. Wow, what an interesting character detail for the villain origin story.
Try to mute the resident now.
She had her kid at 14 and everyone told her that she shouldn't. But yeah, I don't know.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Melanie. Is your name and city of residence?
My name is Melanie Castillo. I'm Worcester resident. I'm a student at Worcester Polytechnic Institute, and I'm a member of the Student for Life. So I'm here speaking in opposition of 12C and 13A. And if we talk about justice in 12C and 13A, there is no any kind of justice. As many people before me already mentioned, they target this clinic as limited services providers, where they clearly offer many services, not only to help them to keep their pregnancy, but also help them if these women already had an abortion. But clinics as Planned Parenthood,
Jack's
they
second
do
good joke of the
give
night.
limited
Just I don't
services
know if someone's
because
to
wait,
they
that
hold
one
on.
up.
offer abortion as
I
an
gotta bring
option
the comments
or as
up
the
here.
best option. And after that, women are on their own. So I think that this is really clearly unfair.
Yeah,
And
that's
about
pretty good.
13A, as
I'll
a
allow
woman
it.
and as a pro-lifer, we are not anti-choice. We give that human being the choice.
As someone
to
who
live.
was a
That's pretty good.
cheerleader for a
So
year,
abortion is unthinkable and can
yeah,
be considered as a right
Yeah,
Because
I'll
we
allow
are
it.
Guys
Yeah.
don't tend to do
the muscles
cheerleading in
of the
high
right,
school unless they're
which is
somewhere in the
sleep.
LGBT world.
And the same
I mean, there's
Yeah,
obviously
right.
exceptions,
the
but
biology and the science already
yeah.
said that it's a different
No,
DNA.
we'll allow the
So it's
observation there. That's
different.
really good.
And
That's also a
the
hilarious
in
family dynamic.
healthcare, as they say, when the intention and purpose of the process is to end with the life of another human being. So thank you.
Thank you.
Imagine that sitcom.
Mayor, the next speaker is Denise. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I
Thank
grew
you.
up in that sitcom.
My name is Denise, and I
Yeah, I don't-
am someone involved with
I'm not going to
Clinic.
riff on that for fear of being
The
problematic,
reason I'm
but
calling
there's
is
a lot
I
there.
think
There's a lot
that
there.
one of the great things about Worcester is it's a multicultural community with a big focus on equity. I was a social worker there for many
Oh,
years.
we love
And I
to
find it, and I liked
throw
the
that
fact
word
that you
around.
all have this wonderful equity statement. But is it not ironic that the life of a child who was
Here it comes.
aborted versus the life of a child who was murdered in the womb is not given a chance at living, at the basic ability to live? And is it not ironic that the majority of children who are murdered in the womb are minority
Wow.
children?
Dark Alanis
or
Morissette over
children
here.
who are
Yes, I was gonna
disabled?
say, someone cue
And
the
is it not
song.
ironic that
Yeah.
this month
Oh,
happens
there
to
it
be
is again.
Disability Awareness Month?
Is there anything worse than
many
having a prepared
people
statement that you just fumble
are
over constantly?
prone to
Oh God.
many
Like you
people
thought
are
it was
opting now
straight
to
fire when you wrote it,
abort their
right?
disabled children.
This'll get 'em.
when in
They're
fact,
telling that on a
if
t-shirt.
they had received nurturing
Wait.
and counseling and hope.
Is she
And
making
that
the
is what
argument that
Clearway
it's
Clinic
ableist?
is. It gives people
Abortions
hope,
are ableist
and it
if the
doesn't let
child
people walk
is.
out the door.
Oh my God.
It lets
dude.
people. It gives
Fucking-
people resources and love.
It is
and
That's a
settled
new
case
care.
law
one.
bill
When a
that
person can walk out the
blastocysts are
door
what the
and abort
Supreme
their
Court had
baby
in
if they
mind
so
when they were
choose.
coming
In
up with
fact,
the
I
ADA.
would say that
That
Clearway
is-
Clinic gives choice. When we think of Planned Parenthood, which is
That's a new one for me, honestly.
for-profit organization, and the fact is there that the majority of how they make their profit is by abortions. It's a very small percentage of healthcare.
It also doesn't
Whereas
surprise
if you
me that
look
none
at
of the
Clearway
City of
Clinic,
Worcester's
the
departments
healthcare
on
resources
Twitter
that are
use alt
offered are
text in their
abundant,
posts
as well as the
with
love
images.
and the hope.
Yeah.
And so I think we need to think about that Worcester
It
equity
being
statement
Disability Month,
and
which
think
you
about,
mentioned.
are we treating these children in the womb, who the majority that get aborted are minorities, and the majority who get aborted are children with disabilities? Thank you.
Thank you. Final speaker.
Even if those statistics are true, the cause behind those statistics is what's important.
They cut me off. They didn't let me. They didn't let me speak, guys.
Hello, my name
No,
is
that's
Kayla
bullshit.
Oster,
They're still
and I'm
doing
a
it.
student at UMass.
Yeah, he just
No,
said
this is the last one.
The last
I'm
speaker.
studying a medical degree and a PhD in biomedical science.
I just think
I'm
my
speaking
only
in
point
full
was going to
support
be
of
like, it's very
12C.
funny to me that all the
Healthcare
people
should
that
be
are
as
against
accessible
these
and
orders
straightforward
are
as any
being
other
deceptive
law
right
in the
now and
world.
what they say, like, and what
12C
the
does
orders
not
actually say.
discriminate
Yeah, right,
against
right.
any business.
I
It would allow
think that
for
says all we
Worcester to
need to
ensure
say.
a business is as forthright with the services it offers as the one it does not offer. The right to non-deceptive advertisement is protected by Title I, Chapter 266, Section 91 of Massachusetts General Laws. The opposing arguments do not rely on facts, but rather morality signaling. Every individual seeking reproductive health care should fully understand the services offered and not.
I don't know who this is,
This is
but
not about morality.
they are
This is not about lawsuits. This is
fantastic on
about
this
ensuring
last
that
statement.
misinformation
They are a
Yeah,
medical
right.
statement over at the
between
Chan Center,
life-saving care.
and yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
if a medical student is outgunning your legal arguments and you're a lawyer, well, you should probably rethink your trade.
All right, let's see what Petty's going to do
First, a
here.
moment of silence for Gary Vecchio, who passed
Oh.
away a few days ago, and Gary was a great public servant to the city of Worcester. He cared deeply about the city of Worcester. He cared deeply about the Shrewsbury Street neighborhood, and he dedicated his life to public service. Whether it be a school teacher, whether it be this community, he loved this community, and he's going to be missed. We'll stand for a moment of silence.
Wow, truly,
Okay,
truly
well,
a rest
and
in
orders.
piss if I've ever heard one.
Also want to recognize our new superintendent of schools, Rachel Monrez, who's in the audience. Thank you for being here tonight. And so we have the motion to open hearings on 7A.
Man, that's not the first time
7C.
somebody's
All
peed
those
live
in
on the
favor,
on, a,
opposed,
on the
so
Woot Nanny
ordered.
stream, but
You've been asked to hold 7A.
might be the funniest one.
I don't know if the gentleman from National Grid is on the line. Do I can raise your hand?
I think, Mr. Mayor, if the National Grid is on the line,
That
we'll
was
try to look for
incredible.
them. There's a lot of folks who are on the line. If you can raise your hand if you're on National Grid.
You're going to hold 7A.
I think Patrick, if I'm not mistaken. Patrick, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Good.
I apologize for the picture. It's my wife's Zoom account. So I'm with Leidos Engineering. We're helping National Grid with the design for their project to remove a number of old antiquated oil switches in the area. And part of that effort requires the installation of some conduit on Salisbury Street onto Newton Ave North and 2 manholes. One of the manholes, they'll install a new switch, which is required in order to remove the old antiquated oil switches.
Patrick, could you possibly talk to the person who asked us to hold this so he could speak to you this week?
Talk to him. You want me to talk to him now or on?
I don't think
talk after tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I think the clerk can sit.
I think, Patrick, if you can call the clerk's office tomorrow, we can get you in touch with that resident who spoke tonight.
Of course. Yeah, that's total.
Thank you.
So we'll do it that way. So we'll hold that one, 7B and 7C. Anybody opposed, 7B or 7C? Seeing nobody opposition, motion is to close the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Motion is to approve 7B and to adopt 7B and 7C. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Petitions. Person may speak up to a petition up to 3 minutes, and the first time it appears on the agenda. So if anybody's here for a petition, just raise your hand. We are going to go to 8A, refer to the Department of Public Works and Parks. So those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8B to 8G, refer to the Planning Board.
I think we need to get more
Councilor,
of Christian's
Bergman has recused
blazer
himself
tonight.
on 8D.
This bright
So
salmon
we'll do
is fire.
8D. We'll do 8D first. 8D, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8B, 8C, 8E, 8F, 8G.
Appears that
refer
Bill's
to the Planning
phone,
Board. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8H
did
to
blow up,
8I. Refer to
because
the Public Works Committee. All those in
his pee
favor,
was too
opposed,
strong.
so ordered.
So it might be a
8J
few
to
minutes later.
8Z. We're going to refer to traffic and parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
I was doing this. I think whenever.
Okay. 9A to 9D, we're going to refer to Traffic and Parking Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 9E to 9F, refer to the Veteran Memorial Parks and Rec Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 9G to 9I, we're going to refer to set a public
That
hearing
yours, Eric?
for August 9th, 2022 for condo locations. And then we are on 9M. I don't know if anybody here from 9M. So we have Ross Botunis requests an opportunity to discuss what the city is doing to solve the homelessness of previous residents and current cost of living increases with the massive apartment shortages due to those increases. We can send out either the city manager or public health for a discussion. Is anybody? You can't see anybody.
Mr. Mayor, in terms of those 2 petitioners?
Yeah.
I can try to identify them, but I don't see anybody.
So we can send it to public health or the manager. So send it to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Nicole Apostolo requests City Council, requests City Manager provide a report concerning how much money was given to the city by Rockland Trust for the name of the Rockland Trust Plaza, how long the name rights were granted, and what the policy is for soliciting and approving the named areas. We can send that to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
That's actually a really interesting item, Nicole, or petition Nicole threw in. There's some really interesting stuff with the way the money was handed over to the Red Sox by Rockland to name a parcel of land or repurpose a parcel of land that technically the city owns, but was taken by from the city by the WRA, and nothing was really talked about within the council.
To the Parks Commission to expire on April 30th, 2025.
Wow, did they just like waive that?
Relative to the appointment of
sent it to the manager's office.
Oh, okay.
The Elder Affairs Commission to
I got distracted by my dog catching a fly.
So thank you for your
Just been
service.
chasing it around since we got back inside.
Items. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have 2 more appointments. Recommend the appointment of Adrian Angus to the Planning Board to a term to expire on May 31st, 2026. Adrian, thank you for your service, and roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. B, recommend the appointments of Christian Wolby, I think, and Joy Winborn, and Joseph Morgul, and Alexander Elton to the Urban Forestry Tree Commission. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
I'm glad Bill's
King?
not here
Yes.
to see this.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor
Yeah,
Russell?
the city manager's office where items go to die. It's also
Grant exemption of one staff
where
assistant.
any
One
requests
is also
for
a
anything go to
wraparound
die.
coordinator for the city of Worcester
Apparently
Forest
now.
Schools. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Demanding
Yes.
FOIA
Calorio?
requests
Yes.
for
Councilor
basic
Gia?
information.
King?
Yes.
Councilor
Oh, there you
Carlson?
go.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Congrats.
Councilor Rivera?
All right.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
What's under the
Mayor Petty.
Parks
Yes.
Commission committee
10.6
purview?
H is information communication
A
of the
lot.
progress report of the Lake Avenue
Too
Sewer
much,
pumping
honestly.
station failure. We can send that to Public Works, or we can
Because it
file
covers all of
Councilor
the
Carlson.
parks, recreation facilities, veterans, memorials, everything.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Is it-
thank you.
I don't know if I've told
and
you guys
want
about this,
to
but I
say
think that
thank
Worcester
you
should
to
build a
DPW
professional
for
wrestling
this
museum
report down
supported
at,
by the city.
Lake Quinsigamon. As we know, on February
Have you run that
6th,
by Jake Sanders for potential use for the auditorium?
down there
I mentioned it.
that put
I'm gonna
almost 6
keep
million
pushing it.
gallons of waste into Lake Avenue.
There's a lot of
I
wrestling
just
history in this
have
city. I
a
think can make us a
question.
destination.
I'm not sure if this would be to the commissioner or actually who would want to answer some of this. But as we talked about, and the commissioner had talked about doing a full investigation as to what happened down at the lake. And in this report, it talks about that Stantec, the
Such an ominous thing to
consultant
say.
service, was not involved
What happened
in the
down at the
previous
lake?
upgrade to the pumping station. So through the chair to the commissioner,
Hell yeah.
could you tell me who that
Is he in
was
D2?
that did that work?
I see.
Just
I
wanted to
checked your supposed to
know
check this today.
for lots of
So
reasons.
I didn't I have some explaining to do. I didn't pee during the moment of silence on purpose. I didn't know that my headphones have the mic attached. I figured the mic was coming from my phone. Did I think that the moment of silence was the right time to pee? Yes. Was I trying to mic my piss? No. I would never be that funny on purpose. Impossible. Impossible.
The greatest thing I've ever seen.
That's so sick.
That was
Like my headphones were cutting in and out, and I heard you guys laughing, and I was like, "Oh no!"
Oh yeah,
no.
You got booted from the live pretty quickly. So
Yeah, I pulled you off. Don't worry.
now the big question:
No.
did you wash your hands? Because we couldn't hear to that point.
Yeah. I watched. Yeah.
All employees must wash hands before returning to the stream.
Yeah,
My dad's a doctor, and a fellow doctor on a call went to the bathroom and then didn't wash his hands on a Zoom.
Yeah, nice.
Paraphrasing
This is
the
how-
words of the immortal Don King, Bill washes his hands before he touches his dick.
Stantec. Okay,
Uh,
Stantec was.
I gotta say,
initially
because I know who Mo Bergman is now.
Really?
Yes. And I will never say
odor control issues at the
ever in
station.
my life to
That was the
anybody.
first time they
Fine.
were
I would
involved.
prefer it to be a mystery, so that works out just great.
It rules. Also, I
Okay,
have not
so
been paying
I
attention
guess,
much to the
Mr.
comments tonight. I
Chairman, through
didn't
you to
purposely
the
miss any
Commissioner,
of your
we can
jokes.
start
No,
with the odor.
no, this has not changed our relationship in any way, shape, or form.
There
I
was
just need you to know
questions
that.
down the lake as well.
Now we're talking about the poop thing, right?
That took place
Yes.
in Zoom in
The
regards
original poop
to
thing, not the sequel.
odor down there.
Yeah, yeah.
Poop thing to the repoopening.
We're just gonna ignore the repoopening, I guess. Yeah.
Public's knowledge.
That one just
what
floated down in
the,
Northbridge. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
These folks look
Have you been to Northbridge? They
Yeah.
deserve it.
Good luck poop thing too down there.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, why don't I turn that over to Mr. Guerin, and he can discuss a little bit about what that report was that's included there, the timing of it, and then the timing of the work that's been initiated with the current review of the pump station.
Does it seem like all of the Clearway people bailed and didn't wait around to see how the vote was going to go?
Was brought in to do
It kind of seems like that, yeah.
evaluation. We had
That fucking sunglasses on head guy like stormed out like he was fucking in the Breakfast Club.
To try to identify.
So Perry didn't talk about rearranging the agenda at all, right?
And what solutions.
I would pay good money to watch this guy walking into a pumping station and just say really loud, "Wow, that's a lot of shit," and then turn around and leave. Like that is one job.
They identified.
Oh my
a fairly
God.
short list of things that might be done. They didn't. I find a huge problem with odors. There were a few minor things, and we have begun to take the steps they've recommended to try to correct the problem.
So, thank you for that, but I think what I'm trying to get at so that you could share for the general public, again, because it's not like the general public is going to be going online to look at this report. So people are asking, what was the outcome of the investigation for the odor down there? Now, you just stated that there was a couple of things that they
Kate
found.
Toomey's swimming pool,
Were those
unfortunately.
things corrected?
Kate Toomey's a legal swimming pool.
Things correctable?
Kate Toomey should be impeached from office over her illegal tax fraud swimming pool. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that we remove her from office
Identified,
or remove her pool.
This pool is not like the others.
For odor control, and they've identified some potential.
This one is different.
Hey, has anyone reached out to like what's that guy's name? Last week tonight. This would be a perfect.
Oh, John Oliver.
John Oliver.
Yeah, yeah.
Jump all over this story and make us a mascot.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah,
John Oliver would totally make a poop thing mascot.
We should totally write a pitch. He loves the Japanese mascot thing. That's
We could call it the frowny ball.
Slightly move the.
I think we should. I'm gonna reach out.
I went down to investigate the overflow of the poop, and a little bit of poop splashed up upon my mustache, and that's when I realized it was time to go.
I mean, he did do that whole poop thing.
There was some
naming the one in Connecticut.
Door that opens into a room where
Dan Barry.
There are odors that can come out of that room.
What did you say,
don't go
Travis?
through the odor control system. So there was some.
I don't know what he said.
Some containment devices that would
Said,
be in
"Damn,
place if
baby."
the garage door is open to try to contain the odors.
Maybe he's watching the clip of Bill Peen.
That is, you know.
Yeah, that's
would be
so
great
good.
Because I know that there's been.
That's
I
not
wish I
the
would.
Bill, that's not the first time someone has peed on the Woot Nanny channel on a live
That's
show.
sick.
Great news that we're looking at.
Why not?
Doug Gerton was broadcasting from a hotel bathroom, and he was like, "I'll be right back. I gotta pee," and then just stood up and peed and did not get off camera. We didn't
That's
see
sick.
anything, but it was too. He was too on camera.
Wow, that's
That was
awesome.
amazing. Yeah.
Pumping station.
I feel like we're watching a room full of grown-ass adults realize that raw sewage has a smell. But
Yeah,
just
the odor
realizing it
thing
now.
is the odor thing is astonishing. Like
Or when you say
poop
this,
smells like poop.
Yeah, and I guess I would have to say my biggest issue with this isn't the smell.
continually.
It's the
The
being
raw
covered
sewage
with
in the water.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's the poop in the lake.
It's,
Yeah.
covered
it's
with it. Yeah.
ruining my kneeboarding hobby.
The report also says that they have no idea what the medium and long term effects of this will be,
Oh,
but
sure.
that they're going to continue to monitor.
Why would you want to speculate on something like that?
Those requires constant maintenance, repair. They're very harsh environments, as you can imagine, pumping wastewater. Equipment needs to be replaced, repaired pretty constantly. What we found.
Speaking of wastewater, I'm having my first colonoscopy tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
Probably
you're gonna get a lot of wastewater going.
Yeah, that's what I'm drinking that magic elixir right now to just kind of
Yeah.
How much waste are you putting into Lake Quincy tonight?
No, I'm just using the pond across the street. I'm gonna.
The problems may be larger numbers of failures. We need to keep the station running. So
Perhaps more important than the city of Worcester, Brendan tonight cannot have a pumping failure.
I can have a pumping failure.
There can be no cloggage going on there.
You should put your computer on the second floor.
Yeah. You know, if you were going to do the Worcester equivalent, you would just lay your laptop down on the floor of the doctor's office and you're getting your colonoscopy.
This will be fine.
And just hope. Yeah. Get it in blasting distance.
No, I cannot stop thinking about this guy as a car salesman now.
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, what's going to get you into the Pontiac Aztec today?
You notice when I got a bit of a smell. Do you have a suggestion for that? You just opened the door.
We went through the whole SUV and we didn't. We only noticed a couple spots where there was an odor.
Thing about these used cars is you don't quite know who owned it, if you know what I mean.
Who used it?
Lower so that the water can get at it, which I think for the folks who are down the lake will be extremely happy to hear that.
Brendan, do you no food tonight? You have to stop already?
Yeah, so I've been I'm hour a lot into my my clear liquids, Italian ice, and non-red Jello diet. Yeah, this is great.
And then
wow, that sounds awful, man.
I don't feel like I have it. I'm not like a real like food motivated person, but I've literally thought about nothing but pizza all fucking day long.
Yeah. Me and Lifer did a juice cleanse once on a bet, which requires just starving yourself for 3 days, and it is not fun.
Yeah. Did you drink syrup?
Juice. Just drink juice. Some sort of gross green juice.
Somebody I know did a cleanse, and it was that like hot sauce and like water and a little bit of syrup in it or something.
Just like diarrhea juice.
Yeah.
Suggesting is
that at least sounds like food. Like, I'm not getting food.
That's where you're at right now. You're like, ooh, syrup.
Yeah, I love that.
Go for some syrup.
Newton Square's on vacation.
Oh, that sucks. I love that.
So
place.
Burncoat.
So those sort of modifications are what we're
So
yeah, I was very sad to find that out last on Wednesday. They're on vacation for a bit.
To Mr. Guerin.
Has anybody seen the? I know I sent this to Bill and Brendan earlier, but the new Instagram ad for Ziggy Bombs.
Oh yeah, it's pretty tapped.
They made a commercial. It's insane. I love it so much. It's crazy.
Is it on YouTube?
I saw it on Instagram.
Yeah, it's at least on Instagram.
I texted it to you earlier. Or no, maybe it was in. It might have been on. I might have sent it on Instagram actually, but it features somebody eating a steak and cheese and then running to get a different one. It features somebody getting smacked in the face with a thrown steak and cheese. It has everything. It's also like 5 minutes long. It's not a commercial.
I read this as saying is we won't have it all until December of 22.
Yes, I agree. Totally agree.
On this piece of it.
So
Bagel Time. I went to go to Bagel Time the other day. Me and Jess went to go to Bagel Time, and somebody walked up to the door ahead of us and then turned around and walked away.
which will.
but didn't
simulate
tell
on a
us that
computer how
that it was closed. So they walked
fluid
past
goes
us in the
through the
parking
pump
lot and didn't say, "Oh, it's
And
closed."
with that model,
And we
they
walked all the way up
can
like
simulate
fucking
different
idiots and
things
walked up to the
happening
door
to
and
try
saw
to
that it
get
was
to the root of
closed.
They're
Yeah,
just
I
like,
almost-
they'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's so. I don't know if you just were grabbing your wallet or something. You gotta tell
a
people.
lot of
I was
work,
like a
obviously.
moron.
It's gonna
Mhm.
take about 6 months to get
So I ran them over in the parking lot.
That's probably the
Good, yeah.
part of the study they're doing. Because once they have completed that, we should have more information on to base future decisions on.
Oh, this guy's still talking, huh?
So through the
Candy just won't let him go.
um,
She's asking the worst questions in the world too.
what I read this
She's like, "Can you tell me what I want to hear?"
is it's
Can you
looking
absolve me
at
of this somehow?
appears that
Yeah, Jenny, what were you gonna say? Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, like, it's like pulling teeth.
Yeah, it's really, really
you know,
bad.
when you talk about repair, isolation, discharge, check valves, repairs that have been completed, reconfigure
He is selling a
force
used car.
mains to allow each pump to pump either force main to be considered in the design phase. I think when we were
Have I
down
missed
at the
mentioning the
Marine
most
Club
recent one?
with
No,
the
they're not going to.
commissioner,
Okay.
there was an awful lot of talk about
It's not in the
should this
report.
pumping station be redesigned? Are there different design features that we could do to make sure that an event like this does
Oh, we could
not
probably
happen?
stop the ticker
That's
telling
really
people to
what
call
we're
in.
trying to get
Oh,
at
yeah.
for the folks who, obviously for the city,
you,
but
Jeff.
also for the folks who live on that lake who have seen, unfortunately, a few times. too
Wrong
many,
end?
Dude,
waste
just ask the fucking question. Should we redesign the pumping station? That's all she's trying to ask, but she can't just she can't shut up.
Mr. Garen?
I'll continue on. Thank you. Through the chair to the counselor. So, yeah, I think you captured that.
I see there's
We
a
are-
supply chain issue, so there's a
we
markup
obviously got
on
this pump
all
station
cars
at
right now.
considerable expense upgraded in 2015 or so with the intent of addressing problems that had been occurring in the past, which were
Who's this other guy standing over him? What's his name again?
so the upgrades increase the capacity.
I don't know. He looks like
heavy rains, which is kind of what
Who's-
happened in the past at times. So that
Who are
was
you
part
asking
of the
about? I'm sorry.
upgrades.
What was that?
The other guy. He's like, this is the guy that is the commissioner that's standing next to him, I think, or something.
Yeah, Jay Fink.
Jay
With
Fink,
normal
yeah.
maintenance repairs as you'd expect with a sewer pump.
Staring
You know who he looks like right now is the suitor from Oh Brother Where Art Thou? Like the better boyfriend that George Clooney's wife goes to.
Something not quite right.
He's a suitor.
This is kind of fascinating, though, in the sense that, like, the three of them all have something really, really important to say, which is we need a new pumping station. But nobody
Yeah.
wants to be the one to say, like, yeah, we need a new pumping station, and we kind of know you got
Right.
$100 million of the ARPA funds laying around.
Yeah, right.
Address those problems.
He's bona fide.
He's bona fide.
A little dabble, do you?
He's a suitor.
I love that movie.
Mr. Garen.
That's so good.
So we talked about when we were down at the lake that the lake was not significantly impacted at the time. In this report, it reads that it was not significantly affected by the overflow in the short term. That leaves a lot of room for, what does that really mean? Short term. So what
Ask the question you want to ask. What did that do?
will happen in the long
God,
term?
this is fucking
Or
torture.
that basically a statement that's been made at this
You know,
point
like this is the problem with a lot of the city council. This is objectively the funniest thing they could possibly be talking about, and they're blowing it.
had-
Yeah.
It says in your report that it had no short-term effects. It concerns me when you say short.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's very true.
Mr. Garen?
To the chair, to the counselor. So the assessment of the impacts on the lake was done through Jackie.
Hi, John.
Royce, who was
Welcome.
Department of Sustainability.
We're talking about the
and
poop thing.
based on the report she had put together. So my understanding is, and I know she was out sampling within days of the event and did more sampling than
We're watching Candy Merrill Carlson conduct an interview that's designed to give brain damage.
There were no impacts noted. The water quality hadn't changed dramatically.
There's so many puns that could get made.
There was no
Yeah, everyone try to make all the puns.
depletion of oxygen. So short term is that in the I don't know, 2.
So what I'm hearing and what you're telling me is that if we don't invest a significant amount of city money into this pumping station, we're going to continue to eat shit, and the shit eating will continue to happen. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I should be telling the folks at home? That we're going to eat shit on this?
Her studies of the lake continue. She does sampling right through spring, summer, fall, right up till ice up. So she will have new data collected over the coming months. She has years worth of data to compare that to. So, and as long as her program.
I can't wait for Kate Toomey to talk. She's going to be like, is there any threat of a terrorist attack at this pumping station?
Any changes?
Should we station
just
some more
waiting for the
cops
boat.
here?
So
Yeah, should we get a drone down there?
No, we need a boat.
They're buying a boat, right?
Yep.
Get one.
Which, to be honest, like
we have
with how many jumpers we've had and how many people we've had drowning, having a second boat for the city is not a terrible idea.
It's true.
I don't know how much a boat's going to really help with the drowning thing, though. It's like,
Yeah, they're not going to catch
No,
them.
but in terms of rescue recovery efforts, like if there's
Yeah.
somebody who's stranded out on the water or anything like that, having two
Yeah.
is useful, especially if one goes down, because our history of actually keeping up with repairs isn't that great either.
yeah, right.
Through the chair, that is
Somebody's mushroom trip on Busta Rhymes Island went bad. We have to send
Oh.
a boat out to rescue him.
Would it ever?
Online, ready to go, and a fourth as a stand.
Mr. DPW guy, I'd like to ask about the impacts of the shit overflow on Busta Rhymes Island. Has Busta Rhymes Island been significantly impacted by the shit that has poured into Lake Quinsigamond and its tributaries?
But that
Now, Commissioner, can I ask you, why did the frog think he could trust the scorpion?
Mr. Chairman, months back, yourself,
Pretty sure the
myself,
guy behind the used car salesman just started rolling a joint.
Moore went down the lake.
Dude, that's awesome.
The residents. And
Shouts
we
out that guy.
to schedule a meeting. We're waiting now for Senator Moore for a couple of dates that we will go down and go over this report that we have with the residents again down at the Marine Club and give them the update that we
Oh, they're going to the
have
MCL. Okay.
on what's
Have a
taking
couple
All right.
pops. Oops.
Have a couple coldies?
Again,
Get some Jello shots?
for the extensive
All the water samples are in koozies.
Go take a shower in the bathroom?
residents
Yeah.
down there are calling on a regular basis to find out.
We had a family reunion this weekend where there was a lot of Jello shots, and none of them had heard of the trick to flip it on its lid and just pull the bottom
Oh, so
off.
they were just tonguing it out like.
No, they were using their fingers.
Oh, even
We're in the
better.
middle of a campground where we're
Figure it
like
out.
touching dirt and shit.
Georgeception.
Georgeception, let's go. Four-dimensional Russell, cutting through time and space.
From the other room, but there's alcohol.
And there are a lot of folks that live that also have major concerns about sewerage flow.
Yeah, Beck, zoom out. Zoom out.
George is the only person in this presentation that makes me feel terrible about my tan. I got to get more sun.
Yeah, right.
This station is servicing roughly what?
George Russell doesn't want the assessor's planes flying over his backyard because he just sunbathes in the nude
Absolutely.
for like 14 hours a day. So he knows he'll be caught doing it.
Then
Then he goes back into his basement.
So my concern and my question, and I'll just put this out there, that we keep talking about fixing the pump station at Lake Ave. We keep talking.
He's just the perfect person for this screen to be behind.
That's amazing.
Wild hand movements.
We're going to keep working on these station, and it's going to be an ongoing effort. Because
I so badly wanted to zoom out, just a little bit,
that it's of course it's going to,
or at least have it queued up so the next time he comes back, it's all the way.
I hate the
We can
fact that we have
see-
a joined system.
another pump station somewhere in that area, halfway down.
Sorry.
Or whatever. I mean, UMass, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong. UMass
Brian, do you have a YMCA queued up on your soundboard by any chance? I feel like George is doing at least half the song right now.
just that alone. I mean,
There it is.
I don't know why it's not. Oh,
there it is. He just did it.
Yeah.
You guys are, and I trust your judgment. But I just want to flag something for you. Why aren't we looking at getting another station? Why aren't we looking at cutting that volume in half?
There are
Why aren't we
fades.
looking at
There are
trying to
definitely
do-
fades.
It's going to happen again. Equipment fails. You've said it yourself. I mean, we can't be there watching it every day. We need to.
No, that's the only amount of video that we
What's
get.
flowing into that, and look at trying to break that in pieces. And that would be my suggestion, Mr. Chairman. It's just a suggestion from a layman, but I've lived in that neighborhood. I've heard from these issues all my life. I was a past chairman of the Watershed Association, and I remember dealing with it when I was in my 20s. And we're continuing.
What compelled George Russell to be chairman of the Watershed Association?
He had a fast boat.
And we can't.
You just cruise up and down Lake Quinsigamon in like really, really quick laps.
You put a cigarette out in Lake Quincy.
I'm sorry, Council.
Hey, John, which one's the comedians and who's on the stage?
Yeah, right.
Questions.
Because these
Wondering,
motherfuckers are hilarious.
Does the UMass campus flow into that sewer system right
Part
there?
of the issue we have is that we've got a
Kate-
conjoined system where the
Kate's
stormwater
gonna pilot
runoff
us.
goes into the same thing as the
I'm just
sewage.
wondering if it's possible to start a conversation with perhaps there is some land up there, perhaps doing an offshoot station that might be able to take some of the onus off that one. Might be worth considering. So.
Okay.
Kate Toomey looking like she just got woken up by the ghost of Christmas past.
Thank you.
Please, somebody clip her going.
Okay, so send that to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Sounded great in my head.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Hey, I don't know what the fuck I just said. Neither do you. Who gives a shit?
That was a great
Yeah,
face you made.
Okay.
Everyone was just like, "Okay, Kate," and she was like, "Yeah, you get it. You guys get it."
Okay. Okay.
John, sometimes they get pretty quiet, unfortunately.
Communication relative to new regulations to implement an act promoting awareness of sewage in public waters, passed by the Mass Legislature and signed by Governor in January 2021. We can send that to Public Works. Okay. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Transmit information communication relative to the responsibilities and enforcement policies around Lake Quinsigamon. We can send that to Public Safety. Is that fine? Council? Mario Carlson? I'm sorry, I should have said that. 10.11A.
Who is Oh, I
Mr.
thought that
Chairman,
person was
I,
standing behind a tailgate
have
that time. I
some
just realized that they're
questions.
sitting.
Oh,
I thought
sure.
they were just standing over Attell's shoulder for the entire meeting.
Captain
Captain DeAndrea?
Andrea is here.
John, don't text and drive.
And I think that
How dare you?
You know, folks are aware for the people who live once again down on the lake. The question was talking about, and for us as counselors, I know at least for myself, it was really about finding out who patrols the lake, who's responsible for the lake, and is that equal responsibility for the lake, and the amount of man hours down the lake. Do we have the lake covered in regards to whether it's the jet skis or boats down there. So we received this report in terms of, some information here about who's down there patrolling the lake, which my understanding
am,
through
okay?
the captain,
I patrol the
that would
lake.
be
I'm the
Worcester
lakeman.
Police Department, Environmental
Why? It's
Police.
the poop thing.
Am I correct?
I get on one of those paddle boats and I just go all
And
around the
those
lake all day.
three entities
And I just go, hey, what are you doing?
the jurisdiction, whether it's Worcester or Shrewsbury. Is that accurate?
Through the chair to the council, that is correct. All three have all jurisdiction on.
Candy,
all
this is extremely laid out in the report in a very simple way, and it's not a fucking
Through
hard
the
concept.
chair, has always
Jesus Christ,
been
I can't
that
take her today.
people thought that Shrewsbury.
They like hearing themselves speak.
Shrewsbury.
They're bike
Worcester
shedding.
did
Yep.
Worcester, and that the
Yep.
environmental.
I love that
police
term.
did the
Credit where
entire
due. This
lake.
call
It's so perfect, yeah.
Helpful to learn that down the lake, all
The fact that Joe Petty didn't move this up, move up like the one that's obviously on everyone's mind, is like so fucking disrespectful.
And ask the question.
It says so much that he didn't do that because he does that a lot.
Could you?
They already got all they can handle over there.
About who's manning that lake?
John, bike shedding is when they
days a
do
week,
exactly
5
what
days a
Candy's
week,
doing right now, where they're
4 days a
talking
week.
and talking and
How
talking and
does that
not getting to
process
their point.
work? Manning.
Talking about inconsequential parts of
Through the chair to the
important
council.
issues so they can
every
delay actually having to
Wednesday
address
is a
important
lake
issues.
commission meeting. So Sergeant Garmin handles that, and they coordinate with environmental and Shrewsbury to find out who's going to be on the water when. Shrewsbury usually is on the water. They have
A lot of public participation, but no, the items haven't come up yet.
Yeah, that was my point. Is that in past instances where there's obviously one topic that everyone's commenting on, Joe Petty will take it out of order in the beginning, and the fact that he didn't do that in this instance is just disrespectful.
But the lake is covered 7 days a week from Memorial Day to Labor Day.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman,
He
just
wants
wanna
to
say
hide his
to the
responses and reactions to
administration
it.
and to the police department. Thank you for this report.
Listen,
and for
Can't
the
be going out
folks
on a limb. This guy's got an election to lose.
recreating on the lake.
Have you seen
He
Lisa
like-
Muir?
As to whose responsibility.
Lisa Muir, the independent who entered the race.
Oh no, I didn't know about that.
She's a former Bernie Sanders turned Trumper, independent, that's anti-vaxxer, Fox News Tucker Carlson stand.
How's that? Okay, so send that
Whoa.
to
Stan, rather.
public safety.
Sick.
That's kind of fucking wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We gotta check that out. That sounds funny.
Yeah, I'll send you the link to the interview that she did. It was with a Catching Fire podcast or something. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is the pie chart.
A couple of quick questions on this through the chair.
That is a city council fit.
Appreciate this report.
Beautiful.
And with regards to
Look at that.
all of this, I
come
just want
on.
to have an idea. And one of the things that we don't currently have a chief diversity officer, and we're working towards.
There you go.
towards
Taking
that
the mic.
at some point.
He's fucking feeling
But
it
I have
today.
a
I like the
question to
pink.
administration.
Yeah, I love
very
I'm
dapper.
curious as to what the breakdown is here. in
But the white
terms of women,
buttons, that's what makes it.
People of color in these positions.
Not even a white. That looks like some of a tortoise shell.
Mr. Chairman.
Captain McKinnon?
Yes, if you give me a minute, I can figure it out with the staffing.
Okay.
Just give me 1 minute.
No, hurry up. Can anybody tell is Eric wearing the same suit that he's worn for the past 3 meetings in a row, or
There's
He only has
a lot
one.
of work being done here on behalf of our citizens.
you can't buy an extra suit? You swindled your old boss on a condo.
I hate
we
how
have
men can get away with
structure and
like
responsibilities
having
here.
2,
Special
maybe
crimes
3
unit,
suits if they
gang
wear
unit,
suits all the time, and
reports
women have to
on
have like a
gunshots
huge
and
wardrobe because if
performance
we look the
analysis.
same day to
Um,
day, we got problems and
while
we get looked at
law
weird.
enforcement is doing their jobs.
It's true.
making sure that we are as connected as possible to the community is part of this as well, and that is in accord with, of course, diversifying and promoting staff.
He's hugging the flag.
That's sort of the spirit of the question, Mr. Chairman.
Kevin?
Yes, through the chair, we have
The most
12
comfortable place to get sued from.
employees in the Bureau of Investigative Services. And I'm sorry, what's the second part of the question?
People of color. And these ranks are, do you know what their ranks are? You know what? Forget that. That's a bit much. Just give me the report on folks of color in this group. And as
It's
a motion, I'll
useful
just
to have
ask
that many suits if you
for a
spill
report,
stuff.
Mr. Chairman, as relates to
I'm always spelling stuff.
these particular groupings. But if you had an idea of folks of color and how many total individuals are we talking about in the Bureau of Investigative Services, sorry.
Was there a breakdown of that somewhere? I could have sworn I saw something that had a breakdown of racial stuff.
In the Bureau, and I
Not
believe
with this
right now the
report, but
total is
somewhere else.
85.
Okay, thank you. And I know that is it Sergeant Lido? Is that the right
Yes.
title? Is working on a lot of these initiatives. And I know that we'll be getting some reports back on that, but I just think it's important that
What do
when
we
this
think,
comes before us, that
6-5
we're asking
against?
those questions so that you know that how important it is, and certainly.
I haven't really thought about it because I'm not assuming it'll go to a vote tonight. But 6-5.
How extensive?
6-5 could be either way.
A number of folks who were on it that maybe not currently on it. How expansive is that particular partnership?
Yeah, right. That was a good public
Through
comment.
the chair.
That is true. Mo is more of a wild card here than normal.
And we've been
And
having
it's just a
regular
matter of,
meetings.
I don't think the
believe
mayor's
right now
gonna
I
let
have
it go to a vote
17
tonight.
different clergy
There's
members as part of the group, and we've been
too much of a
expanding it.
stance for him, I
We
think.
meet one
on a
Monday a
vote.
month.
He'll say
We have a phone
he'll
tree
speak
we've worked
freely,
on,
but as
a
far as a
matter of
vote
fact, we
goes,
just, they were notified after the incident on Cambridge Street to provide some of their services. So we have a lot of interesting things we're trying to work out and move forward with this group.
That's great news. Appreciate the good work. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Send that to public safety. Those in favor.
I just simply have to buy a pink suit.
Information communication on
There's
the
no way around
installation
it.
of train folk railroad crossing sensors. We'll send that to Councilor Russell.
A couple of
Mr.
years back, I
Chairman, very
found
briefly,
a
I
salmon-colored
just wanted to thank the
Levi's trucker
administration,
jacket with
especially
color
the
match
assistant
buttons at Marshall's.
city manager
One of the best
for
pair
her
I've
Oh,
ever
that's
worn.
cool.
an ongoing
That's sick.
effort. I know in our district.
I have a pink denim jacket.
We should coordinate some night.
Let's
I'd
do
like
it.
to ask Mr.
Yeah, like
Goodwin
midwinter.
a question, if I may, through you, Mr.
Can we
Chairman.
can we ride on your bike together?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, John, they have been.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Goodwin. Mr. Goodwin, what can we do to
Not big on seersucker. Gotta tell you.
This is a great program.
No, you gotta go
getting the first
tweed.
responders and
I love
the,
tweed. I like something with structure.
Or paisley.
But I run hot though too. So
Oh, tweed is nasty if you run hot.
by the train for any period of time, and it's an important first step.
No, you gotta go linen then.
I do. I love. Hey,
These trains from
Nice
basically-
linen suit.
I'm a
those can be
seersucker
hard.
for a linen suit.
for quite a long time. Do you know, Mr. Goodwin, what's the longest you've read? I mean, I hear from all the residents all the time.
Sure, but he's not compromising if he never votes on it.
I would think. It's not an unusual occurrence to have them block the street for half hour. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Is that correct, Mr. Goodwin?
Through the chair to the councilor, yeah, that's correct.
He might go the route of getting an on-the-floor legal opinion.
30 minutes to an hour.
True.
In the past.
Mr. Chairman, so
Very
just
true.
briefly,
I hadn't considered that until
So
now,
you
but yeah.
to tell the trains that they can only come through at a certain
Over
time.
under on
This
Calorio going to the bathroom.
federally authorized.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Do it again.
Whatever the trains want to do.
Through the chair to the councilor.
I think he's freezing up
it is
during
a
this election. I
case
gotta
of
tell you guys.
Kind of
He's
Yeah, I think he might eat it, dude.
private property. there's no specific federal
I don't
regulation
know. I
that
honestly,
when they can go through,
like,
how they block. So
I'm not sure what to think about
our
this whole
program
race
is this,
overall.
and we're also working on building those
He
relationships. not only
he made a really big fuck up when he tried to
plans and relationships with the
say
federal
that Robin Kennedy did Citizens United. You know, it's like it was so sort of pathetically overblown, in my opinion. I think it kind of snapped back on him.
Totally. I mean, I feel like 2 weeks before that, you started hearing a lot of people who were close to Robin saying the race was over in favor of Joe because fundraising numbers had come out and it looked abysmal. And all they ended up did was rocketing her name into the media. And she's getting more name recognition that lacked now as the result of something that will go nowhere.
Not only
And she just got endorsed by 3 state reps.
And
yesterday.
And Joe's teachers union, I mean, which is wild too, right? Like you're the chair of the
Yeah,
school
right.
committee and the teachers union didn't endorse you.
Yeah, right.
Information so they can hopefully better create regulations that they can enforce in the future.
Mr. Chairman, my last question to the administration is there any way we could get the train companies, the railroad, to basically tell us when they're going to do this in advance, at least so we could put something there that says, might be delays during this hour and that hour, just to give the residents and the people that are going back and forth some kind of a heads up. We know it's going to be a regular occurrence, if there's nothing we can do to override.
Do we not know when trains are coming?
Maybe that's the answer.
It's intermittent.
Maybe not.
Like I got stuck behind one that was a good 20 minutes where I was sitting there trying to walk across the tracks just to get to my car. I missed scooting in front of the train by like literally half a block.
No, I totally understand that. Like you might be surprised by a train coming by, but I mean, in general, like I don't think anyone at the Worcester airport is shocked when a plane just lands, right? Like we kind of keep track of those things. I would assume trains.
Not the freight ones.
Department. And
the freight ones aren't as timed.
Could potentially
That's
save
true.
lives.
That's really weird to me.
Improve
I feel like
response
just a
times,
mystery train
obviously.
is
And I wanted to ask through
I feel like we have the
chair,
technology to figure that out.
Administration, if they
Yeah, my
can
nephew,
just
who's autistic,
explain
decided he was going to
how
count the
we
cars
got
as they
here.
went past and
Were there other
got to
options
100 and
outside of
stopped
this?
because he got bored.
And this isn't a way to critique.
So that's dedication to get to 100, though. Gotta say.
Understanding as to what efforts will be made. I know that the
It was a long
administration
train. We were stuck there for a
has been
good
working
15,
on
20
this.
minutes.
4 weeks isn't too long from now. But
Jack's strong
for
Kennedy
our first
allegiance
responders.
is
So,
coming through
through the
now.
chair.
Assistant City Manager.
Through the chair to the counselor, this has been an issue that we have been sitting down with both the Federal Railroad as well as the railroad company themselves for the past 2.5 years. Our first attempt was to try to get them to move their changing station or their docking station. It's something that they refuse to do at this point. It's something that they are not, they don't leave.
The docking station, good gay bar name.
This data that we're collecting will help us to further
Maybe a little on the
emphasize
nose. You know what? I take it back. It's an awful gay bar name.
Good, but a kink club, though.
State rep to help
Yeah,
us.
yeah.
This is a federal issue.
A very specific kink club.
I really appreciate
You know,
Nicole keeps it so casual that her sunglasses are still in her head. She's like, I'm
Yeah.
in front of the elected officials in the city of Worcester, but like,
Well, what if she has to say something cool and then pull them down? And then,
Dude, Nicole Valentine could just show up with a glass of wine and be like, "What, I gonna have to fire me? You fucking idiots!"
Again, kudos for work well done. I know that when I filed this a term and a half
Yeah,
or so
me and Ted
ago,
Mom, and he loves counting.
that there was work being done. It's good to hear the update on what exactly has gone into that. I think it's important for people to know because, being stuck there, I can't imagine having to reroute.
We can't have
for
kink
Greenwood
clubs in the
Street
state.
there and, trying to figure out.
Really? Like, as a matter of policy?
It falls under the you cannot consent to be assaulted.
You're gonna have to go down.
So
behind
impact
College Hill.
related
Those
things
things are
not
important,
allowed, and
particularly
so
if
those kinds of clubs
there's a
just
life
basically can't exist.
emergency at risk.
Yeah.
And to Councilor Russell's
There was a
question,
lawsuit
it seemed more,
a couple years back
focused
where
on
somebody lost
kind of,
custody because they were
residents
involved
and
in
people
kink.
passing through.
Huh.
It'll be interesting to see what comes out of this.
Weird state.
Mr. Jones
Wicked fucking weird.
We're a weird state.
Being a meeting quickly, what will that look like? Because we're talking about 4 weeks, and I don't think, when is our
There's a
next
bunch
meeting?
in Rhode Island and
9th.
Connecticut, though.
3-4 weeks, right?
It's like 3 weeks.
Imagine
maybe we'll
just
get it
coming
in
to the
sometime.
realization that Rhode Island is more normal than you.
Just really want to stay
That
on top of
sucks.
this. And,
In some ways, it
appreciate
really is.
Fire
It really is, like in a lot of ways.
Director Goodwin's work on this. Thank you so
Yep.
much.
Thank you. So send that to public safety. All those in favor, opposed, so recorded.
Puritanically progressive.
Commission Communication Rose, it's an update on the youth violence prevention. Dr. Castillo, I just want to thank you for the report. Mrs. Sutton.
Did anyone read this report? I couldn't get past a couple pages into it.
2015, and it's grown.
Yeah.
Even your numbers are going definitely.
I
in the
just
right
I didn't understand
direction.
what was being
Outcome.
conveyed. I don't know. It
Changing
was
the
just-
strategy of the committee, looking at some of the initiatives that could be more helpful to our youth, and I'm looking forward to send this to public health for a complete, thorough discussion. And we've come a long way, so still have a ways to go. So I appreciate the effort. And Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a number of incidents over the summer and late spring here in the city. And I
Yeah, a
just
lot of
wondered if
old
the
school Catholic
administration,
Dems there.
would be able to speak to some of the support that's being provided in the community. I heard from the officer previously that there's some work going on with the clergy. in
Joe's
response
Petty
to all
sounds
of
like
this.
something that like a
Because
mafia
as a
person would
clinician,
call
we
Joe
think
Petty.
about
Hey, Joe's Petty over here.
Hey, yeah, look, it's Mr. Joe's bed.
Even an acquaintance is harmed.
My phone's getting really choppy. I
away
gotta
due to violence,
restart this before
and
we
it
get to the
sticks, and
thing.
it
I'll be back in a
festers.
sec.
And
Go play.
I'm glad to hear that there is a response being worked on from the clergy. I'm just wondering if you could speak to the current state of affairs and the work that this group is doing.
Yeah,
Ms. Serafin.
Yep, through the chair to the counselor. So the first intervention that comes to mind is the Youth Crisis Response Team. So that provides support to families and youth in neighborhoods that have been affected by violence, by gun and knife incidences specifically. So they
Good
partner
idea,
with
John.
two different agencies in the city of Worcester to respond and to
Bike shed and
provide
get into the penalty box.
is in need of.
The new superintendent couldn't
One
hang.
intervention. We also have Worcester Acts, so Worcester addresses childhood trauma. That's another intervention that has been running over the past few years. They provide support for children who have experienced or witnessed
Devin just likes to
violence.
go on,
So that's in partnership with
MT,
the police
HBO
department. So
documentaries
when
and
there
swear.
is,
That's kind of his whole
when there
thing.
is an incident where a child was
McGovern
there to
drunk
witness
going into the MB
some acts
lounge
of
at the
violence
Democratic
or
State
trauma,
Convention
they
was
will
absolutely
send,
hilarious.
A trained social worker or
He's so adorable as
community
drunk.
health worker to
He
to
did,
that family and to
he
that
did
household
the
to
sort of
provide
late show one
services
time. He
for
came on
that-
as a
that
guest
child as well.
at Ralph's and like
these
tried to
two
feel
particular
comfortable at
entities,
Ralph's, and it was
do you have
very
how
funny.
many individuals comprise their staff?
Their staff.
Yeah, like, so how many youth crisis response team, how many folks does that involve?
It was really
I'm
awkward
referring
though
to-
because he came in right after Petty,
Jen Stafford. I
and
think
Petty
she
walked
might
in,
have
and the entire room just
numbers.
paused and looked at him.
Through the chair to the counselor. So we have 3 different agencies that make up the youth crisis response team. And with the case managers and outreach workers, we have approximately, depending, 6 to 8 case managers or outreach workers at any given time that are part of that particular team.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I certainly know there'll be a lengthy discussion of this in public health under the direction of Councilor Rivera. So that's much appreciated. I'll be interested to see some of the data on this. We know that data is important for the work that we do. And Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering through the chair if someone from the administration could speak to any work that's being done with the adults who are experiencing
Just
the
go to the
same trauma.
dispensary, Mo.
youth focused.
Well, Butrin and weed don't have collaborative
Just
effect.
wondering what else the city's doing with regards to violence that's rooted in.
Unless you've got a government job or a job where they drug test you, because that's
for our youth
still not
and trauma.
protected.
Bringing the Top Gun here.
Travis just texted that he keeps hearing a plane circling above him. Do we think that they're looking for Kitumi's illegal pool, or?
To the counselor, I think that the one that comes to mind to me is sort of the crisis intervention team that we are looking at as partnering with Community Health Link, where we will have that 911
That's such a good
response when
idea.
something is happening, that we will send clinicians to the site to partake in that process, but also most importantly is to follow up and continue that follow-up with each of those crises that is happening.
Mr. Manager, do you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I just want to follow up real quick. Through the chair to the counselor, one of the things that that recently, right, based on the recent crimes in the city, one of the things that we want to address, not only the adults, that came up in one of our conversations on the governance council, was that we oftentimes spend a lot of time looking at young people and our youth in the city in terms of providing resources and interventions. But sometimes, like Jen and Leah stated, we have intervention programs for kids under 10 years old as well. But oftentimes we know that families, adults are impacted in these, whether there's a parent or grandparents or guardian that supervises the individuals who are either the perpetrators or the victims of these violence. And so one of the things that we're going to start to do, and this is the conversation that we just had this week, is to try to look at it in a holistic way. We want to first find out what are the agencies that are providing services for children in our city, agencies that are providing services for youth, and then agencies that are providing services for the family overall, including the adults. We want to do the assessment and then be able to identify what are the gaps between those services. What are we missing? What do we need to think about to bring some alignment between all of them? Because we understand that sometimes in a violent act like we saw at Cambridge Street, there's multiple individuals, from a grandparent to a husband to the perpetrator to the victim of the kids. So this is a holistic approach for the family. And those are the things that we've been discussing this week, and then we're going to start to approach that in that way, because we understand the value of the entirety of the home.
Thank you. We know that the impacts of trauma throughout our community runs deep and long. And I think, what we've seen over these last few weeks is folks who have experienced that sort of loss and trauma years and decades ago are being re-triggered. And there's a lot of work there to be done, and looking forward to us moving forward in regards to all of this.
Just so y'all don't think Travis is crazy, that plane just is over my head now.
What happens with that trauma?
It's over me. It's been over me for a while.
Regardless of,
but I'm right by the airport.
Likewise. Well, since it's not a train, I'll pull up FlightAware and I'll tell you what it is.
As we begin to address.
Oh yeah, you guys are all over there.
And measure how we're working to.
I don't want to be anywhere near all that fucking shit in the
not
lake.
just with our youth, but also with our.
Is the flight school back going up at Worcester Airport?
And I'm not sure if we're doing anything as it relates to families of individuals who've been impacted by violence.
Okay, I feel like that plane is about to hit my house right now. And oddly enough, it's not on showing up on any flight tracker, so it must be some military training.
I'd like to see us really.
Are they doing
to those folks
the World War II planes this year?
I don't think so, but there has been some construction going on at Hanscom for a while, so a lot of their training flights have been coming out to Worcester Airport
here and there. But a really formalized response.
One time when they were doing the World War II
out
planes
with our youth and our children, the victims of
me and my friend just
violence,
walked out onto the
all sorts of
tarmac.
violence. Folks with that lived
no one
experience
said a
on both
word.
ends
No one
might
stopped
be
us.
Assistance in working through
like,
this.
oh, this
So,
is a cool airport.
Appreciate this report. I'm sure Council Rivera will be all over this. in
I
the
went
committee.
to the
Thank you so much for the
World War
work that
II
you
air
do.
show up there, but that company is currently
Councilman Nguyen?
The
Thank you,
company is
Mr.
currently
Chairman.
not
I
doing
first would like
flights
to,
because of an
thank,
accident
the
that
acting city
killed someone.
manager. Thank you for such a wonderful report.
One of their World War II
I
planes
always
went down.
appreciate these things to really
Sick.
update us and
My buddy went
keep
on
us
did one of them
grounded
one
in
time.
what's happening. So I just want to just briefly, as we see reports, I really want to see the commitment of our city as well. And so I would like to request the city manager work with Commissioner Dr. Castillo and the Youth Violence Prevention Partners to co-create a report of a 1-year, 5-year, and a 10-year plan for Worcester to address the causes of violence and the causes of the causes, as shown on page 8 of the report. I think it's important now that we know these things that we actually come up with a plan. And so I would also like it to be very concrete as possible, such as you mentioned, affordable housing is needed. I would like to know how many, what percentage, right? As well as the reallocation of funds that breaks the cycle of the status quo. Like I think we all need to commit to an actual number. And so I would love to see that, when we talk about safe, free spaces for youth, what does that look like in Worcester? What places, which districts, how many? I think the more envisioning that we can do in this plan, the better. We just
Well, the youth team also keeps getting pulled in with having to work with the police department.
5-year, 10-year.
It should not only be the
And
police
lastly,
department
included in
working
this
with
plan,
them.
as a youth worker, I always like reflection guided questions. And so on page 27, you added some guided reflection questions. And so I would like to have the city admin provided in the report answering these questions. What are our role? What is our impact and role in recreating the status quo? And what can we do to change that? I would love to see us do an intentional plan. So thank you.
Thank you. We have Councilor Rivera.
It is just that with the source of the grant funding. It's so much of what the police department does comes from HUD block grants, Shannon grants. And so
The family as a whole, one of the things that I've experienced throughout my experience working with youth that have been impacted by violence in families, and just even recently, is just the impact of the entire family, the siblings, the parents.
Unfortunately, made tough mom.
It's very traumatic. Just recently, I was dealing with one of the moms, and when I asked her if she was involved in any type of grief counseling or trauma, she had not. She didn't have the proper insurance and she couldn't afford it. And I just couldn't understand why there wasn't a better response for that. I actually reached out to some of the folks doing the disruption work, and they were going to be following up. And I'd like to just add to one of the things that I've been a part of in the last several years has been folks with lived experience, especially moms. So moms who have lost
We don't have the money for half the things we should be doing.
violence. And there is a small group of moms that are available. And so when something like that happens, many of them reach out to me and say, has the parent, when available, we'd like to reach out. And often, there's a contact, and we say, when you're ready.
my house is literally shaking from these aircraft.
That's crazy, man.
And what I have found is that that's been really, really.
Usually I get like
very
an
helpful
alert
for
of
me.
some kind that they're going to be doing
Grief is
trainings
very
out of the
individualized, and
airport.
it's a very
They've been doing them
personal
every
journey.
Wednesday for the last 6
And I
months
think that
because of
people who've
construction
gone
out at
through that can
Hanscom.
understand it
But
in a
and this
way
is
that
probably
others
just another set of
cannot.
training
And so I
flights
think that I
from
find,
Hanscom.
that those
Yeah, but it's-
I saw a tweet from the Worcester airport guy
really helpful. So I would want to maybe
What was
that
that,
they're
Yenni?
circling.
Yeah,
Yeah, what's that, Yenni?
open to kind of connect you with some of the moms that I'm working with that have been actually doing this for several years. That just
Is
been really
is
kind of
Hanscom
under
Air
the
Force
radar.
Base
And they just
named
reach out
after
and
the way
just
that
this
Popeye says
very
handsome?
personal, just conversation. And,
Yeah.
response
I've always
from
wondered.
the moms to
These
be able
planes
to
are handsome.
That sounded like they were just about to dive bomb my
that I feel like
house.
someone understands me. It's a very lonely journey for them. So I think it's really important to really address the family as a whole. And then I think also
This is how the East Side wins.
experiences and being
When the
able to
West Side just
connect
blows up.
sibling to sibling.
They're dropping all their shit in Coast Pond.
Dad or whatever that is. Really really, really important.
Well, they dump
And,
fuel in the
it
ocean
really does
so
help
that
in
they
this
get
area,
enough for
and
next
it's
year.
really, really
Because
complicated.
if they don't use it all, they
and
lose
just
it.
Very traumatic. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everyone for their involvement in this. I know this has gone several years. I know I attended several meetings as well. And I think it's incredibly important that we recognize that we're grateful for the Shannon grant to be able to move this forward. And I'd love to see us continue to get a little bit more of that so that we can continue to do some great work. But Councilor King had brought it up, and I was thinking about it. When we have a child who's a victim of trauma, who has lost a loved one, do we also not include the schools, school counselors as part of the, okay, as I don't know, maybe I missed it in here, but, I just
Probably
wanted to ask about that and what the process is.
The school
I can talk
counselors
about
don't have the
handle with
time to
care.
handle
So
that
that's
anyway.
an intervention. It's a notification system in partnership with the police department and the schools as well. So when a police officer is on a scene where there is a child that witnessed some sort of violence or experienced some traumatic event, they notify the schools, and there's one person within the schools who's kind of the contact person, and they notify them, and that person, basically in the notification it says the child's name and it says handle with care, and that's all that it
Right.
says. It doesn't give any other information, and so just that information is relayed to the school where the child goes, and that gives the principal and the teachers an opportunity to kind of watch the child and be a little bit more vigilant if the child's experiencing any types of, if they're showing that they experience a trauma, or if they're just maybe a little bit off. It gives them an opportunity to, instead of punishing a child who maybe like fell asleep in class, or maybe they're acting out and otherwise they would punish them, they know that that child experienced something just the night before. So it gives them the opportunity to then refer them to additional supports within the schools.
So I think that's incredibly important as you look through, all of the issues that kids are facing right now, and recognizing, as a former educator myself, I recognize that, a former school committee member, how important it is to really have a handle on what's impacting the
Is she
kids,
claiming educator value? Valor?
and on a daily basis, because you just don't know. And sometimes there isn't anybody that they feel that they can trust to talk about some of these things. So
Was she ever a teacher?
I'm very happy to hear that that's the program
I don't think so.
that's involved. And
Yeah, I don't think so either.
this summer, though.
Was useless on the school committee for a
What
while,
happens
but
this summer if there was an incident?
I think that's what she's saying about being an educator.
Program is the has
Wow.
the community health
Stealing
workers.
educator valor.
During the school year, they
Good
work
job,
closely
Kate.
with the schools and
Sick.
any entities that the children are involved with, but they work with the families year round. So they navigate whatever systems, and they're kind of work and walk alongside, hand in hand with the family to move them through.
Is there any effort?
We don't have enough counselors to
work
deal with
with
all of the trauma in the
classmates,
school district
and
already.
friends of a child who's experienced
Yeah.
trauma, so
Last
that
I checked, the caseload was crazy, like the ratio of counselors
I
to
think that would be
students.
Yeah, it's
something
literally
that-
impossible
say
for
something
the
happened
counselors to
in
see all of the kids
October
that
or
need help.
whatever, and the
Yeah.
kid goes back to school, because I know there were.
Like I have
when my kids went
one of
to
my
school,
sister-in-law's
they had
close
classmates
friends
that
passed away from
experienced,
COVID.
some pretty
Her
horrific,
10-year-old daughter brought it home
things,
from
and,
school
you know,
and
it
was the
just
one who
makes
found her
sense
mother dead in
that,
bed.
Things
Oh,
would be
Jesus
explained
Christ.
And I
and
was
ask, you know,
in
engage
communication
them,
with
help
Sue and
your friend. How
Tracy
could you
about
help
it, trying to get her
you know, having
services
that
through the school
supportive,
district
environment
because her
involved.
father, who she was previously
sure that
estranged from but now
something
had to
will be
live
brought
with,
up in the
refused to get her services.
So I think it's
Jesus
just
fucking
important.
Christ.
But thank you. I do want to say thank you for all the good work that's been done.
I mean, we eventually convinced him that she needed
So I think
services,
that's more,
but
it's, you know, the
we couldn't
wraparound
get her anything through the
coordinators
school
are very
district.
key in what happens in the schools when there is an issue and there.
Okay, so we would include the wraparound coordinator in your groups.
Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right, thank you. I appreciate that
Thank you.
explanation. Yep,
Okay.
that's it. Thank you.
Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too also agree that the data is important. So I want to thank everybody for the hard work they put in to put this report together. It's a very comprehensive
Exactly,
thorough
Feeney.
report. But I do have a few questions, and maybe I've overlooked something, or maybe I haven't. But on page 17, table 4, there's data for school discipline. I'll give you a chance to get to that. Again, it's page 17, table 4, top table. Through the chair. Am I reading this correctly where it says table 4, school discipline data for weapons on school premises in 2019, 2020, all students, there were 17 circumstances where that was true, just 17 circumstances.
Yes.
So for all the Worcester public school system in 2019, 2020, there were only 17 situations where there was a weapon identified on a student on school premises.
Yes, that's for this, yeah, for school discipline data showing that. So these are the students that have been disciplined for that particular instance. And so there were 17 instances.
This is Mo's head exploding as he realizes that there aren't nearly the problems that he thinks there are in the school.
At the same time, like, I feel like that number's wrong.
Weapon on school premises.
I wouldn't really be able to speak to that data. We only get the data that we get, from the schools.
And the other question, last question on this topic is the school discipline data different than police discipline data? In other words, if somebody was arrested for a weapon, would it still fall under this table 4, or would it be in a separate category? Through the chair.
If they were arrested, it would come up as an arrest. The discipline.
This is a strange line of questioning. I don't know what he's getting at.
But I do want
His
to mention
cop buddies are telling him that those numbers aren't right because they've arrested more people with weapons on them.
Data includes some.
I mean, just anecdotally from some conversations I had with kids, the one year I was doing a youth group, like they were at Maine South,
Do you have the data
not Maine South, South High,
That would be
and like
table 4
every
type
week they
data.
were like, "Oh, this person came in with a gun," and just completely blasé about it.
Yeah.
For 20, we don't have all of that yet or analyzed. Plus this report.
Mr. Manager, I'd like to
Yeah.
say a word.
I was going to jump in. So this assessment was a 3-year assessment.
Yeah.
So part of the Shannon grant, we do a 3-year assessment every year. So this assessment is for the past 3 years. And so in the next 2 to 3 years, we will then do another assessment looking back 3 years, which will provide the 2021, 2022 data. Now, what we do, one of the things that we do as part of the governance council, when we review all school data and police data on a monthly basis, is part of our day-to-day operations in terms of trying to identify what are some trends that are happening in the schools or that's happening in our community, and so that we can provide assistance and assess and provide some solutions right away. And so that happens on a periodic basis. But this data specifically, it only speaks to the school on-premise, students with weapons on-premise that the school might have identified or they might have found.
That's a great point too. Schools were closed for the look back period that they're discussing.
Oh, right. Yeah.
With weapons.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for responding.
I can say if you are looking for some data, and this was from the Worcester Police Department. So we do know that juveniles with firearms arrests had doubled from last year, and they are on pace to double again this year. So in 2020 and in 2021, there were 9 arrests. And so far in 2022, it's been 11 arrests just it's July. So it's higher than it was over the past few years.
All right, no, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to make the data relevant. So thank you.
Okay.
Make the data relevant. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all that you do in this very comprehensive report. I just wanted to rise to just offer or ask a question about if psychological first aid and the psychological first aid curriculum has been something that has been explored as an additional tool in your respective toolboxes through the chair.
So For youth workers, we have done the psychological first aid program through the Youth Worker Training Institute. So these are folks that are working in youth based organizations throughout the city. I can't speak to the school department, but that was something that we have added to the Institute with the recognition that it was extremely important with everything going on with the youth these days.
Great. Yeah.
I'm,
and I'll take part in when it comes
driving
to,
down with my brother
my
to
background
Dallas
and
tomorrow.
trauma work that I've done.
I'm
Nice.
very
I just
excited.
think
I'm
that
very
using
excited to
the-
get dirty looks and comments about
in a
wearing a
way
mask
that
everywhere.
is the train the trainer
Yeah.
model, where
What
we
are you,
doing
one
the
of
same
them
in New Hampshire next
fucking
week.
city employees and others
live free or
really
die, baby?
train so that when there is an
Whenever somebody
incident
says
that
anything, I think the move is to just
we
go
can all, you
start
can
taking
just
it off and go,
relieve
"Oh no, I have
main
COVID. That's why
debris,
I'm wearing it." And then start
anybody who's available,
Yeah,
comes
right.
and help support any one
Or
incident.
if you're
and,
cool, then I'm cool.
youth, as we've referenced, it's exponential after that as a way to just provide or offer like additional resources outside of you with folks who are really well trained. I'm trained in psychological first aid, for example. A number of my staff are trained in psychological first aid if there was ever a need. And I know that there are many others. If there was ever a need, that we would certainly be there in an effort to support. But just also thinking that there could be many other. You could have somebody who is working in the city manager's office, or someone who's in DPW who is also trained in it, so that it's like and it's just a really incredible connection to have, where it's to Council New Wynn's points, it's like all of our
Sean Rose trying to get a city contract for his nonprofit right now, like in public.
suggestion. And like I said, I'll take part in the meeting and
That's
offer
kinda
some of
cool.
these themes and ideas, but I'm always thinking of ways to be productive, where you all can really focus on the really terrific work, and we can have more people come in and support and wrap you all a little bit tighter. And this curriculum is a
Ew.
good to do that.
Don't say that.
We all need hugs.
And share and offer more. It's been adopted by the National Child Traumatic Stress Network and so on. So it's really a powerful thing for anybody who's had to deal with any coping and grieving, whether it's in an actual incident itself or in a family situation. And we were
Oh
just
boy,
on
this meeting is going to be 5 fucking hours long.
tragedy. So again, I just offer that up as a suggestion. I don't want to belabor the point, and I'm happy to take part in the meeting and offer more insights. And
I'll be right
again,
back. And I'm not going to have my mic on.
No, good, yeah. Learn from my mistakes.
That's something that we should really work on, and through the schools. I know that through the mayor's mental health task force in the beginning, we talked about it as part of the training. Just like we think about.
Yeah, they're also like
CPR,
kind of hard to
we
find
want,
now too.
everybody
Even if you just want to
CPR
buy
to
them,
be part of what happens.
and don't want to use
again,
Amazon,
happy to be as
which
helpful as you need.
as I
Yeah, right.
mentioned in the last meeting, I have not used in years and will not use if
Thank you.
Thank you.
God
Can be helped.
God help me. Yeah.
I got a minute. All right. Really quickly through the chair. If
You,
could
you
just
can't like if
explain
you go to a
our
store, all they
design
sell 3M
what we
masks, but they're not technically
through the chair.
KN95 rated. So there's no way
Right.
if they're
Weapons, I
actually
mean, the way that we typically are defining it is gun or knife.
you
But
get an
in
N95.
future, it
Those
will
are easy to
be
get.
However, the school
Those are also a pain in the ass to
department
take on
is
and off.
determining whatever they had was a weapon.
Right.
So I can't really speak to the types of.
Yeah, I
weapons.
really can't stand those masks, to be honest.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. It's very important, that we have context for a little bit what we're reading. Again, I look forward to the discussion in public health. And I just wanted to amend a little bit of what I said earlier about trauma saturation, that it festers, and it grows. And that trauma can also inspire. You look at people, Diego McLean, who lost his brother. You look at myself, Jermaine Johnson, ran for school committee. All different types of impacts based on a whole confluence of factors and supports and realities. So I really look forward to seeing where we go with this. I've said for the last 3 budgets that Health and Human Services staffing should really be analyzed. It hasn't happened yet to my satisfaction, staffing analysis of what we really need to be successful in the city. And I want to commend the department for being the most diverse department in our city, because it matters when you're dealing with people. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to send that to Public Health along with the orders to the city manager. All those in favor, opposed, so
All right, we
ordered.
should be getting pretty close now to the to two's item, but
Let's get some finance items. 9.36.
it's finance items and then 2 orders from Mayor Petty and then that one.
A
So we're getting there.
10.338 A through D and 10.39 A through E. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.A.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Member Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Then we have 10.41A, information communication relative to the staff's implementation of the new Worcester 311 system and all its component projects, and we'll send that to Urban Tie. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Then we have, so some items have been held. The auditor's report is held for tonight, along with item 11N, which is regarding the city's license commission. So now we're on 11A through double C. And before we be doing that, we have Councilor King wants to discuss 11Q along with 16A from the city clerk's office.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to briefly 11A and B. Just wanted to amend that to include the Grafton Street School and Vernon Street and Union Hills School. 11A and B.
Okay, as amended.
So we're on 11Q.
11Q,
Is that right,
huh?
Mr. Chairman? Or no?
Yes, 11Q. You want to discuss 11Q, you said?
Yes.
Along with 16A, which is the clerk's report regarding the search of the city managers.
Yes, thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
this is
Chairman.
city
We
manager
had a
search,
brief
okay.
Discussion of this in committee. We received a response to the RFP. We're looking to re-advertise that. I know there was a number of additional search firms that we'd like to see reached out to specifically. I had some discussion with purchasing, and just wanted to suggest that we get that going as soon as possible, that we can re-advertise. There's other firms out there that have done some good work with the city of Cambridge, our school department. I think from what my understanding is that if we do a more targeted outreach, we'll get a better response. But wanted to ask through the chair to the clerk's office what that process would look like if we re-advertise. Is that something we can get done quickly?
To the chair, to the council, at this point, the council's already approved the RFP, specs. So we can certainly work with the purchasing directors. As soon as tomorrow, we can ask them to re-advertise for another 3 to 4 weeks. I think that's usually the time period that they advertise any request for proposal for different bids from different vendors. So if the will of the council tonight is for the clerk to work with the purchasing agent to re-advertise.
Oh, that's
for
actually
another
my
3 to
other
4 weeks,
nephew,
we're gonna do
the
it.
one that's 7 that has autism, but
So we will.
the older
take-
one who's
we'll file
going to be 9 in
16,
September, he
A,
also has
and we'll take
ADHD, so I
11
guess disabilities also qualify anyway.
Through double C minus 11N. All those in favor?
I'm really
Mr.
upset that they
Campbell
did
and
not
Bill
advertise
also
this
ordered.
better and get more than one.
We are on the orders.
Yeah, right. That's what Christian was just saying, that they kind of want to try to get the same firm as at the school committee, which I've been supportive.
Yeah, they did a good job.
The city switched to review ordinance language in Somerville, Cambridge, and East Hampton in an effort to draft a similar.
Oh, here we go.
Ordinance to the city concerning deceptive advertising practices of limited pregnancy centers and prohibiting such
Yeah,
activities.
mine
to be
additionally
permitted in
has the issue of
Somerville and Cambridge, ensuring
being
that such establishments
black.
operate within the city with a primary purpose of providing services to people who are or have reason to believe they may be pregnant,
course, they
including mobile facilities, must either directly
still have those
provide
biases, even though
referrals
he's-
for abortions or emergency contraception, such as the draft line should be provided to the city council in the public. Then we have the ordinance.
That would have been a huge baller move.
The resolution 13A. That the State Council of the City of Worcester does hereby affirm its stance.
It's true. That is true. That has not affected your little menagerie of little animals that do your bidding down
and does hereby urge state and federal elected officials to codify abortion rights and other reproductive rights. Councilman Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I first would like to thank everyone who spoke, on both sides. I know that it's a heavy topic, these are lived experiences. And so I just want to uplift and thank everyone who shared. I think all
Very surprised that this is just happening.
considered and
There was
honored,
no
as well
chicanery.
as, I want to give a shout out to
It doesn't seem like
Rachel,
it.
who really shared despite, struggling.
Yet,
and
anyway.
I think that's the practice and
Yeah,
that's the care
yeah.
that I would love to see in our city.
She's giving
to
a shout
really
out
get
to
people
the
mobilized and
to
really have
Rachel,
these conversations.
who Ida was
And
Nice.
also
Nice.
for sharing that, if you read the ordinance, if these centers aren't deceptive, they have nothing to worry about. If there's the advertising and all that stuff, as well as these are ordinance that we are sending to the city solicitor to draft something. So this isn't the final. This is something that we're looking towards East Hampton, Somerville, Cambridge. We're looking at it to formulate something of our own. And so I think it's important to remind folks, once again, if these centers aren't deceptive, they have nothing to worry about.
That's good messaging.
And I
right
wish
there.
I didn't have to say this, but reproductive rights and healthcare for people is not a fry or a burger to order at McDonald's or Burger King or Wendy's or KFC. Religion is healthcare. We have to enforce a standard for healthcare. So I think, just wanted to start off with that and then go into my actual statement. At this time, this tragic time of overturning of Roe v. Wade and this historical attack on women and pregnant people's rights, my hope is that the city of Worcester and council affirm full abortion rights and reproductive justice for all. It is critical that we take a stance in support of bodily autonomy for everyone in Worcester, but it is also important that we declare ourselves an abortion rights sanctuary city to support folks nationally who need a safe place to receive unbiased medical care. I hope we not only join Lowell City Council and Boston City Council, but also continue to urge state and federal elected officials to codify abortion and other reproductive rights. This is an urgent and critical matter. When the federal Supreme Court decides to take away basic rights, we as a city need to double down, expand our care and protection for people. We need to commit to the livelihood of our people. We also have a duty to turn the tides and take a stance in opposition of this overturning. Knowing that the state of reproductive equity, we must understand that the need for access is crucial right now. Many will come to us for support and care. Crisis pregnancy centers that are deceptive in their advertising and biased in their treatment will mislead and harm people seeking care. Attorney General Maura Healey released a warning on these centers. I mean, our own Attorney General, Massachusetts all over, is really cracking down on these, once again, deceptive places that claim to offer reproductive healthcare services despite their goals to prevent and steer people away from providing abortion and contraceptions. We need to have a standard. Throughout Massachusetts, we see lawmakers restricting them from Somerville to Cambridge and East Hampton. And these are the ordinances.
Yeah, Petty's going to have a just passive.
To draft our own.
Agree
These
to.
center tactics include telling lies about abortions, birth control, sexual health, talking about religion when that's not what you came for, and saying judgmental things about premarital sex, single parenting, queer folks, and BIPOC folks. They use intimidation tactics as well as delaying medical health care. And this is where we need to take a stance.
What I was just thinking is they might have the law department do the dirty
Lastly,
work here.
I just want to emphasize that people deserve compassionate, medically accurate, unbiased, and
Ooh, could we
informed
actually win
So
some
I hope
cases?
we unanimously
Wow.
ordinance and the resolution.
Thank you. Council King.
If this doesn't work, can we direct the law
Happy
office to
sign on to
investigate?
these. Like to make sure I'm signed on to both.
Or request the city manager
I know that
direct?
when I filed a similar order this
Honestly,
week,
I'm
it
really
was
tempted to
refreshing
go
see
into those
that,
centers and be like, hey, so
ordinance filing had
doctors
already
have told me
occurred
that if I get
prior to
pregnant,
so that mine
I
was
would
no longer
need to abort
necessary.
because I would not be able to safely
With
carry to
respect to
term.
this,
What do
you
I
know,
do?
I want to mention
Yeah.
And just see what they say.
3 girls,
Nothing good.
Oh yeah.
ages 29, 17.
I'm like honestly
5,
curious what they would
and,
say.
husband to my wife. And the thing that sits with me is the first thing my wife spoke about when
Do it. Record it.
Supreme Court make their decisions. And she said to me that she has less rights than her mother does.
Unfortunately, I have to get their
My
permission to
20-year-old
record it.
daughter has less rights than her mother does. And that's where we are right now. We're fortunate to live in a state where we have good leadership. We know Senator Chandler was integral in moving forward the Roe Act in the state legislature to provide protections and resources. We know that folks who have the capacity to give birth
Thank you.
need to have comprehensive
Yeah, that's good language. Yeah.
information. When you think about this is about
'Cause it's not just
self-government.
women.
It's about self-agency. It's about the agency of self.
It's just
And,
getting started, St.
that comes
Apostles.
down to liberty and it comes down to freedom.
Yeah,
We're
we've only
talking
heard
about a
2
safe harbor
and Christian so far.
folks to have comprehensive reproduction healthcare services.
And
Mr.
Donna has her
Chairman,
hand raised.
are very,
Let's go.
wary of me saying, as a social worker, we have ethics, and we're required to conduct ourselves in ways when it comes to life matters and human matters. And despite how I may feel as a clinician about being pro-life, being pro-choice, or however it wants to be defined, I have an obligation when I meet with clients and folks.
Even just from a strategic standpoint, I think that's
this particular clear way
stupid.
Information that was given, it notes
Like, it's not hard to be inclusive in language.
and when
It's
you read the
really
first
not.
2, thinking about abortion, researching abortion, question mark.
Like how passive it was that
and it
King
talks
said
about
that.
discussing the risks and effects
Yeah,
of abortion.
that's fine.
All of that's important. We heard today testimony, real life testimony about the impact Clearway has had on individuals post and pre procedures. We also heard testimony today about the importance of having all of the information at your disposal. And that's what this is really about. And I concur that if there are no
I reached out to 2.
practices,
They said that they checked with Nico
ordinance
and
will
he
not
thought he
be
cleared
harmful in
everybody. He
any
thought he
way.
got everybody,
I
but
encourage,
wasn't sure what happened. When
anyone
you call in, it's hard.
counseling
The hand raising
folks
thing
who
makes
are
it hard.
making
I don't
these
know
sorts
exactly how
of
to do that. I
life
thought they just take
decisions,
everybody that's called
individual
on the phone,
decisions,
but
health decisions, to provide comprehensive information. It can't be partial. And even these examples of advertisements for the average person who might just read this quickly, you're not going to know what you're getting till you're there. And I think we as a body can require that there is no deceptive practices if they are actually occurring. Mr. Chairman, we're talking about fundamental rights here. On this council, we've been talking about equity. We know the impact of this. There's a wealth disparity on folks who have access. You know, the resolution talks about making sure that our law enforcement
it's probably
does
safer to
not
do.
cooperate with entities who are investigating whether or not people from their particular state have access to
Yeah, that was
resources
Rachel.
here.
Yeah, that was the most
Resources
impactful statement of the
in the
night.
state
as
of
far as I'm concerned.
Massachusetts. But when it comes
And
to
I'm
this, this
so
is
glad
absolutely a
that
city issue. And we have the
darn it, what's her
ability to
name?
address
Got
it.
up to support
Oh,
her.
Ida.
Oh, Adela. Yeah.
Again, appreciate the
Anti-racist grandma.
testimonies.
That's her official name.
You know, but these sorts of civil rights are important. And I'm looking forward to the vote. I'm hoping that it'll be a unanimous vote on both of these items. And Mr. Chairman, I think that we are going to be a safe harbor. That's what this is about, a safe harbor for folks who have access to all of the information and all of the services available to them here in the city of Worcester. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Haji.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Equally appreciate Council Nguyen's order and resolution, and I plan to support both 100%. Also want to thank the people who provided really emotional testimony. It wasn't easy, and it's not always easy to be vulnerable in front of the public. I do just want to lead with, we are a sanctuary city for immigrants and refugees. We are a city that welcomes people, protects people. And one of the fundamental, I think that represents who we are as a city is the last line in the resolution that the City Council and the City of Worcester declare the City of Worcester an abortion rights sanctuary city. We shouldn't be afraid of taking tough stances in support of everyone's rights. I do want to also read a short snippet from constituent who couldn't make it through and had her hand for 1 hour. She says, I know many people who I love and respect who received abortions who do not regret them. They are friends, parents, spouses, leaders, survivors of sexual violence, community members, and people worthy of autonomy. Abortions are a deeply personal choice people make for a number of complicated reasons, and I respect all of them. When we had an agency advertising COVID tests that didn't actually provide real COVID tests, they were quickly shut down. We realized it was immoral, dangerous, and illegal for people to go in thinking they were being provided a health service and then not provided that health service. The proposed guidance in 12C is reasonable, necessary, and long overdue. I also want to add the leading warning line from the Attorney General's office, who recently issued an advisory. And I don't take that lightly on behalf of the constituents. They need to be protected. And it says, crisis pregnancy centers do not provide comprehensive reproductive health care. CPCs are organizations that seek to prevent people from accessing abortion care. I think it's important for us to understand, in the heels of the horrible decision of the overturning of Roe versus Wade, that reproductive health is not just a health issue, it's a racial equity issue. The people who are most hurt by these deceptive practices are young people who haven't had access to comprehensive sex education, are trans youth, especially the LGBT community. These CPC centers are increasingly connected to a national theme of anti-trans, anti-LGBTQ, anti-sex ed comprehensive conversations that we also heard and witnessed here in Worcester. So I fully support this order and the resolution. I'm sure that there will be others on the council floor that will not agree with us. I am glad that we had a conversation, as Councilor Nguyen and Councilor King mentioned. This is asking the city solicitor to look at a variety of resolutions and ordinances in other towns and do the right thing by protecting the people that are most targeted and most deceived by the existence of these centers. Thank you.
Okay, we have Council Corio, followed by Council Toomey.
Thank you. I'm going to stand in opposition to 12C.
Of course.
Based on its violation of free speech. Worcester is inviting a lawsuit if we proceed with this. The Supreme Court has made it very clear that the government...
Oh, she's got to be the one that pulled in that guy from Western Mass.
A particular viewpoint. These organizations should have the freedom to continue to operate without government interference. I asked my colleagues...
Fuck off. Just fuck off.
...item based on its unconstitutional...
I want you to say that you think they should be able to deceive people. That's...
I don't know where I've been, but I've been following the ruling.
I don't know where I've been.
And as far as I can see, Massachusetts has one of the most progressive liberal laws when it comes to abortions. Nothing has
Who
changed.
is doing
In fact,
the...
some of
I am not going to
things that are
attack.
proposed at the
I am
State
not
House
going
now
to
are
attack.
making it even
I am
more
going to
right.
sit here.
Yeah, she's like, deep breaths, deep breaths, deep breaths.
an abortion. So this resolution to me is a moot point, and it has nothing to do with Worcester because it's a state law
It's put in the state's hands, and the state decided that we're going into a very ultra progressive law when it comes to abortions. It's nothing that we can do in the city. We don't make abortion laws in the city. And so I will be opposing that as well. Thank you.
Donna Clore, you're not going to be a city councilor after the next election, so get all this fucking dumb shit in
Just
now.
a complete refusal to interrogate the idea at all. She didn't even fucking know what she was talking about.
Hearing about deceptive practices and things like that. And I believe we have a process for false advertising and deceptive practices through contacting the Attorney General's office and filing a complaint through there. I think that's the appropriate way to go if folks really feel that way, that these crisis pregnancy centers are having false advertising, etc., then that's the way to go. But this isn't really about abortion access or abortion rights or anything that.
Whoa.
This is about free speech, as my colleague said it as well.
Really?
In America, right here in Worcester, we have the right to free speech. And if you want your free speech, you have to tolerate the rights of others to have free speech.
You have the right to lie to people.
That's gonna hurt her in terms of Democratic Party stuff.
American president.
Let's let her get this. Let's let her get this clean for a while, so we can flip it.
Acknowledge a man whose words make your blood boil, who's standing center stage and advocating at the top of his lungs that which you would spend a lifetime opposing at the top of yours. And here in Worcester, we appear to have businesses that might make your blood boil, and that goes both ways. However, in this country, we have the right to speak their mind, which people did tonight, to state their opinions, and you have to listen, even if you don't like the opinions, which we did tonight. But here in Worcester, people have the right to free speech, and it's not about abortion, it's about free speech. And as a council, we need to honor free speech. I'm not going to take away a business's or an agency's free speech. If they're deceptively advertising, then the Attorney General is the person to handle that issue. Federal lawsuit has been that has been mentioned is actually challenging the state law in Connecticut that bans deceptive advertising.
Wow, Kate. Way to be a fucking asshole.
I've been told they're also considering adding Cambridge, Somerville, and East Hampton to that. And so the other thing I want to say is a lot of these agencies are faith-based, as was mentioned by one of the folks who called in or was here. There are laws, protecting religious agencies. So they don't have to provide abortion services. They do a totally different programming for folks that don't necessarily want it. As a matter of fact, I understand one of the places you actually have to sign acknowledgement that that they don't provide abortion services. Another one of the agencies on their website specifically states they don't provide abortion services. So I don't know what's deceptive practices people are talking about when it's very clear. So the reality is,
holy shit.
I just can't support this. I think it goes beyond the scope of what my role as a city councilor is. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts, through the efforts of Senator Chandler, has really made a difference in terms of Massachusetts and citizens' ability to be able to access these things. So it's not an argument of whether abortion is health care or not. The issue is you're asking a company or another agency to not do something or to do something. And I don't think that that's something that the city council
What a
should be doing.
fucking idiot.
Regarding,
holy shit.
The other item, I just can't support that. So
You just can't support the resolution affirming.
whether I support abortion or whether I don't support abortion, I support the laws of our land, our state, or whatever, and that's the issue, right? But this is going beyond what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councilor.
Wow.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so I won't be supporting this item and letting you know why. Just because people are going to ask why. And so if I say that I'm pro-choice, that I'm pro-choice, And that's a choice that they make. And I think that these organizations are offering another choice. I recently actually had a sit-down conversation this past month with an organization and was initially very hesitant. At first, didn't know what they were all about. And once I
getting
actually
primaried.
saw their website, very clearly stated. And I think one of the things that I think I was most impressed with was the fact that they offered supportive services. Because one of the things that I'm very critical about of my own folk, right? I'm very unapologetically Christian. The same way that I don't impose my religion or faith on anyone else, I don't allow anyone to make me feel shame or anything forth.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, what the
That's
fuck?
the whole point.
I do not like when people shove any beliefs down anybody's throat and believe that the same way that I don't want that imposed on me, I don't want it imposed on anyone else.
So I want the freedom of religion to trick people. That's all. That's what the order is about.
With folks has allowed me to
Having
be able
been
to
raised
kind of
Christian,
that it is a matter of like giving them a choice.
I understand that, but
I think
I just want to make sure that they're being clear about what they're talking about. I'm not naive. I know this is what it was going to be.
There's a lot
but I
of
just want them to
criticism
be
that we can
clear
put on
about what
Planned
they're saying.
Parenthood. One of the things that I've been very critical
These
about
comments in the
Planned
context of my reporting on the history of this place are going
the
to
way that
be
they approach communities of color, the way
fucking
that they are
wild,
within communities
dude.
of color, the way that they are often in communities. For example, it is in my district, and they are never participating in anything in community, ever. I've been in council in 10 years, and whenever there's an issue or anything happening on Pleasant Street, Planned Parenthood has been nowhere
They're
to be
fucking
found.
attacked and demonized every time they do anything. They're just trying to survive.
And never bought it. It was not because of the option of because I am a true believer of pro-choice. Regardless of what you believe, whatever, everyone has the right. I believe in the laws of this country, this Commonwealth, and this country, and I believe that everyone has the right to choose. In my faith, I believe that God gave us. In what I believe that God gave us free will and freedom of choice. So I am not above my Creator and my God that I believe in to be able to impose and say someone, this is what you have to do, nor have them feel shame or guilt or anything for whatever.
You can't regulate anything in this city because God gives me the right to choose to say whatever the fuck
I
do appreciate a Christian saying that,
it's
though,
like clumping us
that
all
being
together,
pro-choice
saying,
is not putting yourself above God.
All of us that are Latina are maids, or
yeah, no, that's
it is
fine.
very
We're
rare
talking,
here.
but if we're talking about, if that's what we're talking about, then yeah, that's the time to have that conversation. But the conversation here is not about whether or not
yeah, I believe if we're
abortion
saying
should be legal in the state of
then
Massachusetts.
this is another option. Then this is about having another choice.
Conversation here is about whether or not you're allowed to lie to
And so
people.
for that case, we can't speak out of both sides of our mouth. We can't say that we want to have pro-choice, and then when someone is doing an option that may not be something that you believe in or you may not accept, and this is about whether it's about they're saying, I understand about deceptive practices, then have the conversation, go and take a look, have a conversation. That's one of the things that I did recently, and actually really questioned them, and especially having them be able to be there for resources, because one of the things that I often criticize is, are you really pro-life or are you pro-fetus? You know, that's been something that I've been very critical of the community of the Christian faith. Are you pro-fetus or are you pro-life? If you're pro-life, you need to be pro-life the whole time, right? Are we caring about what's happening with our educational system, with violence, with the fact that we have kids in cages? We are not a sanctuary city for immigrants and for our undocumented. We're not. When we become a sanctuary city for undocumented people, then I'll consider sanctuary for anything else. So the same way that I'm not out there going I'm not going to anti-abortion rallies or anti-LGBT or
I want us
some of my Christian.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That often do that. I said, when you're out there actually.
This is the most tortured bullshit line of argument I've ever heard.
Actually protesting violence against women and sexual abuse and human trafficking. Those are the things that I think are the things that we should be out there really focusing on. And so for me, I feel like I could understand practices. I appreciate the Attorney General, because you know what? If you want, I work in healthcare.
Hey, anybody live in her district?
And I'm a firm believer that people should get adequate, appropriate health care. And health equity is something we advocate for, something that we look for.
We cannot be a sanctuary city for anything else until we're a sanctuary city for the thing that
But again, if we're
I've
really
set
talking
down a
about
mile
pro-choice, then we
marker
need to
for.
be able to allow that choice.
It's such a
If there are
crazy,
separate
it's such a
practices, then
crazy
just
thing to
like
say.
anything else, then we need to be able to get out there. But even, I mean, if we really look at Planned Parenthood as a little bit, has also, doesn't have the best history and didn't start with the best of intentions, right? There's some racism and discrimination and things that happen with that, And I know that they offer amazing.
Do a little
great support, and we don't throw the baby
whataboutism.
out with the bathwater. And I would say that the same way that many of us have learned to accept that and not to throw the baby out with the bathwater when we come to organizations like Planned Parenthood, we should also take a look and not throw the baby out with the bathwater when with organizations that are offering just another option that people are looking for. It's clearly stated on their website. One of the first things you see, we do not offer abortions, is something that they say, like Councilor Toomey says, something that they sign. And also the fact that they do post, once someone has had abortion, that they're seeking help, that they're seeking for whatever way. Some people,
District 4.
So if these places are saying that, then what's your issue with not what's your issue with not supporting the order? Because if they're covered under, if they're doing that, if they're upfront about what they provide, then what's the problem with the order?
And that they offer that
The order apparently
post,
won't affect
and so I think that
problem
if there is
parenthood,
deceptive practices,
problem
we
pregnancy.
want to be able
Like,
to kind of get out
what-
there. But that's for
what's your
anything,
issue with the
right?
order then?
That's for anything. That's the fact that we have slumlords. That's the fact that we're still dealing with human
This is
trafficking,
one of the most stunningly
Johns coming
depressing
in, the fact that we still
outcomes
allow the
that.
exploitation of women, the fact that we're still
And
dealing
not only
with
that, it's just like she won't support the resolution, like affirming.
even though we're one of the largest resettlement cities in New England, that we're not a sanctuary city for undocumented. There's a number of different issues. So this is why I don't feel comfortable in supporting this agenda item, just because of the way that it is. And if we can kind of look at it a specific way, I'm 100% in support that we shouldn't have deceptive practices, that we should have equitable healthcare, but not this.
Then
Thank you.
what's the issue with the order?
Thank you. We have Council Bergman.
She's grandstanding.
Yo, that was
Thank you, Mr.
so
Chairman. With
cowardly.
respect to 12C, which is the order, then I'll get to the resolution. I sat here listening to both sides like we all did, and I kind of try to put myself in the position of a juror. Maybe that's because of my professional career. And, both sides made a lot of good points, and I think it mirrors a lot of the national debate. Nobody's got 100% right answers, whether you're pro-choice or pro-life. There are points to be made on both sides. And I think the conversation today mirrored that. But if I'm going to be asked to restrict one side or the other, I got to have some proof that that's warranted. I didn't hear that tonight. Matter of fact, one could make the argument that there were more people that were critical of Planned Parenthood than were of the opposing centers that offer non-abortion options. I'm not saying either side I'm not saying we're suggesting we heard from all sides in an accurate way, but again, tonight's the night to try to prove this. And for me, it wasn't proven that there's deceptive or misleading advertisement. Those words have been thrown out
Sarai's order?
a
Yeah,
lot. I didn't hear one person come up today saying they were deceived or misled by going to the crisis.
Because
centers.
they're
I
here
didn't
to
hear
support
that.
them.
Somebody
Why
did.
would
Please point it out. I didn't hear one phone caller say they were deceived by going to any sort of crisis pregnancy centers. So this whole notion that they're misleading and deceptive, okay, you can say that, but you're going to prove it if you're going to move the needle on me to try to create some sort of order in city ordinance that prohibits their functioning. And that needle hasn't been moved for me at all. I would say that this notion that Attorney General Healy put out an advisory regarding that, of course that's true. I looked it up, but the key words were they're potentially misleading. It didn't say they were misleading, and I've heard words thrown about all night tonight. Definitely misleading, always misleading, certainly misleading. Again, you could say that, but you got to prove it, and it hasn't been proven. And I'd also say that I would find a lot more credibility and seriously looking at the allegations that have been made if they came before this body a year ago or 2 years ago, not on the eve of the Roe v. Wade decision, because have they just become misleading? I mean, that's the allegation. They're misleading. Well, I haven't heard anything about them being misleading.
I've been on
I
the
mean,
council for
maybe
9+
you
years.
don't. You haven't heard of
All a
every
sudden,
fucking
it
thing in the
was
world, you dumb
I
fuck.
think the circumstances and the timing, to me, are a bit circumspect. Now, as far as the suggestion that if they got nothing to worry about, then what's the problem? Well, I would hate to have had that conversation during the discussion about drones. If nobody's doing nothing wrong, then what's the problem? Well, there is a problem. The problem is you don't assume somebody's doing wrong and then worry about it afterwards. If you're going to change the law,
I'm
you've
so
gotta prove
profoundly depressed by this.
Yeah.
I
Also, you
haven't- it hasn't
supported
been
the
proven
drones.
to me. I can't support changing anything
What a piece of shit.
based on mere allegations, the timing of which has only come about after the court decision has been made. Now, that says nothing about my personal opinion about abortion,
Yes, it
pro
does.
or against
Yeah, it
abortion
absolutely
rights.
does.
I mean, people can look up
Every
what
one of
it
these
is.
people that's not supporting this
This is about this
is fine
particular
with
Now, with respect to the
abortion
resolution,
access being.
unfortunately, I take the position,
in this country.
always.
Don't
concerned
even
that he's
fucking
gonna go
look at
against it
Google
now.
for a
that
second.
don't comply with
And if he
Rule
does,
11,
that'll be amazing for
I'm not
Kennedy.
going to support. I'll abstain from. Rule 11 requires items to be within the general supervision and/or relating to city government. We have, for the last 9 years of the city council, we have watered down Rule 11 every single year by more and more items coming before the council that, I've heard words tonight like we have a duty to do this, we must do this. We have no say in doing this. Absolutely no say. So what we've done is we've taken a lot of raw emotion over a recent court decision at the federal, state, and local level, and we somehow put it into the city council forum as if we have any say over it. We've caused, a lot of emotion to be displayed tonight. All important to hear, but at the end of the day, what we really haven't said, and I'm going to say it right now, is that resolution will accomplish absolutely zero at the local level, other than an emotional decision, because we have no local say in what happens at the state and federal level. I'll also say that Governor Baker has issued an executive order which protects abortion rights in this state. So the purpose of this resolution, I'm not quite sure about, because abortion rights are already protected in Worcester and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Let me just say
What a
two
fucking
last things
coward.
about the resolution.
The city council has a say over what businesses can practice here.
I consistently abstain from items that I don't
It's
believe
like
should be before the council.
one of their major functions.
But if I were going to vote on it, I would not vote on it
To
for
set
two.
that kind of stuff.
One, the language says condemns a U.S. Supreme Court majority opinion. Whether somebody agrees or disagrees with that opinion, condemning it is not the way we respond. We respond by getting legislation passed that counteracts something. I'm not going to condemn a branch of government just because I may disagree with what they've done.
Yeah, Petty gets to vote for it now.
I'm not going to do it as an attorney. I'm not going to do it.
Although maybe his calculus is such that he doesn't think it's a good idea, and that would be interesting.
Condemn it, because in my mind, government shouldn't work that way. But what probably caught my attention more than anything else on the resolution, it encourages social pressure to be put on elected officials and the judiciary. That's asking for trouble.
Yeah, I got a hard time believing
Russell.
will-
Social pressure gets elevated when somebody runs into us at a restaurant or at a
I'm
public
iffying
event,
on
and
Shaun
if they
now.
dislike our position on something, whether we're with our spouses or our kids,
'Cause
they
he's
do to
fairly
us on the
religious,
local
isn't
level. That's been happening on the federal and state level. I can't support that. I care about all my colleagues, whether I agree or disagree with them. I would never want to be them to be put in a position.
Guess what, Mo? I
to
better not see you at a
people
fucking
in the
restaurant,
social sector,
'cause we're gonna have a
whether it's on
conversation.
media or in a public place, because somebody disagrees with them. That's what this
Good.
is for. That's what our phones are for. That's what our emails.
Yeah, we can't even
for.
get through.
I'm not going to support social pressure on elected officials. I think that's asking for trouble, and I've been around long enough to know when I can smell trouble coming, and I just can't support that. Lastly, back to item 12C. If somebody is truly pro-choice, it can't be no choice. And that's why I'm going to vote no on both items. I'm going to vote no on 12C, and I'm going to abstain from 13A. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have Council Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to start off by saying that I presume the spirit of this order and ordinance came out of
Yep, he's a no.
true,
He's a no. Yep.
genuine concern over what's happening here in the state.
The way that Shaun Rose has been acting
a lot of focus
lately,
tonight on
and
specific clinics and things
specific
of that
personal
nature.
treatment I got from him has
I'm
already
not
made it so I was never going to vote for him again.
Any one entity. I'm focusing on
But depending on what he
the
says
idea
here,
that
You
there
could
is
determine
grave
whether how hard
concern,
I work for
particularly
whoever
after
runs
the
against him.
Roe versus Wade decision in our state and in our country. Someone said that this isn't an issue for, this is an issue of advertisement and it should be looked at elsewhere. This is concerning so much as, Senator Markey, Senator Warren, and our Attorney General had to step up and come forward to address these types of centers. The Attorney General had an advisory that warned about crisis pregnancy centers, suggesting that they often mislead women about different things. She also referenced that some of these clinics, again, I'm not citing any specific clinics, I'm just talking generally here, that they aren't oftentimes subject to the same codes of ethics or standards of care, and that they
I honestly don't know where he's going with this.
that they aren't in some cases licensed properly. She also gave a warning about what to look for when you're looking at some of these entities through online searches and what to identify and warning signs and terminology and all types of things. So there is certainly enough, in my opinion, for us as a body to weigh in on. As I've said in a lot of cases in many of our meetings, that I'm the father of 4 daughters. I have a 20-year-old, a 17-year-old, a 16-year-old, a 13-year-old. If they're going to seek services of some kind, I want to make sure that they are absolutely protected and completely understanding of the information that's put before them. So because of that, I'm going to support both the ordinance and this item. And I appreciate that this is going to be a sample draft order that's going to be looked at legally. And I think that some of the other language that folks may be concerned about, there might be some opportunity for us to compromise in that regard as well. I think that this is absolutely something that is in our purview.
So it's 4-4 right now.
260.
What do we think? Has Candy spoken up yet?
And I'm sure many of which.
No, but she's going to be a no.
Opinion on this either way.
I can't see her being a yes with everyone else that's spoken already.
My support to the ordinance.
I don't know. She's less socially conservative on some stuff.
We have.
So he's 50-50?
Wait, did he say he doesn't like the resolution?
No, Council.
I missed that.
I couldn't tell.
Many people don't remember this little trivia, but I'll throw it out there.
Perception.
About 30 years ago, I ran for state representative. And I lost that race. In fact, I got crushed. I didn't lose it. I got crushed. But I was the only pro-choice candidate in that race 30 years ago. And I today am still pro-choice.
No.
And whether it's 5 years from now or 10 years from now or 30 years from now,
The preamble to
the
a no.
Supreme Court does something, it does
Kind of
something,
feels like it.
the Supreme Court changes and goes back, whatever it may be, I'm pro-choice. And I'm not going to change that opinion. I think that's basically it. I'm pro-choice, and I want to make sure that my constituents know that I'll do whatever I can to make sure that every woman.
This is, I don't want to lose the Planned Parenthood endorsement. I don't want to lose the Planned Parenthood endorsement.
That's what motherfucker you're about to.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a problem supporting 12C because I just want to see what the law department has to say about it.
Okay.
But I will put a little asterisk on it, that if there are agencies out there, which I believe from the presentations we heard tonight, that that are providing good support.
One of them
to
is
folks
Planned
in the
Parenthood.
community, then we shouldn't be closing them down. We shouldn't be restricting.
Smell what this fucking does, dude. What the hell?
Those agencies, just like everyone else, is open and upfront about what services they're providing, whether it's on their window, whether it's on their website, whether it's right up front. They should clearly state what they're about. That's all. And if they do clearly state that, I will not support any ordinance in the future to shut down any of those agencies as long as they're clearly stating what they're there for and what their role is.
Order is not about a specific.
Mr. Chairman, the resolution, the resolution on the other page, I tend to agree with some of my colleagues that says we don't, let's face it, our legislative delegation and our in the State House and a legislative delegation in Washington, they don't need us to prod them along to be told by the Worcester City Council. But since the item is before us, I'm going to support it because I'm pro-choice. And I'm not, you can't be a little pro-choice. You can't. You can't say,
good Lord,
well, but this or but the Supreme Court or but this. In my opinion, you take a stand on it and you support your stand.
Yeah,
and you stand by it.
Jesus.
And I'll stand by that, and I'll support these two items, especially because 12C is being sent to the Law Department for opinion, so we can deal with all the legal issues after they look at it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlson.
5-4, guys.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a great discussion that we've had in this chamber tonight. But again,
This really could go either way. Probably no, though.
My colleagues have said this is really emotion driven, which I guess in some respects it should be, because back many years ago when all of this came about, when they talked about overturning it on several different occasions, I am somebody who is pro-choice, always have been. But I too, like my colleague, think, how are we pro-choice for some and not for all? I need to understand that in this chamber tonight. I need to understand when we talk about equity. Equity's okay for some, but not for all, is what I feel.
These are some of the dumbest people on the planet, huh?
Truly, like,
nobody has said
beyond
in
their
this
opinion, just their
tonight when
inability
we
to
talk about
comprehend
deceptive
things
practices.
is disqualifying.
I feel like we're accusing agencies that we have not been proven.
Oh my God.
We didn't name any particular agencies.
I hope 2 takes
I've
another
been a
minute
supporter of Planned
follow up
Parenthood.
on all these.
Again, why do we stand here and say we're pro-choice, but we're pro-choice for some? And we continue to talk about deceptive practices. I clearly read the Attorney General's statement. The Attorney General didn't say shut down every organization that
Dude,
provides.
that's not what the ordinance says.
It's a service that is so needed in this community. I too have 2 daughters. Okay, does that? They have.
What does that have to do with it?
Right to make their own decisions whether or not they're pro-choice. But again, I just find it extremely. I don't even know what words to use when we stand here tonight, and I have stood and I have marched and I have on so many occasions for Roe v. Wade. A lot of people don't agree with me on that. A lot of my constituents do not agree with me on that, but that's a choice that I have made, and I believe everybody should have a choice. What we're saying tonight is we think it's okay for some to have a choice and others not to have a choice. That's what I am having a tough time struggling with, because as a woman and as somebody who has worked and to advocate, and I come out of the healthcare industry. There isn't anybody who needs to tell me about the healthcare industry.
Clearly someone fucking does.
I know full well about the healthcare industry, and I know the healthcare industry's deficiencies. We've talked about those time and time again in this chamber. Again, if this item was something and it was written in a way to send it to the law department and not to limit a choice for some, but not for all, I absolutely could have supported this. But I think it's up to, as we heard tonight, you know, we talk often about lawsuits, and we're not looking for lawsuits, and we've stood here and we've taken on those challenges many different times. But again, I think that saying some have a choice and some do not, I don't know how that is, how we talk about equity at all. I am
Holy shit,
befuddled,
dude.
to be honest with you, over this tonight. And as far as the other item, as I've said to my family and I said to my girls, we're lucky to live in Massachusetts, because you know what? We're in a state where our government feels that we do have those rights and we have those choices. So we're not a state that is like my niece who lives in Utah, that all of a sudden those rights were ripped from her and the rest of my family there. Those are the states that should be, quite frankly, doing the things that you're asking for us to do tonight. I'm proud to live in Massachusetts.
You can't count on that always
Our
being the case
government
if you're not.
always does the right thing by us. And as we
Jesus
heard
Christ,
tonight,
this is
the governor has done
severely
an executive order. So for those
brain
reasons,
damaged.
This is
this
is so fucking dumb.
I personally can support. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And I'll be quick, but I do agree with Counselor. Can I speak?
Patty's the tiebreaker.
Okay. I'll just be very quick, but I do agree with Councilor Nguyen's resolution. And I think Councilor Muralcowski even said that when you get like, we'll say there's like 23 states who now have banned abortion almost, not completely, but pretty close. And now they want to come into the state of Massachusetts and also prevent their constituents from coming here and other states that offer abortion services. Pretty much the Supreme Court has sent this country back to the 1950s and 60s in certain parts of the country. And don't fool yourself, they're coming to Massachusetts next. And I think women are devastated over this. I think you really think about it for a minute, when you go back to the 50s and 60s, women were performing their own abortion, or they're having other people perform it who are not medically trained to do it. And that's why I think this is an important message to send, that we are affirming our commitment to public health and the health of the woman in the city. And
Okay, so is yes on the resolution. The resolution passes 6-5.
I understand the issue regarding I don't think Councilor Nguyen mentioned any organization, that Councilor Nguyen didn't mention the organization that they thought were a violation of the set of practices. And so and the law department is going to come in with a number of options. This is not going to be taken over a period of 1 week. And so we can look at the ordinance, we can see if the ordinance passes muster, and we can make our decision from there also. So with that said, we'll go to Councilor King, followed by Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really quickly, I certainly don't want to.
All right, so it passes 6-5. Both of them pass 6-5.
Folks think that I'm not
Pretty sure.
pro-choice on either end.
Has Attell spoken?
Yeah, she spoke
I
second.
haven't heard anything about shutting people down.
Or no, third. It was
Yep.
Due diligence as relates to
Read from
making
stuff.
sure
Yep.
that folks are informed. That's all.
So they've all
I'm
spoken now.
pro informed choice
Everyone spoke
on all sides. If you believe in the access to abortion, reproductive health, to all options, that's fine. If you don't believe in it, that's fine as well. And if you choose, that just means you're not going to avail yourselves of those services. But this is a time-sensitive issue. It really is. When folks go into those spaces, it's time-sensitive. And as
take yes for an answer. Let's just get this vote done.
Generations have fought.
I don't get this. Why
for
King
the
is doing
right
this?
to
We just saw how it
access
was going to shake out.
reliable resourceful,
But,
comprehensive
whatever.
health care for reproduction rights, reproduction, abortion, all of that. And this is due diligence. Just this past week, I was out and about, and an older woman came to me and told me, as mentioned by one of my colleagues, how she marched, how she fought for these sorts of rights. There's certainly a place for this on the council.
All right, now they're just taking digs at each other. Let's
Abstaining
fucking
is
spare
not
me this shit.
affirmation,
Spare me this shit.
nor is it confirmation.
Do the fucking work.
I don't care if I agree with him. Just fucking spare me this.
Our folks who put us in these elected positions to lead our city. And the thing that stuck out with me, and I mentioned earlier, I wanted to reiterate that the Attorney General, one of in her advisory, she made a definitive statement that these crisis pregnancy centers are not bound by any ethics. It wasn't perhaps, it was very clear. And this is an ethical matter. As a man of faith, I understand the complexities of faith. I also believe in separation of church and state. I don't
have any faith that the law department is going to write this well.
Councilor Rivera?
I know that you took these two items together. Are we voting them separately?
We're going to vote them separately.
Okay,
yes.
good. Yeah, because I think one is different than the other. I mean, they're in the same topic.
Didn't she say she was going to say no to both?
She did.
Yeah.
All women to choose, and I think right now we definitely are in a crisis. And I think that although there is a level of emotion driven with this, and I do know that at this.
That's very interesting.
I know that
She knew she fucked up when it got
doesn't
split
really have a
the other
sense
way
of
on her.
that we have had it with the state, but I think in many aspects it does send a message here in Worcester that we are, standing in support of the rights of women. So I think, I'd like to be able to see them.
She did the math and changed her vote.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just. Oh my god, that's so funny. What a fucking coward.
I would expect somebody that's so nakedly political to be better
So
at
we're on
politics.
12C first. This is Councilor Nguyen's item regarding the ordinance. And so we'll do 12C first, but then we have a motion to file, which takes precedent. So a yes vote would follow the item, and a no vote would not. Then we'd take, if the no's win, we'd take the vote for affirmative after that.
Who motioned to file?
Okay. So the first motion is to file 12C. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Absolutely, Nelly.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor Agie?
No.
Councilor King?
I didn't catch who filed.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
No.
So, Mr. Mayor, the motion fails to file.
Mrs. Smith?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 6.
6, okay. So now we have a motion to send to the manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
No.
Councilor Caloria?
No.
Councilor Agie?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
So,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor, the motion is adopted.
Okay. So now we're going to 13A. You can just take it straight up on the resolution, a yes or a no vote. So 13A.
Is this the motion to file this one as well? Is that what you
No,
said?
there's no motion to file.
Oh, there's
It's
no
a
motion to
resolution,
file.
so we can vote yes or no. And so 13A, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Abstain.
Councilor Caloria?
No.
Councilor Agie?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor
Wait,
Merrill
would that
Carlson?
tie it?
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor
Fuck.
Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Okay, we're gonna go back to,
Wait,
What was the? I missed that. Who's-
And on the prior
Shit.
one, we do motion for reconsideration on sending to the manager.
Mo Bergman abstained,
see,
and then everything
motion
else
for
was exactly the same
reconsideration.
as the last one. Or no, did Sarai?
No,
vote
it
yes?
was different. So I voted yes. Yeah.
Councilor Caloria?
No.
Councilor G.I.?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Carlson?
No.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
So it's 4 to
Councilor
7.
Rivera?
No.
Councilor Rose?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Yeah.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
Well,
And Mayor Petty?
No.
So 7-3
Okay, so
in the
we have-
affirmative because he
okay,
abstained.
So we got a number of
Right.
orders.
Yeah.
I think we move quickly. Some are pretty self-explanatory. So here we go.
All right. Well, they both passed, but I'm not confident at all that it's going to pass after the law department actually fucking writes it.
Yeah.
So, and we won't know about that till at least mid-August, the next meeting.
It'll be very funny when they get sued over they handicap it or they like kneecap it and
Yeah, they kneecap and get sued on that. Yeah,
then they
right.
lose and then they lose on
also at 70 James Street, but
something that's
anyways.
And
And,
they lose
Right.
finally something doing
It's a
for
serious issue.
like in a way that we want them to lose.
I had another
Yeah.
issue, and someone was actually killed too, and in the car accident on another street. So,
Dang,
so it's
that
a-
was really fucking pathetic all around. I
12D, we did 12D request the manager work with representatives from the city's local unions develop a pipeline where immigrants to the city are who are tradespeople are given
What a
an
cowardly
opportunity
move on
to work
Rivera's part to flip on the
on
resolution
obtaining licenses for
after
their
speaking out
trades
very in no
unions.
uncertain terms
Yeah,
about
so,
how
just
she couldn't
think about,
support it.
like, you know,
Yeah.
we are
Like-
one of the largest resettlement cities in New England.
Man.
And this is about economic stability and economic mobility. And many people, I've encountered many who, I mean, it's hard enough when they've come, when they're teachers and doctors and they come here and they're unable to work in their profession. But you have folks that are also like very gifted tradespeople. And right now we're in
Yeah.
major
Well, I mean, it's good that it passed, but
filled throughout many companies.
I don't know.
organizations.
I think people really showed their true colors on that
So
one
I
in a
think
way
one
that
of the
we
things
don't
that
get
we can
very
work
often.
with, maybe, you know, the city.
Excited to tease out some of those comments because, man, it's just like this happens so often where like people argue against a fictional premise,
Immigrant populations.
where they were arguing against closing these
And even some of
businesses.
the asylum
Which,
seekers
like,
that may not have their full
hell yeah, I
documentation.
wish that's what was on the table.
Yeah, but it's
right?
not.
Eventually,
Yeah.
But it's
impossible to
not.
say. They
Yeah.
eventually can get.
But they somehow got whipped into believing that that's what the vote
able
was
to kind
on,
of do
which
this
is
so they can
very
kind of create a pipeline.
sort of
And this is,
bizarre to
again,
me.
For economic stability and mobility for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. So
Like-
to the manager. Council King like to sign on. I'll just sign on.
Is there no process to
Everybody wants to sign on. So as
like
amended,
say that's
the
not
manager,
what
in favor, opposed,
what is
supported.
being suggested
Request the
here?
manager
They just
determine
get to
the
get away
feasibility
with
of
it.
expanding the scope of current contracts the city holds with diversity, equity, and inclusion consultants to acquire an external report detailing issues as outlined in a previously adopted order from March 15th, 2022.
No, you only know about it if you pay
the search
wicked close
process in which
attention.
Chief
But like
Diversity
for people
Officer
who
Council
don't,
King.
that shit probably tracks.
As it reads, Mr. Chairman.
They're just like, oh, they want to close down the
Favor,
Catholic
opposed,
abortion
so ordered.
clinic.
In the example here. Okay.
And that totally
request the manager
tracks.
Request police chief provide
No.
increased traffic enforcement at the stop sign at the intersection of Norfolk Street, Villanova Street between the hours of 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. Council Toomey. I think we do it as it reads. Council. This is the Villanova Street, Norfolk Street.
Is Jimmy not there? She just went to like the bathroom to cry.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request manager, request police chief, increase speed and traffic enforcement intersection of Hamilton and Fairmont Ave.
As it reads.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager provide city council an update concerning the current status of COVID-19, including information as to the number of vaccination boosters have been provided, as well as the equity of the same. And Councilor Rivera.
As it reads.
And just get an update in general. I think we need where COVID is going. You know, comes.
I am still vibrating from all of that.
Okay. All those in favor,
Yeah,
opposed,
that
so
was
ordered. Request city manager consider reviewing the feasibility of a bike and/or scooter rideshare system.
There was
to
so
assist
much to unpack there.
City Councilor Rivera.
I'm gonna have to rewatch it and hate it all
Yeah, I
over
would say, you
again.
know, which is the second largest
Yeah.
city in New England.
For my The big story I'm doing about problem pregnancy, I'll have to transcribe all.
Pleasure, and I've just been.
I can help you out with
not
that
only
with
other
the
cities, but other
conversion
cities and
thing I
other
did before.
countries, and they have
Oh, that'd be
better
cool. Yeah, I'll hit you up. But
we do, and other options. And again, this just becomes
Sarai's comments were the most stunning to me.
different things, whether it's the
Like,
Black History Trail, or
once you understand how to like interpret like the unintelligible veneer of like her sentence structure and like the circular logic, she was coming at that from a really weird place, and I don't get
again,
it.
and what do we look at regarding bike share, scooter? There are other options, and I think this is also a great way of like looking at alternatives to transportation. Gas is getting really expensive. How do we have these options? I'm really impressed with like the state throwing out that e-bike program. And again, I just think, it'd be a really good opportunity to just revisit that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor
I
King.
think something like over
I'd like to
2,000
sign
people
on to
applied
this,
to
Mr.
that
Chairman.
e-bike program for the
I think
200
this will do a
seats.
lot for the vitality of our city, getting folks to and fro. I think it'll have a positive impact on our businesses, our small businesses, our restaurateurs.
Yeah.
Our restaurants.
I don't know, because like all of these people besides Donna Calorio are Democrats, right?
I think
technically,
so,
yeah, I don't think
so
Kitumi can be considered a Democrat anymore.
How to get
I bet she's a Democrat. Like technically,
I wonder we should look up her registration.
I'm saying that from the perspective of not trying to not understand the Democratic Party as a vehicle for left-wing change. I think that's really fucking dumb.
Would like something
overall.
Can you also ask Shaun tomorrow to answer my email from a month ago? What in order to get rid of the drones would look like? Because he still hasn't answered me.
On the positive efforts.
I don't think there is a possibility. Now he's ducking me. I don't like that.
Discussion should include current lifeguards to get the sense of their commitment to the city and feedback on how we can better recruit and retain lifeguards in the future. Councilor Rose.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
We're not just trying to move things forward, but
yeah,
we really were.
Bill Shaner 91 at gmail.com.
I know that there are other challenges in opening some of the beaches this year because of the shortage. I just think that bringing these young people in and learning from them about why they're so invested or interested in being lifeguards here in the city could be a good conduit for us to recruit and potentially get more young people online as lifeguards in the future. In addition to that, I think that Assistant Commissioner Antonelli did a terrific job, and he explored all types of avenues to be able to address the shortage here. But it would just be nice to get.
Depends on what you last heard, John.
What made them gravitate to the job in hopes of us trying to get more young people to gravitate to the job as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Councilor King would like to sign on. And everybody else probably would too. So, okay, as amended to Standing Committee of Veterans.
Can you just do the thing where you go like this in the air to a
request Chief Development Officer to meet with the bank
waiter to
within the community
get your
to discuss
check?
equity in home ownership.
I think you just go like this to sign on to it.
Yeah. So several years ago, Councilor King, Councilor Rose, and myself worked with some state to meet to do like a panel with banks. I think as we're having this discussion about home ownership, we really need to address the issues of economic equity. And the reality is that we need to be able to have economic development have specific equity tools that they're utilizing. It's not enough to kind of say that we want economic equity. What are we doing, and how can we measure that we're actually doing something that's equitable economically? And so one of the things that we're looking at, we're really having this discussion about home ownership. We really need to have this conversation and kind of revisit. I think it was really helpful when we did it several years ago. I think it was probably, like 5 years ago, I think, more or less. I think it's time, and I would really like to see the Department of ED to kind of really spearhead some of those conversations.
Hope this sounds not too obnoxious out here.
And I think this would show a commitment that we're actually really trying to address this from an equitable perspective as we move forward to make sure that everybody has the same opportunities. As we know now, that's not really the case. So we want to be able to really look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. You have Councilor Bergman.
I just wanted to sign on.
Okay, sign on, Councilor Rose.
Hey,
you. I
shouts
just,
out to
quickly wanna
everyone
say
who
that
stayed
our,
in here
economic
for
development
this
meeting
long. This
prior
is
to this
brutal.
meeting, we talked about
Make no
helping
mistake
the
about it.
city increase resources,
4 and
more tools in
1/4
the
hours.
toolbox related to the
Yeah, we got
affordable
23
housing
people on right
crisis,
now.
and this is just another opportunity to do that. And I welcome it to come through.
Although I guess that counts me as well because I've got
Thank
it
you.
open. But
Council Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to sign on to the item also, but I also would ask separately for a report from the administration for a request that I made and I believe was signed on by everybody on the council, if I remember right, about home ownership opportunities for first generation homeowners. And I'd like a written report on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we'll send that to the manager as amended with additional report. People who signed on. And is that? Did you just speak on this? Or?
No, banking?
Oh, you didn't speak on it?
No.
Oh, Councilor King?
Yes, I did. Sign me on.
Okay, we'll sign you on. Okay, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Council King and Rivera request the city manager provide council with an update concerning Mass and WG Holdings and the Plum House project's compliance with the TIF tie policies as well as related data regarding same. Further request the city manager include in said update information concerning the status of the administration coordinating with Madison WF Holdings to attend an economic development committee meeting to discuss their project. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's important that we make sure that we're good partners to developers and developers are good partners to us. This is in the spirit of that. Now, this was before our committee under the leadership of Councilor Rose, and it's essentially as it reads, but would like to encourage the administration to get back to us as soon as possible on this. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request that the manager request the Commissioner of Public Works and Parks provide City Council an update concerning traffic calming measures being implemented on Tyson Road. Council Corio, as it reads. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I know.
What's that?
She's not president.
She's fine. She told me as it reads.
Okay. I have a question about it. That's all.
Okay, we'll come back to that one then.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, request that the city manager request the Commissioner of Parks and Public Works and Parks provide City Council an update concerning traffic calming measures being implemented in the intersection of Moreland, Brigham, and Carter Road. Council Colorio, as it reads. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the city manager provide council with a report concerning the city's electronic resiliency, including electronic infrastructure. Council Colorio, as it reads. All those
Very
in
much
favor,
love
opposed,
to
so
shit
ordered.
posting during the meeting. That's very
Okay, we'll come back to M.
fantastic.
Okay, 12P and 12.
I got a
and
message
12P. Roll call. Roll call.
on Facebook from William Shea.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria.
Oh.
Councilor Gia.
Just heard you on City
King.
Council.
Yes.
How do you
Councilor
even
Carlson.
sleep at night knowing you're
Councilor
so
Yan.
wrong?
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
I think outside of
The City Council
Wayne,
does hereby- this is
that's
a
my first
resolution
like
that the City
DM
Council of the City
about
of Worcester
like an
does hereby declare
a
July 20.
yuck against me
22
like
as
that.
Parks and Recreation Month in the City
I
of
don't
Worcester.
think I
Council
angered
Rose,
enough people during my
Carlson,
campaign.
Council Rose.
You know,
As it reads.
Okay.
we'll get him next time.
Resolutions
Really
are-
piss him off.
Oh, it's a roll call, so you get to sign. It's a resolution, so you sign on by your vote. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Yes.
Councilor Caloria. Councilor Gia.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Rose.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Anyone
Councilor
know
Toomey.
when the
Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14A.
when the
placed on
district
file.
seat
All those in
stuff gets
favor,
settled?
opposed, so-
I'd like to
Councilor
send that to the administration.
I don't know. I bet
That
you Bill
comes in
has
every
some
year, and
answers
I never
potentially
really
on
get
that.
any real details on it. If you could just
Okay.
send it to
I
the
don't
health
remember where we were
We'll
at with
send that to
that.
the health.
Because I know it went
city
back to
manager,
the drawing
health
board
department for a
to
report back
edit it
on the
again.
implications of herbicide and the railroad. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 15A we held, and 16A we already
Oh, good.
did.
He was being quite the
Reports
JA
to the
on
planning board,
the
17A to 17C, refer to Economic Development Committee.
on the Facebook group. Jordanberg.
Those in favor,
Powers
opposed,
thing.
so
Oh,
ordered.
might know about the
17D,
when.
report to the planning board upon the petition.
I mean, I could
Let's
probably
request
look it up in
Brennan
previous
Ave be made a
city council
public
and
street, refer
school
that to
committee
Public
meetings or
Works. Those
Just
in favor, opposed, so
ask
ordered.
Sue or Tracy.
18A, I think we're going to advertise this as amended. And if I don't lose the amendment, I think we're all set. The originally submitted document had typographical error in section 5A. It contained extraneous unrelated text. The document for you has deleted that text. So we have an updated document. So as amended, roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Calorio? Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 18B to 18J, the motion is to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 19.
Yeah, I mean, there are,
C is accept.
there
All those in favor,
are,
opposed, so ordered.
some
20A, motion to
people
accept
who
and
are
adopt.
on
All
the
those in favor,
conservative side in
opposed, so
that group
ordered.
that are
20B to
completely
20G,
peaceful and like
motion is to accept. All those in
decent
favor, opposed, so
human
ordered.
beings to others in the group.
Everybody's been pretty busy.
Those
with the
two were
committees.
just
21A to 21B, motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. And
Hi, John.
22A and 22B, motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 23A to 23D, motions to Dane on the roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Roll call.
Yes.
Councilor Calorio? Yes. Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Recuse.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor
did we
King?
do the chicken vote already?
To the Treasury Council, yes, it went to ED.
Okay.
ED.
All right, okay.
And Council Corio, we have one item that we had a question on, 20M, request the city manager, request the Commissioner of Public Works and Parks, provide the city council an update concerning traffic.
Hey guys, sorry about that.
Did we do the chicken vote
Christian,
already?
Mr. Chairman, did we do the chicken vote already?
This is District 1.
The what
Very-
vote?
The chicken vote.
It's a little bit of a.
Who said that?
Christian.
Yeah.
It's very funny out of context. Like,
It was approved to have a one-way.
What
Coming
about
off the highway, you weren't
the elephant
going to be able
vote?
to stop at 190. You weren't even going to be able to take a left up Tyson Road. Instead, you're going to have to go back around. There's going to be significant traffic calming as a result of that. Typically, that street becomes a conduit for people to just kind of outlet onto Burncoat Street or go in different directions.
You telling me a chicken took this vote?
What had happened was that got approved, and before our the recent engineer left, was going getting
We're letting chickens vote now?
after this. So he said, it's approved. We're just drafting the ordinance, and then all of a sudden it went from that to on his way out the door telling me that Mass DOT needed to do some type of survey here. So I appreciate Councilor Calorio wanting to bring this to the attention and figure out some traffic calming measures, but I think one of the biggest measures would be to explore where that decision stands in hopes that we could get that addressed quickly so that we can,
yeah,
figure that
exceptionally good stories on Two's IG.
Councilor Corio?
Yes,
What
thank
about
you.
this?
So,
Yes.
Councilor Rose, thank you for that, but it was not approved. That item was, if we can look that up, that item wasn't approved. What it was is, there was, if I recall, Councilor Rose put it on the agenda, but it's still on the pending list. So it never made it to the committee level. So if we can, this is my recollection because I have it. And the reason why I put it on is because we did do a traffic study on this road and we do have some new data and it's very comprehensive. So I put it on the agenda so we can bring it back to parking and traffic. And what we could do is we could look over with the, I want to say those Steve Raleigh and others that are now
The
involved in
transportation
traffic
department?
parking, and we can review that.
Is that the word you're looking for, Gloria?
My recollection was that this was not the one way, and I know exactly was never approved. It went into, I think you had to refile it because it was going a different direction, and when it got refiled, it was never brought back to traffic and parking for approval. But that being said, this intent of this item And the intent to the next item is all to revisit I'm like re-looking at some of our areas that we've had problems for years. And to relook at these 2 areas here, and I know they're in District 1, is to say,
Too bad.
do we have any more data, which we do on Tyson Road? We have a report that we can review, and also on Moreland Street as well. To
That's
really look
public
at those
safety for
areas
you.
and see if we have some other ideas for traffic calming measures. So that was the intent of both these orders.
Okay. Council Rose?
I guess that's fine. It wasn't my understanding, and that certainly wasn't what was indicated to me through the engineer. But if there's new reports and new information to be able to address the issue, I'm
Hi,
fine with
John.
that. But I think one of
John.
the biggest topics of conversation as it
Hi.
relates to the street that was in the traffic and parking agenda over and over and over again was the ability to prevent people from taking a left turn on the highway. And so that was like the main thing that came up as a part of a lot of our conversation. So I would certainly be happy to have anything looked at, but I would like to see that be reintroduced and back on the table. Moreland Street is District 5.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a good point.
Thank you. Send that to the manager. Send to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are going to go to 24A. Request the manager, request police chief work to ensure a specific wage and provisions related to data sharing be incorporated into unmanned aircraft system drone policy beyond the Worcester Police Department. Pledge to adhere to a general policy to protect drone data from being shared with federal agencies such as ICE.
Okay, so these are the last ones.
This
This
police
is
chief to work to ensure specific language and provisions that prohibit the use of drones to track
stuff
people
held,
experiencing
tabled.
incorporated into unmanned system drone policy.
There you go, Joe. You read like 70% of that. That's great.
I'll defer to whoever held it first. Those were held, right?
I don't know who held it. But, oh, sorry, yeah, Council Corio, but that's okay. We just voted this, didn't we? I thought. I think there's a rule that says.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
We didn't just vote this. It wouldn't have been allowed on the agenda.
I don't remember. I thought we voted it. But.
As it reads, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. 24A, we're going to send that to the manager. And 24B, we're going to request the manager, send that to the manager. What's that, Mr. Manager? Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 24C, transmitting order requesting transfer of 20 Richard Street from care and custody of the treasurer collector of the Worcester Public Schools. I don't even know. Why is that held? Oh, is this from the manager? Okay. I get it now. Okay. Are we all set on this? Comes. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
Yenni, you're muted.
So we'll take 24C roll call.
I was saying, yeah, basically Santa Possums.
Councilor Bryan?
Yeah.
Councilor Gloria?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.? Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yeah, it was so effective last time, Jack.
Councilor Bros? Yes. Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
I talking about taunting Kate.
Yes. And just before we're under suspension, we had a usually
It's so lost.
election day. We usually cancel. We usually cancel the city council meeting. So let's have the clerk take that off the agenda. That's Tuesday, September 6th. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. And before I turn it over, I just
What was
want
that, Mr. Chairman? Could
What's
you
that?
repeat?
That's
Could you
the
repeat?
that's the
Did you
primary
cancel the
day.
meeting?
That's not
Yes.
election day.
Yeah.
Which
So-
meeting got canceled?
And,
The one
I
on
told you
primary
what-
day.
the item I just
Oh,
mentioned.
okay, that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I just want one more thing before I turn it over is I just
They
wanna thank
they
the
usually
James
cancel the
Haji
election days.
and
Yeah.
in the community, the guy in the collapse of the building on Mill Street. I thought the response was excellent, and I went down to talk to the city manager. Then I went down to the DCU today and see the response of a memer, putting all those different city agencies and state agencies together. When I had left, still a couple hours left. He had over 50 to 60 people. They're like 100 to 120 people who may be living there. And they figure some people probably went to family, and but they're devastated. And I have to get a report for the next
Thanks,
That
council
was
Joe.
so gnarly. Did you hear? Did you
Our
hear about
council
that?
is with the
Yeah.
assistance of the landowner.
I can't
person
believe
owns the
nobody
property, what they're doing.
was home.
And I know it seems it changes every
Yeah,
day.
I mean, it's great,
the
but
progress here,
Yeah,
but,
yeah,
it's wild.
amazing. But
People are lucky to live in the city of Worcester. You know,
It
nobody's
is
responded.
absolutely disgusting that landlords
as
are
Tim
not
Garvin likes to say, it's the
required
Worcester
to,
way.
in situations
But
like
I want to thank
this,
Tim
put the
Garvin,
people
United
up.
Way, our Emergency
Like,
Communications
I
Department.
specifically have
who was on
insurance
top of
for
this
that,
because nobody else was.
just in case.
So
Yeah.
wanna thank
It
you for
added
that.
like $10 a year
With
to
that
my
said,
policy.
Councilor,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Equally echo the deep gratitude for you and
oh, that's I didn't realize that they were home. I the way that I read about it, it sounded like it was like
just wrapped our arms
No,
around
there
something
was
fell
literally a
from-
woman who
I saw you,
woke
Travis,
up
and
to the sounds
you were there
and
as
had
well.
to
I spent about 3
sidle along
hours
the wall
with the
to get out.
families, and I was livid. I walked out of there livid. And why I was livid is, I'm happy that you requested a report on what the responsibility, liability, and moral obligation for this landlord and the construction company is. I spent time with about 10 people. Some were from different countries, from Africa, Albanian families, a Lebanese mom with her daughter, another mom her daughter was so traumatized that she said last night something fell on the floor.
I knew that couldn't
and
be.
the daughter got up
The
screaming
first
because
stories
the
that
folks
came out said that nobody was home. That's
experienced
like,
a
I knew
very
that couldn't be
traumatic
true.
event. So I spent some time collecting some of the stories that they weren't able to share with some other folks. And I know as a city and as a state, we haven't gotten yet to the point where we can hold landlords accountable to the rent increases that are happening, but I want to lay the stage for people. In my notes, I took about 6 or 7 people who told me that before this company or when they bought the building, the only way the tenants found out about it is through some texts and emails saying, oh, by the way, we bought the building. And by the way, you're just going to have a new lease. There's going to be a rent increase. In some cases, it was $400. In some cases, was $500.
That's illegal.
And oh, by the way, if you don't sign this lease with a new security deposit, with a new first and last month rent, which as far as I understand is completely not okay by law. You can charge a new security deposit as an increase. You cannot ask people to pay first, last security, reflecting the new lease. And if you don't sign these, you will be evicted by August 1st. I had these families
So
in
illegal.
tears
That is
over
so
how
not legal.
disrespected and how traumatized they felt by the behavior of this landlord. They shared with me that the landlord will take their shoes and just throw them inside their homes. They had leaked water in the basement. The communication has been horrible. Some people told you were going to get a security deposit. Some people were not even told.
It would be a
that
wild situation if a building that big was all month to
the
month.
$750 paid by the insurance. And they showed me their bills with $800 in utility bills. I have no idea, Mr. City Solicitor, how these families are paying $800. I took screenshots of everything, as well as all the communication with the landlord. But to really expect our city to spend thousands of dollars that thank God for United Way, thank God for the city manager's commitment to making sure that we have something for these mass disaster families. But for this landlord to expect and pass the responsibility to our city and our stretched nonprofits, it is completely unconscionable. They're basically walking away from this, expecting us to pick up the bill, thousands of dollars, not knowing where we're going to put these families, how we're going to house them, and not only to mention the emotional trauma and the physical trauma that they have felt. I am beyond frustrated. I am beyond livid. I will be working with and been talking to Representative LaBeouf and Senator Goby to try to see at the state level if there's any legislation we can introduce that prevents this from happening. But I really would hope that Mr. City Solicitor, we have a report very soon about what we can do as a city to hold these folks accountable. They are coming into our community. They are buying cash properties. They are forcing our families to have $400, $500 increases, and they're
It cannot
expecting us
be
to pick up the tab when they're not doing
under
something right.
stress.
It's just really upsetting. And I was
How
almost in tears. In fact, I was
before
crying
Attell
with
getting on this council,
woman
no
who
one would have
just
done
was
this.
so upset.
Absolutely
she had
no one
witnessed
would have
as she
spoken for
started
renters
sobbing
this
in front
way
of
on the
us.
city council.
You know, these folks were bleary eyed. They're like, we're tired.
That's
We're,
why
you know, we're at sort of at the mercy of you folks in the city. So I appreciate the community having such a strong response to this. I am concerned, obviously, about what happened at 2 Gage Street. I just want to find out if we have any sort of mechanisms in place that we can hold these folks accountable. I cannot sit here and think that we as a city can,
that's right,
can
Matt.
expect us to just come up with thousands and thousands of dollars. And I want to say this as someone who works with families all day long. It is not going to be easy for these families to find a new place. Some of them were 5 months suffering with all sorts of issues, medical issues, not even having the ability to go. Some of them were getting services right on the spot. And thank God that you coordinated all those agencies to come there from the state to our local services. But we shouldn't be expecting our local nonprofits who are stretched to the max and makes it the expectations that when you come to this community and you provide housing, that you should be expected to just walk away scot-free without
I gotta
any
clip this whole thing and put it online.
That's why I've said I left all my emotional energy for this moment because I want to make sure these families know that we're going to stand by them, but they also need justice and they need accountability.
That's right. The only ethical consumption under capitalism.
You got it, baby.
Well said. Thank you.
Joe is so good sometimes.
Oh,
well said.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Request the administration with the police department and appropriate partners review how we can make a greater impact in reducing guns and gun violence. Thank you.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Councilor
Wow.
Yes, just on behalf of constituents on Newbury Street, they're requesting traffic enforcement. They're saying the speeding there is just really out of control for such a small street. Thank you.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the property that clearly has failed the folks who are living there, I'm just wondering if we can get a report back from the administration at some point, not now in the midst of the crisis, as to what happened there, what went wrong.
We were talking about
that.
What
that
violations
really-
have been ordered in the past?
All efforts being made.
Well, no.
No.
Kate's comment about this one is different. About the
Right.
shooting. How?
Yeah. How, Kate?
Sorry, I was
How?
referring to King.
So,
Yeah.
really report
Completely. I mean, just not that everything else she does isn't disqualifying, but that is the ugliest thing I've ever heard somebody say.
Yeah.
Shaun Connolly was fucking rip shit. When
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and he doesn't get heated very often.
Just want to
No.
also include in that report, if you would be amenable to that, the other properties this landlord owns and what condition they're in, and if our inspectional services needs to go and do an inspection of those as well. Thank you.
Okay. As amended, those in favor, opposed,
God
so
damn.
ordered.
Good ad.
Motion to adjourn. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Okay.
Wow.
Wait. Walk them out.
Yeah. I just to recap there, I think the only thing really worth talking about is two items there, the order and the resolution. I mean, there was some other mildly interesting stuff, and it was nice to see Councilor Hejia get so fired up at the end in defense of renters who were getting thoroughly boned. That was great. And not something you'd see very many councilors do, but goddamn, that whole discussion about the crisis fucking pregnancy centers was easily like I've been watching the Worcester City Council for like 6 years now or something. I don't know, but that was the fucking worst thing I've ever seen. I've never been so thoroughly depressed by the councilors talking about something. I mean, it checked all the boxes, like deliberately misrepresenting the spirit of the order and what the order would accomplish, turning it into the council weighing in on fucking Roe v. Wade in general, and presenting like, I don't know, just there was just a lot of intellectual fucking torment and torture to arrive at some of the conclusions. I mean, say what you will about Kate Toomey, at least she has a fucking ethos. She was the one who just like brazenly was just like, this isn't about abortion, this is about free speech. You know, she took it right there, as opposed to like Sarai Rivera or Candy Merrill Carlson trying to be like, I'm all for women's rights, but we got the wrong idea here, and here's how. And just like completely exposing themselves to be either like rubes themselves or believing that bullshit would fly on people, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is such a good point about how credulous do they think we are? Like, how stupid do you think the people that you're speaking to are when you throw out all that bullshit and think that it's because like you said, Kate Toomey at least had a point of view on it. It's a bullshit point of view because there's no such thing as the freedom to like deceive people.
Right.
When it comes to avoiding regulation, but like Sarai especially, it's bad. That's bad. That's really
this one was really bad. I mean, like I now have the job of like I got to write about this, and I mean this plays so much into the big history of problem pregnancy that I'm working on that it was very illuminating of how totally not far we've come on this issue. Like this sounds so similar to what people back in 1982 were saying. Yeah. But Sarai in particular is kind of like I think the person to focus on in terms of really understanding like a character, like the depth of a character, where she railed against proclaiming Worcester a sanctuary city for abortion access on the very thin grounds that it's not a sanctuary city for undocumented people, you know, like so, you know, if we aren't extending that protection to one group, then we can't extend it to another, which is just like a fucked up premise off the bat.
Really the opposite of intersectionality.
Yeah, exactly. The complete opposite of intersectionality. Which you'll hear her say all the fucking time, that and equity over and over again. I still don't fully trust that she knows what those words mean. And then she saw which way the wind blows. And she's like, are we taking these votes separate or together? And then decided after saying in quite clear terms that she was going to vote against the resolution on whatever fucked up grounds she presented, she then changed it, but also still voted against the only thing that would shape public policy in Worcester on this issue.
Yeah.
Like she still voted no for the thing that could actually make an impact and actually do something to stop the most vulnerable women in the most vulnerable situations from falling prey to like a transparently predatory business model. And she couldn't articulate an argument for that. And she also couldn't articulate an argument for her support of the resolution. She just changed it when she was on the losing side.
Yes.
And I don't know what the calculus there was, but she just did it like fucking the opposite of Mr. Magoo, you know, just like way out in public and just stumbling into doing the most transparently spineless thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it was just really heavy to watch. And thank you for everyone who stuck on and got there with us, because this meeting was fucking brutal. You know, this was a really bad one. But
we got 2 more weeks until the next one. Is it August?
It's I think 3 weeks. I think it's August 13th.
Oh, okay.
It's the second
No,
week of
that's
August.
a
I'm pretty
Saturday.
sure.
Yeah.
All right. Whatever
Uh,
the second week of August is, I'm pretty sure that's what.
we have some time to forget about this a little bit.
Don't quote
Yeah.
me on that. Yeah.
Really glad I'm going
Unfortunately,
on
I
vacation
don't.
next week.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of the things that like really bothered me about it was them trying to say I'm so pro-choice that we're removing a choice. We're not removing a choice, we're removing lies.
Yeah.
And like that's all this was calling for, was to remove lies.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, if you're like I'm pro choosing that not to have an abortion if you want it, but I'm also very much pro having the option laid out like in an honest and clear way.
Right.
And if you're not pro that, then you're not pro choice.
Right. And I mean, it's like that goes back to the thing that everyone against us, what they were doing was they weren't actually grappling with the substance of the order.
Correct.
They were changing what it was going to accomplish in their heads in order to have a firmer position. You know, they weren't arguing against what this actually was going to do, which was going to make it harder to falsely advertise, which Problem Pregnancy has a fucking long track record of doing on purpose, and actually lost a fucking consumer protection lawsuit back in the 80s about their logo. But anyway, what they did was they just invented a fictional premise to argue against. And still, like, the argument was tortured and very stupid and easy to take apart. But it was like they convinced themselves that they were arguing against closing down these clinics, as if the city of Worcester has the authority to just say, "Oh, they're closed."
Yeah.
And I would fucking love it if that were the case, but that's not even what was on the table.
Yeah.
You know, and that was just it was just really depressing to see and to hear. And like, I don't know, I don't want to like rant forever, but this is going to go back to the point I was trying to make in my last post about Joe Petty's stupid little PR stunt in his campaign, is that like no one doing both sides news reporting journalism is going to be able to say that they were inventing a premise with which to argue against. They just have to sort of dutifully report what they said.
Yeah.
So what ends up happening is that like the article is going to read like they were just like taking a principled stand against something, but they weren't even taking a stand against what the thing was. They were
Exactly. They weren't denying the premise of the order. They were making up a new premise that they could vote against. And
and they do that all the time.
All the time. You know, but here's the thing: if we need a positive like thing to hold on to with this meeting, this was very useful. This is a very useful meeting.
Oh, extremely useful. Yeah.
Exactly where these people stand on the issue of character and on actually like doing the job. And there was anyone that voted against this order tonight for the reasons of, free speech or pro-choice, pro-actual choice, quote unquote. They're not representing anybody in this city. There's nobody that helps. And they, so it's people said in the comments a bunch of times while Sarai was speaking, it's mask off time. And
mask off time is for real. Yeah.
And this is one of those ones, and you can have a bunch of right things that you do, or you can have you can be like better than other people on the council. But this is one of those moments. This is one of those make or break moments that separate, whether or not somebody does not belong in this body. And I saw a lot of people tonight that revealed themselves to definitively not belong in this body.
Right.
And that's and now we got a year and a half to deal with that and figure out what to do about it.
Yeah. That entire exchange deserves like sort of a full transcription. like that can be referenced back to.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'll have to do that at some point this week. Hopefully not tonight, but like it'd just be useful to have all of this because like, yeah, they really did, like Candy Merrill Carlson, Kate Toomey, Sarai Rivera, and George Russell, surprisingly, showed that he has some fucking conviction. Has,
For real.
has like, he's like, you can't, I love when he said, he was like, you can't be sort of pro-choice. You have to be,
Can't be a little
pro-choice.
pro-choice. It's fucking a great
Yeah.
line. And
That was a fantastic line.
Yeah.
So
yeah, a great know your enemy moment.
Yes,
for sure.
So yeah, I mean, I
But-
think everything else is a lot of it was procedural, a lot of it is developing. We'll see where this thing with the landlord goes.
Mhm.
You know, on a micro level in this specific situation and what that means for the larger cause. But I think yeah, this has been long. This has been a long enough meeting. Let's let everybody.
Yeah, the landlord thing. Just quick on it. Mo was talking about it in the chat. The economic development meeting met just before the city council meeting tonight, and the rental registry was on it. So that would be the thing that is going to increase inspections. It is going to potentially increase the ability for the inspection department to actually get a chance to inspect places, because right now they're really bogged down with trying to locate the landlords to even get access to the buildings. And most of their
Interesting.
job right now is the getting access to buildings, so they're not even able to get inspections to happen. So part of that new ordinance that would be coming through with that is fixing that issue. It would add an additional 5 inspectors, but it also adds 50,000 inspections every 5 years. So I think it's good. It's a good start. It does not track rent.
Yeah.
It does not track vacancies, all of that. There's a lot more that it could do, but it's a good start.
Right. Okay. Yeah. We'll see how that comes back. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you everybody for sticking around. This was really a very impressive performance by everybody in the comments tonight. I think absolutely send a message to everybody that voted yes on those items. You know, obviously besides Sarai on the second one. Make sure that 2 hears how appreciative we are that they are, you know, out in front of issues like this, are doing the type of things that we're seeing. And yeah, I mean, I think it's not just about shutting down the people that are being shitty. I think it's about supporting the people that are actually making a difference. So I think that's especially with the break coming up, I think it's going to be a great thing to do over the next couple of weeks. So as always, we are brought to you by Crafty Kombucha, the only ethical consumption under capitalism. You can't be a little bit probiotic.
Nice.
We will we'll be back on the next. If anything comes up in the meantime, honestly, we will we can get some stuff together. We can do a meeting during the break. But you guys know the deal. Follow billshaner.substack.com. Obviously, as we've heard tonight, it's got a big story coming up. So make sure you're checking that out. Make sure you're listening to Worcester's Good But Hurts. It's an exceptional podcast. We love it so much. My podcast, Parts Unknown, wrestling podcast. That's about everything but the wrestling. Myself, Will Smalley, talk about all sorts of dumb stuff, like action figures, and that's it. I only want to talk about action figures all the time and how cool Kevin Nash. It's a good show. You should check it out. Even if you don't like wrestling, I think it's a fun time. Seltzer Time. We're gonna try and get them to start streaming their show again here on the channel. But in the meantime, follow them on Instagram. Make sure you're following Woot and Annie as well. We got a bunch of shows coming up. We have a show. Oh yeah, we got a show coming up at WICN, the NPR Jazz.
Oh, I'm
station.
excited for that. Yeah.
It'll be very fun, guys. We have tickets available. We don't have a ton. It's a small room, but I think it's gonna be really fun. So make sure you follow Woot Nanny Comedy on Instagram. I think they're going to record it, Bill. David asked
sick.
if we wanted to record it, so it's gonna be a
Of
great
course you
show.
should.
Yeah, absolutely. Bethany Van Delft is going to be the headliner. She is incredible, an unbelievable comedian. So we're very excited for that. Yenni, do you have anything you'd like to plug before we take off?
I dropped it in chat, but we've got the Stafford Street Safety Audit Survey out.
Yes.
So please, if you go in that area, drive through that area, walk in the area, any of it, please check it out. The crosswalk page is really long. The other ones are really short. So please go all the way through it if you can.
All right, everybody. So yeah, stock up on Crafty Kombucha. Follow us all on Instagram and Twitter, and friend us on Facebook. And if you're a mystery person in this comments, come up to me sometime and then reveal
Expose
your
yourself.
And we will see you in future Tuesday, everybody. Goodbye.